Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Mr. Speaker, I present the 6th report of the Petitions Committee for the 48th Parliament, together with 241 e-petitions and 96 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Each bundle of petitions that I present to this House contains both petitions on recurring themes and petitions on new topics. The e-petitions being presented cover a range of topics including social media minimum age, safety of children on online gaming platforms, the national broadcaster, the conflict in the Middle East, early childhood education and the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Between mid-December 2025 and the end of January 2026, while the Parliament was in recess, over 350 e-petition requests were lodged through the e-petitions website. We continue to receive petitions from repeat petitioners, but we also see new petitioners coming forward to engage on topics that are of importance to them. This demonstrates that engagement with the petitions process, particularly e-petitions, continues to be high. I am pleased to inform the House that the committee also certified 149 new e-petitions at its last meeting. These e-petitions are now collecting signatures on the e-petitions website. On the 4th of November 2025, the committee launched an inquiry into the standing orders relating to petitions. With the 10th anniversary of the House's e-petitioning system approaching in September 2026, this inquiry is timely, given the high level of engagement by the public in the petitions process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to updating the House further on the work of the Petitions Committee.
I thank the member for Dunkley, and I give the call to the clerk.
Committee and delegation business. Number 1. Standing Committee on Economics.
I give the call to the member for Chifley.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Economics, I present the committee's report entitled Review of the Reserve Bank of Australia Annual Report 2024, together with the minutes of the proceedings. The Standing Committee on Economics biannual hearings with the Reserve Bank of Australia have been an important mechanism to provide parliamentary scrutiny of the functions and decisions of Australia's central bank for nearly 30 years. The hearings offer an opportunity for the Parliament and for Australians more broadly to better understand the conduct of monetary policy and the Reserve Bank's assessment of current economic conditions and the outlook ahead. Importantly, the committee had a chance to explore the progress implementing the most significant reforms to the RBA in more than 3 decades. More about that later. Today, I'd like to focus on monetary policy over the period covered by the report. At the time of the hearing on 22 September 2025, inflation had fallen from its 2022 peak of 7.8% and sat between 2 and 3%, while unemployment remained low at 4.2%. Additionally, the RBA had eased monetary policy over the course of the year, reducing the cash rate by 75 basis points to 3.6%. Again, the unemployment rate of 4.2% was low by historical standards, and 1.1 million more Australians were in employment than in mid-2022. Gross domestic product per capita had superseded pre-COVID levels. Beyond monetary policy, the committee examined a wide range of issues relating to Australia's current economic position. For instance, The Reserve Bank reiterated to the committee that Australia is not immune from the global trend of subdued productivity growth. A range of factors influencing changes to the productivity rate were discussed, including COVID, growth in non-market sectors, business dynamism and productivity in the mining sector. The committee heard that opportunities for productivity growth in Australia exist in areas such as renewables and artificial intelligence. Global developments were also covered. The committee was told by the Governor we had witnessed a marked step change in the world trading system, but explained that, as also emphasised in the August statement on monetary policy, the predicted impact of trade instability on the global economy had not materialised fully. However, these dynamics warrant vigilance given potential spillovers to Australian demand, inflation, financial conditions, and the RBA continues to monitor risks to Australian economic growth. The Governor also provided an overview of inflation overseas, commenting that some countries such as the United Kingdom continue to face price pressures, while other countries such as Canada were observing low inflation but with rising unemployment rates. It was also the RBA's first appearance since the amended Reserve Bank Act 1959 came into force on 1 March 2025, creating a new Monetary Policy Board and a separate Governance Board in line with the recommendations of the Government's review of the RBA. The reforms undertaken to the RBA have strengthened transparency, enhanced the quality of public communication and improved the governance structure of the institution. The establishment of separate boards has enabled a clearer focus on monetary policy and institutional oversight. The RBA spoke to its commitment to strengthening its modelling, scenario analysis and forecasting capabilities designed to support more robust policy formulation and ensure the bank remains responsive to emerging developments. Other significant themes canvassed through the hearing included the RBA's work to improve the efficiency and competitiveness of the payment system through its review of retail payments regulation. Given the wide interest in this space, the committee will examine related matters in its inquiry into schemes, digital wallets and innovation in the payment sector, with public hearings set for 24 and 25 February. Reflecting a widespread contemporary focus on the growing impact of artificial intelligence, the committee discussed potential benefits and effects on businesses and the economy more broadly. The committee also explored how technological innovation continues to transform the landscape within which the RBA performs functions, from how the bank operates to its approach to research. These issues will continue to shape the RBA's work and the committee's future oversight. The House Standing Committee on Economics continues to monitor the conduct of monetary policy, given its impact on members of the community and the important role that the RBA and its monetary policy conduct plays in broader economic management. Finally, I'd like to thank the Secretariat for their diligent preparation and ongoing support to committee members through this review, and I extend my thanks to the entire committee membership. Well, all their work is deeply appreciated.
I give a call to the honourable member for Cook.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to pick up where the Chair left off. It's been a pleasure to work on this committee with the Chair. He's done a remarkable job keeping the committee structured and helping it tackle pressing issues for this country, like the cost of living, monetary policy, the Reserve Bank. The Secretariat has been fantastic and all members have been fantastic, and it has been a very well-functioning, good bipartisan committee. But in these committee hearings where we talk about technicalities, Reserve Bank boards and monetary policy, it can be easy to forget what it's really about. Just a few weeks ago, I was meeting with a single mother in Sanssouci. As a result of the now 13 interest rate rises under this government, she has had to give up her apartment because she can no longer service the mortgage. She had tears in her eyes as she was telling me the anguish of losing her deposit and having to go back to renting again. This is the face of the decisions we make in here on fiscal policy and the decisions the Reserve Bank on monetary policy. Now, yes, it's true we're facing a productivity crisis. We must lift productivity so Australians can become wealthy again. Because right now there is essentially a speed limit on our economy. Growing anything over 2% leads to inflation. And we have seen that with 13 interest rate rises under this government. Most recently, the Reserve Bank has increased the cash rate from 3.6 to 3.85%. Now, Australians don't need any reminder what this means in practice. Higher mortgage repayments, higher rent. We're living in this cost of living crisis with interest rates rising, energy costs remaining elevated. Living standards are under pressure and Australians are getting poorer. Therefore, the committee has essential roles in examining these problems. First, we must ensure the Reserve Bank is explaining its decisions transparently and credibly. And second, to ensure the government's policy settings are not working at cross purposes with the bank's task of bringing inflation under control. Now, the federal government spending as a share of GDP is at almost a 40-year high. It is at 26.9% of GDP. The last time it was higher than this was in 1986. So the fact since 1986 we have been increasing government spending and it is at an all-time high. We heard the Reserve Bank Governor admit this is putting pressure on aggregate demand and putting pressure on inflation and forcing them to raise interest rates. There was a growing number of respected economists who have been very clear on this point. Stephen Smith from Deloitte Access Economics, Shane Oliver from AMP, Paul Bloxham from HSB, Alex Joyner from IFM Investors have all warned time and time again elevated spending was adding to inflationary pressure, complicating the Reserve Bank's job. Yet last Tuesday in this very House, Treasurer Chalmers tried to deny this link. He got up and sat at this very dispatch box and said, "The Reserve Bank Governor's statement does not mention government spending at all." He went on to say it played no role in their decision to raise interest rates. Well, unfortunately, that statement stands in stark contrast with what Governor Bullock said to the committee just last week. She said very clearly and unambiguously that, I quote, "It is mathematically correct to suggest government spending is contributing towards higher inflation." Well, these two positions cannot both be right. So the committee will continue to test in evidence what the bank believes the economy can sustainably absorb, where capacity constraints are binding, where cost pressures are not moderating fast enough, and what we can do as the federal government in charge of fiscal policy to actually help these settings. One last point, and yesterday I saw Treasurer Chalmers on Insiders, and after 3.5 years in the role, I thought he would have had a handle on this. But unfortunately, Treasurer Chalmers was mistaking the growth rates for public and private demand. In that, he said that actually private demand is growing faster than public demand, but the data shows the exact opposite. In the September quarter, public demand grew by 1.2%, private demand by 1.1%. We need a Treasurer who is across these numbers. We need him to do better.
Has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, for a motion in relation to the Flags Amendment Protection of Australian National Flags Bill 2026.
Give the call to the honourable member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Flags Amendment Protection of Australian National Flags Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Flags Act 1953 and for related purposes.
The member for Cowper has the call.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. I rise to speak to my private member's bill, the Flags Amendment Protection of the Australian National Flags Bill 2026. A bill to protect the Australian flag and the Australian ensign. A bill that has been called for by millions of Australians, and a bill that has serious consequences to those who act against it. Mr Speaker, the Australian flag and the Australian red ensign are not abstract ideas. They are not props for political theatre. They are national symbols earned through sacrifice, service and a shared history. And when those symbols are burned or deliberately desecrated, it is not an act of harmless protest. It is an act that strikes at the heart of our nation, our respect and our cohesion. That is why we must seriously consider making the burning or desecration of the Australian flag and the Australian ensign a criminal offence. This bill does so by amending Section 7 of the Flags Act 1953 to criminalise the burning of the flag or red ensign with penalties of up to $16,500 or 12 months imprisonment for a first offence, or in the case of a second offence, a minimum 12 months imprisonment. Further, in the case of a non-citizen convicted of an offence, automatic referral to the Minister for consideration of cancellation of the person's visa on character grounds. From Gallipoli to the Western Front, from Tobruk to Kokoda, from Vietnam to Afghanistan, the flag was present in moments of extraordinary courage and unbearable loss. It was stitched onto uniforms, flown over camps and folded with care at military funerals. For thousands of families, the Australian flag is inseparable from grief, pride and remembrance. To burn that flag is not a neutral act. It is a conscious insult to those who served and to those who died. The Australian ensign, including the red ensign, carries its own powerful legacy. Australian merchant sailors sailed under it in wartime, often without weapons, keeping supply lines open at enormous personal risk. For decades their service was overlooked. Today we finally recognise the ensign as a symbol of quiet bravery and national contribution. Some argue that burning the flag is a legitimate form of protest. I disagree vehemently. Protest is about persuasion and principle. Flag desecration is about provocation. It does not advance debate. It does not invite understanding. It is designed to offend, to divide and to demean. And Australians who love their country have had enough. Flag desecration, making flag desecration a criminal offence would send a very clear message. You are free to criticise this country. You are free to criticise this government and its policies, but you are not free to deliberately destroy the symbol that represents the sacrifices of others. This respect is not limited just to military service. It extends to the way the flag unites us in peace. Think of our sporting heroes. Think of Cathy Freeman carrying the Australian flag after her Olympic victory, the moment that showed the power of national symbols to unite rather than divide. Think of our Olympians standing on podiums as the flag rises and the anthem plays. Ian Thorpe, Betty Cuthbert, Andrew Hoy, Emma McKeon, just to name a few. When our teams compete on the world stage, our flag does not represent one race, one religion or one political view. It represents all of us. Win or lose, it tells the world who we are. Burning that flag is a rejection of that identity. We must also address an uncomfortable but necessary question. What does it mean when non-citizens deliberately desecrate the Australian flag? Australia, Mr. Speaker, is a generous nation. We welcome migrants, refugees, students and workers from around the world. Citizenship and even residency is not just a legal status. It is a relationship built on mutual respect. If someone who is not a citizen chooses to publicly burn or desecrate our national flag, they are making a statement. They are declaring contempt for our country, contempt for us who have hosted them, protected them and offered them opportunity. It is entirely reasonable for Australia to consider deportation in such cases. In fact, I would go further to say it is more than reasonable. It is absolutely necessary in the interests and the safety of our country and our citizens. This is not about race, religion or background. It's about conduct. Every nation sets expectations for those who wish to live in their borders. Respect for national symbols is a minimal and reasonable expectation. If a non-citizen deliberately and publicly violates that standard, Australia has the sovereign right to reconsider their place here. Citizenship carries responsibility, and so does residency. Denouncing flag desecration is not about attacking individuals. It is about defending principles. We can and must, without apology, say that those who burn our flag are wrong. Their actions are divisive, disrespectful and damaging to our social cohesion. If we allow the deliberate desecration of our flag to become normalised, we send a message. We send a message to our veterans, to our sporting heroes, to new citizens and to children learning what it means to be Australian. And that message is that nothing is sacred. That message is that sacrifice is optional. And that message is that unity is expendable. This is not the Australia I grew up in. It is not the Australia we grew up in. Let's not try and fool ourselves. The desecration of the Australian flag does not have a long history. Growing up as a child in the 70s and 80s, I can't recall ever seeing it happen. I can say, though, unequivocally, that in the past 3 years since the 7 October 2024 attack by Hamas and Palestinian militant groups on young Jewish people, we have seen a proliferation of flag burning and the importation of hate and division here in Australia. On October 8, on the steps of our own Opera House, where evil people celebrated the massacre. Across our iconic Harbour Bridge, where fringe groups chanted "Death to Australia." And at Invasion Day rallies around Australia on January 26, where we saw the national flag burned, the same national flag which stands proudly side by side the Indigenous flag around Australia, including in this place, as a symbol of recognition and acceptance of our history by the Australian people. We should be a nation that debates fiercely but respects deeply. A nation that welcomes newcomers but expects loyalty to shared values. A nation that honours its past while working towards a better future. Making flag desecration is a criminal offence, and considering deportation for non-citizens who engage in it is not about punishment for its own sake. It's about drawing a line, a calm, lawful and principled line around what we owe one another as Australians. We owe it to the Anzacs who never came home. We owe it to the athletes who carry our flag with pride. We owe it to future generations who deserve symbols that still mean something. Let us protect the Australian flag and the Australian ensign, not as untouchable relics, but as living reminders of who we are, what we value, and what we stand for. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the motion second? To give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and the time now allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. Call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Criminal Code Amendment, Flag Protection Bill 2026.
Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and good morning. I present the Criminal Code Amendment Flag Protection Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
I'll call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill seeks to do one thing: to prohibit desecrating or recklessly burning the Australian flag, the Australian national flag, the Australian Aboriginal flag that was proclaimed in 1995 under the Flags Act, and the Torres Strait Islander flag, again proclaimed under the Flags Act 1995. Now, to be clear, my bill seeks to make it a criminal offence if you deliberately or recklessly act to desecrate or burn our flags. Not if you accidentally do it, and this does exclude respectful and private destruction in accordance with the Flags Act once a flag is dilapidated, faded or torn, incidental wear or tear, or the destruction of a reproduction or likeness such as in a picture book. The maximum penalty for this would be 2 years imprisonment for a first offence, up to 2 years imprisonment, and for subsequent offences, a minimum of 1 year imprisonment. Now, this has burning a national flag is a criminal offence in many nations. In France, the home of protest; in Germany, up to 3 years; Italy, Switzerland, Spain, Poland. Across Asia, it's an offence in India, the Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, or indeed Israel. Across the Americas, whether you're in Argentina, Brazil, Cuba or Mexico or even Nicaragua, it recognises that to burn or desecrate the national flag is a criminal offence. And in New Zealand, our neighbours, it carries a $5,000, up to $5,000 fine. Now, our national flags hold deep significance for Australians. Our servicemen and women have fought under our Australian national flag. This bill seeks to have the same rules for all three flags. And I must say, Mr Speaker, I was very surprised when there was an amendment to the hate laws that we passed in late January. There was an amendment by the opposition to make it a criminal offence to burn the Australian flag. The government didn't accept that. The government rejected that amendment. So this bill actually seeks to bring us all together to look at all three national flags and say the same rules should apply. And it also draws a line in the sand that says this behaviour is unacceptable. It's unacceptable no matter who you are in Australia, whether you're visiting. You can, if you want to peacefully protest, that is one thing, but to burn a flag is another. We have a long and proud tradition in Australia of political expression, but we cannot see burning a flag as a peaceful political act. I must say, you know, growing up in Australia in the 80s, 90s, having my kids in the noughties, I never saw the Australian flag being burnt. I can't ever recall a time. But now it is happening with flagrant disregard, and it's happening with such regularity. And it is not a peaceful protest, it is hatred. Our flags are important history. They are our identity, our history, our sense of belonging. And so desecrating or burning them just shows contempt and disrespect for the peoples and communities that they represent. The many soldiers who died under that flag for us. And you know, the history of our flags in Australia is actually a very joyful thing to know. You know, 125 years ago this September, our flag was first flown, and it was chosen through a competition. There were actually 5 winners of a competition to create a new flag for a very young nation. The prize money, £200, which was a lot of money back in 1901, was shared among 5 successful winners, and quite a few of those were young people. And as I said, 125 years this September for our flag. When we look at the Aboriginal flag, the artist Harold Thomas in 1971 created this powerful symbol of unity, identity and land rights for Indigenous Australians. That was first flown in my state of South Australia, and indeed Harold Thomas went to a high school in Mayo. He went to Wollonga High School, and that was recognised, the Aboriginal flag has been recognised under the Flags Act since 1995. The Torres Strait Islander flag was designed by the late Bernard Namok on Thursday Island. It was adopted in 1992 as a flag, and then became part of the Flags of Australia in July the 14th, 1995. So, you know, we have a history with our flags, and that history should be celebrated, and it should be protected, and it absolutely must be respected. And at the moment, our flag, particularly our Australian flag, is not being respected. It's continually being burnt by people who seek to incite hatred in our nation. And so this bill very much sets out a boundary of shared values, respect, inclusion and cohesion. And it's what our community want. You know, there's been many, many surveys right across the nation saying, should burning one of our national flags, the Australian flag, with respect to those different surveys, and 70% of people said absolutely. Why would it not be? In fact, coming here this morning, one of my sons said to me, look, Mum, you know, have a look at something online. I said, I can't. I'm about to introduce a bill to make it an offence, a criminal offence, to burn an Australian flag, one of our 3 Australian flags. And they said to me, how is it not already an offence? And that is how the majority of Australians feel. And it's our job in this place to act on the sentiment of Australians. And so I would urge the government, look at this bill. This bill is designed for unity, but it's also designed to draw a line in the sand and say, no more division, let's respect each other's flags, let's not burn, let's not desecrate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to cede the rest of my time to the member for Fowler, who will be seconding my bill.
So is the motion second?
Yes, I second the member for Mayor's bill.
I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As many in the House know, I'm a proud Australian of Vietnamese heritage. And in my maiden speech, my first maiden speech, I came here wearing my traditional Vietnamese áo dài with the Australian flag design on it. And of course, the Union Jack was slightly a bit bigger. And the second speech, when I got re-elected last year, the design was proportioned. But what mattered was not the design, it was the meaning. That dress represents to me the merging of 2 worlds, the heritage of my birth and the country that became my home. It tells the story of my late mother, who chose Australia as a place of safety, opportunity and belonging for her children. And it reflects the journey of how we became Australian. For me and for many like me, the Australian national flag is not an abstract symbol. It is deeply personal. It unites us as one Australia. It carries a simple but powerful idea that regardless of where you come from, what language we speak or what faith we practice, once we join this country, we stand together as Australians. My beautiful late mother came to this country seeking sanctuary. Under this flag, our family found safety, dignity and a future. For refugees and migrants, the flag is not just a fabric. It represents the promise that this country will protect you and that you, in turn, belong to it. Australia has not always been perfect, and we continue to debate and reckon with our history. But after decades of shared effort, we can say with confidence that Australia has forged a unique identity, a multicultural nation living together under one flag. That is why this bill matters. This is not about silencing debate. It is about protecting the shared national symbol that represents unity, sanctuary and mutual respect. A poll conducted in August 2025 showed that 77% of Australians believe burning the national flag should be against the law. This bill reflects the public sentiment and the respect Australians feel for the nation that has given so much. If we choose to come here, we must also choose to embrace what Australia stands for: fairness, opportunity and sanctuary. Respect for the flag reflects respect for the sanctuary that has welcomed generations of migrants and refugees. We are one people under one flag in one shared home, and it is our responsibility to protect that symbol of unity. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. Oh, sorry. No, the question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those opinions are aye. So the time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3. Motion in relation to Medicare.
I call the member for Macquarie.
I move the motion relating to Medicare in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, some people are aware that the second half of 2025 was a very challenging year for my family, with both my husband and then my mother surviving potentially life-threatening health incidents. They each survived and in fact are thriving thanks to world-class doctors, surgeons, nurses, physios and rehab specialists, both in hospital and in primary care, who saved their lives and helped them return to good health. And it was yet another first-hand reminder for me of how important your health is, not just to the individual, and how health and ill health has repercussions for the whole family and overshadows other parts of your life. For me, it further reinforced how vital our improvements to Medicare are so that people can get the health care they need when they need it. But when we came to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to find a GP. Bulk billing was in free fall after a decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare, which is why we delivered more doctors, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines and opened 87 Medicare urgent care clinics, including in Penrith in our first term of government. We committed to open another 50 urgent care clinics in the 2025 election, including in the Hawkesbury, and I'm so proud that last week the Medicare urgent care clinic that my community advocated for began operating in Windsor and is busy seeing patients, bulk billing them for urgent care and helping to take pressure off the local hospital. Macquarie residents are also benefiting from the additional $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk billed GP visits, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors. In November 2025, the government created an additional new incentive payment for general practices that bulk bill every single patient. In Macquarie, there are now 22 bulk billing practices, from the top of the mountains down to the plains and across to the Hawkesbury, including in places like Glossodia. That doesn't mean that we think the job is done. By 2030, we expect to see 9 out of 10 GP visits bulk billed, and we have work to do to address the areas that are not providing the accessibility or affordability that we think people deserve, including around Katoomba. Every day, Macquarie residents are saving money when they fill a script covered by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. From the 1st of January this year, we cut the cost to $25 for a PBS script. This is more than 20% of cut in the maximum cost of PBS medicines and will save Australians over $200 million each year. And a script hasn't been this cheap since 2004. Concession patients pay no more than $7.70 for the rest of this decade. And 60-day prescriptions for around 300 common medicines mean millions of Australians with a stable, ongoing health condition are saving time and money. Since September 2023, Australians have saved more than $350 million on 60-day prescriptions alone. Across Macquarie, Cheaper medicines means patients have saved $11.6 million on more than 1.4 million scripts. Labor went to the 2025 election promising Australians we'd make medicines cheaper, and we're delivering on that promise. On the one-year anniversary of the landmark $792.9 million women's health package, the government's continuing to deliver on the promise of more choice, lower costs and better care for Australian women and girls. More than 600,000 women have accessed more than 2 million cheaper scripts for contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments, all newly listed on the PBS. We've had the first PBS listing for a new contraceptive in more than 30 years and the first for new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years. These are all making a difference, as are the 6,700 women with endometriosis have accessed treatment at PBS prices, saving $4.9 million. These are big steps forward for women's health, and there's more to come. And the new endometriosis, pelvic pain and menopause clinic is opening this month at Winmalee Medical Centre. There are many women who benefit from their care.
Thank you. Is the motion second? Member for Jagadoon.
Motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I do sympathise with the member for Macquarie and her struggles in accessing quality health care for her family. And unfortunately, my experience since being elected is that I've got to oil the hinges on my office door every week for the number of people that are coming to me basically in desperation, in pain because the Prime Minister of Australia went to them at the last election waving his Medicare card around and saying, vote for me and I will ensure you can see a doctor for free. At no point did he reach into his other pocket and pull out his credit card. Because the sad reality is for the people in my part of Australia that accessing a GP for free is far too difficult and far too rare indeed. In fact, if you live in the city, it might be possible to access better Medicare, but if you live in places like Forrest, you pay more and you wait longer. This is borne out by the statistics, not by the hyperbole that we hear from the government benches. We hear from them that Medicare is getting stronger, but like I say, in the southwest of Western Australia, families are getting nothing but lies. This is because in 24-25, only 48% of country residents in WA were consistently bulk billed. At the same time, some 81% of residents in southwestern Sydney were bulk billed. That is the tyranny of distance that regional Australians face. That is why people in the seat of Forrest are paying more and waiting longer to see a doctor under this government's failure to administer Medicare equitably. Statewide, WA saw only a 1% improvement despite major incentive spending. The government suggests that 1,000 previously mixed bulk billing clinics are now fully bulk billed, and yet there is absolutely no data to suggest that the dial has moved by one clinic in the seat of Forrest. So this $8.5 billion package, funded by you as taxpayers, has delivered absolutely nothing for the residents of southwestern Australia seeking to attend a doctor. And as always, it pays to look at what Labor do, not what Labor says when it comes to health funding. Because one of the very first acts of the Albanese government in 2022 was to slash the funding for mental health appointments in half, reducing the number of bulk billed appointments from 20 to 10 per year. So consequent to that decision, Australians accessed 250,000 fewer subsidised psychology sessions in 2022-23 compared to the year before. And I don't know about any of you listening to this, but I don't walk down the streets of my community and hear stories of mental health struggles being halved in the last couple of years. In fact, quite the opposite. Across all ages and all demographics of our community, mental health is the number one issue that people talk about when it comes to accessing health. So like I say, don't look at what they say, look at what they do. And that was one of the very first acts of this government, was to slash the mental health allowance in half. For us, now the regional areas are particularly impacted by these changes because we face perennial workforce shortages, long wait lists and limited clinical availability. So removing these sorts of services and access to important elements like mental health really does put regional Australians at a disadvantage to our metropolitan cousins. So with bulk billing now significantly lower in regional Western Australia compared to metropolitan areas, with less access to mental health supports than under the previous government, and again, the simple lie of the Prime Minister wandering around with his Medicare card only and failing to mention that you need a credit card, a promise he made some 71 times in the lead up to the last election. It is no wonder that my constituents are coming to me saying, why is it so? Why is it that because I live in a country area, my family has to pay more and wait longer for something so simple as going to the doctor?
I call the member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, it is a privilege to rise to speak on this motion because it is fundamental to what this government is about and is fundamental to what Labor governments are about. At its heart, it's about how we regard being Australian, that access to quality, universal healthcare, which Labor governments always stand up for. And on that note, it was, I think, disingenuous of the member for Forrest to say that things have in fact got worse under this government. What has happened under this government is that we have reversed the freefall in Medicare bulk billing that was happening under those opposite. We have opened Medicare urgent care clinics right around this country. Those opposite did not do that. They did not offer this opportunity for walk-in bulk billed care in our communities. In fact, in my community, Deputy Speaker, we now have 2 Medicare urgent care clinics. Just recently, over summer, a new clinic opened in Eltham, providing fully bulk billed treatment for non-life-threatening illnesses and injuries without the long waits that people too often face in emergency departments. That joins the one that we had existing in Heidelberg on Burgundy Street, which has supported thousands of locals since it opened in 2022. I see this firsthand in my community. Parents of young children who otherwise know that they were in for a long wait at an emergency department after perhaps an injury at a sporting event. Elderly people who do feel like they just need to be seen and can't get into their regular GP at that time. This clinic is providing all of those people and others with support and care that they never had before. And it is providing it because this Albanese Labor government believes in Medicare, because we are funding Medicare in our communities. One local, Rihanna, shared her experience with me, saying that she went to the clinic when her daughter was in severe pain. She described the staff there as welcoming and compassionate, the doctor as knowledgeable, and said the care helped to ease her daughter's pain. And for her, the relief was finding the clinic and not having to wait as long and having that peace of mind almost immediately. And Deputy Speaker, on that note, I want to acknowledge the incredible doctors and nurses who do keep these clinics running, who are part of our Medicare system. Again, I've had wonderful feedback about the people who work in these clinics. At the Eltham Clinic, Shireen shared that after finding all the GP appointments fully booked, she was feeling overwhelmed and on the verge of tears. So she was able then to meet with a staff member there, Alison, who took the time to listen, who treated her with care and understanding and went out of her way to help. And it's that approach that means people are getting both empathy and the care that they need. And again, it's a testament to the value that we put on Medicare. Outside of Medicare clinics, we are also delivering cheaper medicines for people in our community. We have reduced the maximum cost of PBS prescriptions to $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders. In Jagga, locals have now saved more than $15.4 million from 1.7 million cheaper prescriptions. This is real cost of living relief, and it means that people are able to access these prescriptions without worrying about what trade-offs they're making in their lives. We do not want to see people going without the medicines they should have, the medicines they need to have, because they are needing to make choices about what they pay for. That is, again, a fundamental tenet of this government. It is what we believe in, that access to these medications, to this healthcare, should be for all Australians, not just for some Australians. We've introduced 1800 Medicare, where locals can now access free 24/7 health advice from registered nurses. So whether you need expert guidance, simple reassurance, the nurses at 1800 Medicare are available around the clock, and they can refer you to the right care, whether that is back to your regular GP, a local hospital, or a Medicare urgent care clinic. We've made major changes to bulk billing, tripling the incentives for GPs to bulk bill. And again, I get a lot of feedback about this in our community. I'm pleased to see that the Greensborough Medical and Dental Clinic on Flintoff Street is now 100% bulk billed for GP visits. I know other clinics in my community are following suit. And again, this is making a real difference to people's lives. But these are the investments that only happen under Labor governments. Under those opposite, bulk billing was in freefall. We did not have walk-in Medicare urgent care clinics. We did not have the discounts that we've made on PBS scripts, because those opposite do not understand that part of being Australian is access to good quality healthcare.
And I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before turning to the context and substance of this motion, I just want to spend a couple of moments remarking on the closure of Leongatha Healthcare Clinic in January, which has put an enormous strain on the South Gippsland community. For decades, the clinic's been the backbone of primary healthcare in the region, serving thousands of patients. Its abrupt closure has left staff and patients with little notice and disrupted access to vital care, creating immense pressure on Leongatha Memorial's urgent care centre. There are GPs and staff working around the clock right now with no pay from that clinic to provide support to local patients, and I want to acknowledge the significant effort that they're going to and extend on behalf of the people of Monash my sincere appreciation for their dedication and care to our local community. Despite these challenges, the entire Leongatha Health community have really gone above and beyond to keep that care flowing. They've mobilised quickly to provide telehealth consultations, alternative GP arrangements, patient support and much more. Those efforts ensure that even in the face of uncertainty at the moment, the well-being of South Gippsland residents remains a top priority, and it highlights the vital role of regional healthcare teams. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of my state coalition colleagues Danny O'Brien and Melina Bath in working with local residents and GPs to make sure we get through this very, very challenging time. Healthcare in regional areas is absolutely essential, and what we're seeing at the moment is a Prime Minister who does not walk the talk when it comes to investing and supporting communities like mine in Monash. Whether it's challenges in South Gippsland or indeed the West Gippsland Hospital, which was built pre-World War II, in fact parts of it were built pre-World War I, and we are experiencing explosive population growth right across West Gippsland. In fact, if you listen to the demographer Bernard Salt, Warrigal and Druin are the fastest growing towns anywhere in Australia, and the fact is that the infrastructure at West Gippsland Hospital cannot keep pace with that population demand. I'm working with my state Liberal colleague Wayne Farnham, the member for Narracan, to push as hard as we can to advance the case for a new West Gippsland Hospital, which our region desperately needs. And unfortunately, successive state and federal Labor governments have ignored that plight. The Victorian state Labor government could not care less about the need for a new West Gippsland Hospital, and I know Wayne Farnham's taking up the fight every single week to advance that. On Medicare, we've seen a Prime Minister repeatedly promise that seeing a GP would be free. All you need is your Medicare card. And yet I get emails and phone calls every single week from Monash residents who are facing out-of-pocket costs at now record rates to visit their GP, particularly going over $50. Health inflation, as we know, has risen by 18%, and across Victoria, families are paying billions of dollars of out-of-pocket costs every year, money coming straight out of their pockets, not Medicare. The fact is, I get emails regularly from local families telling me they cannot keep their head above water. They are really struggling with the cost of health in their community. A good example is on mental health. Now, I'm working with some amazing local organisations, Village Community Health in Warrigal. I've been previously a member of the board of Lifeline Gippsland. I know how many volunteers are dedicated in our community to advancing mental health needs, but when you've got a government that cut Medicare subsidised sessions from 20 a year that the coalition had secured down to 10 a year, it goes to show where their priorities are, and that is not investing in regional mental health services. It's not investing in regional health services that we so desperately need in the Monash electorate and further afield. Regional Australians are not getting a fair go from this government when it comes to investing in the services that they need. They deserve a far better go on health and hospitals. We've had the Prime Minister write to state premiers saying, please stop spending so much money on hospitals, as if people can stop getting sick. And in regional communities like mine, those emergency departments are overflowing because of a lack of investment by successive state and federal Labor governments. Australians deserve better. My electorate of Monash deserves far better.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I really want to thank the member for Macquarie for putting this motion to the House. This is really important to this side of the House and important to me. On this side of the House, we believe that no matter someone's postcode or income, they should have equitable access to free quality care. And protecting and enhancing Medicare is one of the reasons that I put my hand up to run as a Member of Parliament. I feel so strongly about making sure Australia has a really strong healthcare system. Part of this is because I grew up in a family where my dad was a GP, my mum was a nurse, and they ran their own medical practice. And the importance of equitable access to healthcare is something that has been instilled in me from a very young age. And I'm really proud to be able to advance our healthcare system here as a member of the Albanese Labor government. And of course, Labor is the party of Medicare, first introduced through Prime Minister Gough Whitlam's government as Medibank, then unfortunately abolished by the subsequent Liberal government, and then reintroduced as Medicare by the Hawke government. So I think we've got on this side of the House a very strong track record in actually establishing, protecting and enhancing public and health, rather than those opposite who abolish and undermine universal healthcare in this country. Having a system like Medicare is a fundamental part, I think, of what a lot of us think of as the Australian way of life. This is a really great example of Australian exceptionalism. It's improved the overall health of the country, increased our life expectancy, and eliminated medical-related bankruptcies, which did happen with frequency in this country before this was implemented through Medibank and then Medicare. When we first came to government in 2022, bulk billing was in freefall after an appalling decade of cuts and neglect, and it had never been harder and more expensive to find a doctor. That's not what I want for Australia and for our communities. It's not what anyone on this side of the House wants, and that's why strengthening Medicare was a key focus for our election platform and has been a consistent focus for our government. We're a government that follows through with our commitments, and why just in the previous first term of Parliament government here, we delivered more doctors, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines than had been happening for some time, and opened 87 Medicare urgent care clinics. I've got an urgent care clinic in my electorate in Chisholm, one in Mount Waverley, which is already opened, and we've got one on the way in the Stonnington Council area. We've also committed to open another 50 urgent care clinics across the country, with a total of 122 urgent care clinics that are currently open. The data shows us the benefits of these urgent care clinics, these bulk-billed urgent care clinics, with over 14,000 people in my community receiving quality, timely care, which importantly takes pressure off emergency departments and allows people to be seen sooner for their needs. I'm really grateful to the medical professionals that work in the urgent care clinics for their compassion and care and dedication. Our government has, of course, gone beyond funding just Medicare urgent care clinics to privately owned practices as well, with our investment of $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk bill GP visits each year, and expanding bulk billing incentives, creating an additional new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every patient, which means that 9 out of 10 visits will be bulk billed by 2030 to GPs, boosting the number of fully bulk bill practices to around 4,800 nationally, which is triple the current number of practices. And I can see how this is taking hold in Chisholm. In my electorate, we now have 29 bulk billing practices, which is an increase from the 11 that were previously mixed billing. And I'm really proud that I can deliver something like that for my community, making sure that people get the care that they need when they need it. This is a real game changer for people. It's real cost of living relief for families. Again, I thank all of the healthcare professionals who work in private practice for their dedication and care, and for their commitment too to people being able to access equitable healthcare. Of course, we've delivered cheaper medicines too. We're investing in mental health care. We know how important it is that Australians have governments that protect and expand healthcare services in this country, and I'm really proud to speak to this motion. Thank you.
And I call the member for Riverina.
I am in furious agreement with the good member for Chisholm when she says that it should not matter your postcode to get access to health services. 100% the member for Chisholm is absolutely right. But the trouble is, it doesn't ring true. The trouble is, this Labor government has not done what it says it was going to do when it comes to bulk billing or access and availability of health services. In fact, Deputy Speaker, it's been an abysmal, dismal failure. Bulk billing rates have gone from 88% to 77%. That's an 11% drop. And it doesn't matter how those members opposite colour it, how they argue it, how often they say that they are doing something. It doesn't matter how often that is the case. Saying it doesn't make it true. And bulk billing rates have dropped. And what did we see when somebody complained about this in the media to the Health Minister from the leafy suburbs of Adelaide? He said, well, if you can't get a bulk billing doctor, pick up the phone and ring another one. Well, that might all be well and good in Adelaide. It doesn't cut it in regional Australia. In regional Australia, where in some communities you're lucky if you've got a doctor at all, let alone trying to phone for another doctor to get an appointment. And in country Australia, it shouldn't be the case that when in pain, catch the plane. You should be able to have access and availability of a doctor when you need it. But the difficulty is we don't. Now, thank goodness we've got the Murray-Darling Medical School Network set up and established by a coalition government. A coalition government which recognise that regional Australians have health issues too, because this government does not provide equity when it comes to postcodes, when it comes to health provision. And we see that with the urgent care clinics. I hear the member for Lyne all the time going on about Taree. It's Taree, it's a whole host of other regional centres which don't have those regional aftercare clinics, those emergency care clinics. And that's just one point. But when it comes to bulk billing, when it comes to a whole myriad of other health access services, well, it's just not there. The access is missing. And then we have the member for Macquarie moving this motion. And it's true that over the last election, over that period where everyone was trying to win power, the Prime Minister said on no less than 71 occasions, "It's okay, just produce your Medicare card. That will get you by." Well, it's not true. And it doesn't matter how often he says it, doesn't matter how often he said it then, doesn't matter how often he says it at the dispatch box now. The services aren't available. And if they are, you've got to pay through the nose for it. All well and good for those seats, those Labor seats, those marginal seats that Labor wants to win to add to its majority, to get those clinics. But in regional Australia, where people matter too, they're missing out. And that's not good enough. That's not fair. And they're not convinced by the Prime Minister or the Health Minister or anybody else saying that there is equity in postcodes when it comes to health services, because there is not. There simply is not. And regional people are suffering as a result. Regional people who already have a lower longevity of life, who have, unfortunately, more cancers and that type of thing, and they are going without. And I just despair when I hear so many Labor members getting up, reading the talking points that they've been given, and it doesn't matter how convincing they say it, it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it true. And we do need more bulk billing. We do need more access to better health services and care. And we particularly need in regional Australia, in the Northern Territory, in the Riverina, wherever the case might be. And just because a motion might be on the books, it doesn't mean to say it's right or true.
Can I call the member for Hasluck?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Medicare was built on a simple belief that access to health care should never depend on your bank balance. It is a system that is based on our social compact for more than 40 years, ensuring that every Australian, no matter their circumstances, can receive the care when they need it. And it's a reflection of who we are as a nation, fair and decent and compassionate. That belief was on full display when the Prime Minister stood with our community in Ellenbrook, in Hasluck, just very recently on the weekend, at the Ellenbrook Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, already one of the busiest, in fact, in Western Australia, with over 2,000 presentations since opening just in December. The Prime Minister and I, we met with the doctors, the nurses, the staff, the families that were seeking care with their Medicare card, not their credit card. We were shown the new facilities by Drs Tun, Dr Sharma, Dr Guest, and of course the amazing staff. Seriously, Hasluck is in really great hands. Our urgent care clinics are a modern embodiment of Medicare's founding principles, that being universal, accessible, high-quality care, delivered close to home. Deputy Speaker, as we walked through that clinic together, the Prime Minister spoke about how critical it is in a country as vast as ours that every community, including fast-growing outer suburbs like those in my electorate, can rely on strong primary care. He spoke about the importance of easing pressure on families and ensuring families aren't forced to navigate emergency department for minor injuries or fevers. And we saw firsthand that this model works. The Ellenbrook Clinic is taking the load off our St John of God Midland Hospital, and it's giving families a safe, local alternative. But what struck me most was how the Prime Minister connected this moment back to Medicare's history. He reminded us that Labor built Medicare and that each generation of Labor governments has had to renew it, defend it and strengthen it. Medicare has always required stewardship. It has always needed champions willing to expand access, modernise the care and reinforce the principle of universality. And of course, mend the years of coalition neglect. And that is exactly what this government is doing. In the early 1980s, Medicare was a bold idea. Today, it's a national treasure. but a treasure that cannot be taken for granted. As communities like mine grow, and as medical needs evolve, and as people live longer with more complex conditions, Medicare must keep evolving too. We have delivered more doctors, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines, and opened 87 Medicare urgent care clinics in our first term, and we committed to another 50, and 122 clinics are now open nationwide. These clinics are doing exactly what they were designed to do. Since late 2022, 2.5 million Australians have walked into an urgent care clinic and received treatment with their Medicare card, not their credit card. I count myself amongst them, receiving treatment at the fabulous Morley Urgent Care Clinic, and just most recently with my own mother visiting Midland Urgent Care Clinic, where she received fantastic care that would have saved her many, many hours of sitting waiting for the same outcome at a hospital. So we're very grateful for that quick and efficient service and treatment by the staff. We are also driving the largest investment in bulk billing in Medicare's history, an $8.5 billion package that is already delivering results. More than 3,300 practices are now fully bulk billing where they previously, and including around 1,250 that were previously charging mixed fees. We are absolutely on track towards our goal that by 2030, 9 in 10 GP visits will be bulk bill. And I really am pleased with the undertakings by the GP clinics in my electorate of Hasluck to work through the processes to enable those clinics also to be bulk billing, so we can see the similar uplift that was seen in the previous speakers where they've got some 32 odd, and I look forward to seeing a similar number in mine. Medicines are cheaper too. From 1st of January, patients are no longer paying any more than $25 for a script. And in Hasluck, that savings has translated around 1.7 million scripts in Hasluck has now meant a saving around $13.7 million that is back into the pockets of constituents in my electorate.
And I call the member for Fadden.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this particular motion today, honestly, I suspect that the member has gone straight to the Labor Party talking points, press print, and gone, let's talk about that today. No real thought, no real sort of effort to design something that might appear to be genuine. What we've seen today is nothing more than just a spit out of the Labor talking points. And I say that because it's so limited in what they actually write in these things. And the first thing that I wanted to pick up on is the effort by this Labor government to only talk about the cost of medicines back in 2004. Now, great that the co-payment's been reduced to $25. And they all went out and did videos talking about what things were like in 2004. Well, I'll tell you what life was like in 2004. You could buy a bottle of milk for $2.80 and you could buy a loaf of bread for about $2.50. Now, sadly, the Labor government has lost control of the budget so badly that the cost of living pressures that Australians are facing have skyrocketed under this government. And the cost of those everyday essentials has now completely eroded any gain that they think they might have been able to get under this government from their PBS medicine discount. That's life under Labor. You're feeling poorer every payday because life costs more. And then they give you a drip feed of a little corflute slogan that they're going to wheel out in an election, but it doesn't touch the sides in reality. So let me talk about bulk billing, because Labor continue to bang on about bulk billing, but sadly their track record since they came to office in 2024 is utterly appalling. We heard the member for Riverina talk about the bulk billing rates having dropped from 88% to 77% under this government. And what that looks like in reality is that in my electorate of Fadden, in the year of 2021-22, it was 1.594 million visits. That fell under this Labor government, under this Health Minister and under this Prime Minister by 353,000 visits to the point where in 23-24 it was down to 1.2 million visits. It's an 11% reduction in bulk billing. That's what's happened, and that's what patients are dealing with in my electorate. And in fact, that's what they're dealing with all over Australia. The patient experience goes beyond what Labor puts in their talking points and what they put in their motions to speak to here in this place. The other problem that we've seriously encountered as a community is the out-of-pocket expenses that keep rising. And I was just talking to the member for Moncrieff, who also acts as the Shadow Minister for Youth, and the out-of-pocket expenses are disproportionately hurting those that can least afford it. Those include young Australians. And as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Mental Health, I am acutely aware of the pain that's being caused to younger Australians who don't feel like they can actually go and get a GP visit when they need it. The average out-of-pocket GP costs have reached a historic high of more than $50, an 8% jump in just 1 year. And what that means is that Australians are avoiding about 10,000 GP visits every single day. So whilst Labor talks to their talking points and they talk a big game on Medicare and bulk billing, the real-life lived experience in our communities is that they are not getting in to see GPs when they need it, and when they do, they have to cough up hundreds of dollars up front with massive out-of-pocket expenses. Now, if this is what Labor thinks is their custodianship of the health system, and that they are the standard bearers based on this track record, they should be ashamed. And Australians deserve better, because we all need to get Medicare, health and other services at the price that we can afford in the places we need them, and that includes Taree.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, on Friday, I met with Dr Eva Morris and her husband and practice manager Jason Morris at the St George's Basin Medical Centre, who jumped at the chance to register for our bulk billing practice incentive program. Dr Morris said they took up the incentive because it's good for their business and good for their patients. They want to make a difference in their community and they want to help their patients, many who are older with multiple health conditions and, of course, young families who are feeling the cost of living pinch. They're also helping to train new doctors in the region, which is fantastic. The St George's Basin Medical Centre is one of 32 medical practices across Gilmore that have transitioned to fully bulk billing all patients. I'm so pleased that since the bulk billing incentive program came into effect on November 1, the number of fully bulk billing medical practices in my electorate has almost tripled. This is an absolute game changer for local patients who now have improved access to the health care they need with just their Medicare card, not their credit card. Delivering on this election commitment is a massive help for families living in the smaller towns and villages in my electorate. Doctors in places like Gerringong, Shoalhaven Heads, Culburra Beach, Callala Bay and Sussex Inlet are now fully bulk billing. And people can now see a doctor for free at fully bulk billed practices in the villages of Mollymook, Surf Beach and Browley, as well as the major towns of Nowra, Maruya and Ulladulla. I know this important cost of living measure is helping struggling families and older people in my region and right across the country, thanks to the Albanese Labor government's single largest investment in Medicare since its creation more than 40 years ago. Deputy Speaker, from January 1 this year, we've introduced a whole gamut of health services that are saving the hip pocket and, importantly, saving lives around the nation. We're ensuring Australians can access the medicines they need at an affordable price, with PBS scripts now capped at $25 or just $7.70 for those who hold a concession card. Without the PBS, Australian patients would pay thousands of dollars for life-saving medicines. Instead, $25 PBS scripts will save Australians more than $200 million each year. We're adding more life-saving and disease-preventing medicines to the PBS every month to help men, women and children. Just last week, Andriga 10 was added to the PBS to provide life-changing help for men with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. Without the PBS, patients might pay $930 per script. Since July 2022, we've approved extra funding for 399 new and amended listings on the PBS. Deputy Speaker, as a woman and a mum, I know just how much we're helping women and their families by subsidising the cost of contraceptive pills, hormone therapies for menopause and medicines for endometriosis. In just 1 year, more than 610,000 Australian women have saved money since essential women's health medications were listed on the PBS as part of our landmark $792.9 million women's health package. And Deputy Speaker, from January 1, Australians have had even better access to free health advice with the 1800 Medicare telehealth service website and mobile app. And the new Medicare mental health check-in also went live on New Year's Day, giving easy and free access to early support for Australians experiencing mild mental health challenges. Of course, we're opening more Medicare urgent care clinics in every corner of the country, and I'm proud to say the Batemans Bay Urgent Care Clinic is going great guns and is operating 18 hours a day. I know my community cannot wait for the doors to open on the new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Nowra very soon, which will take pressure off Shoalhaven Hospital's emergency department. Our investment in Medicare is already having a massive impact in my electorate, which is home to one of the highest populations of aged pensioners in the country. We also have many young families and low-income earners who are reaping the benefits of a better, fairer and stronger health system that the Albanese Labor government promised and that we are delivering.
I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is no greater symbol of the Australian fair go than your green and gold Medicare card. It's a promise that in Australia, when you get sick, you'll get help. Today, I rise to outline the work of the Albanese Labor government, a government that hasn't just talked about the promise, we've put the investment behind it to make it a reality once again. When we first took office in 22 and when we were returned by the Australian people in 25, we inherited a primary health system on life support. Let's be blunt about why. For 6 long years, the Coalition chose to freeze Medicare rebates, they chose to zero indexation, they chose zero support for GPs. The rising cost of doctors' visits wasn't an accident, it was a direct result of those opposite and the decision they made to starve Medicare. So it's been interesting to hear for the contributions of those opposite sort of manufactured outrage over Medicare in this motion, given their past performance. But Deputy Speaker, on the 1st of January this year, this Labor government continued to turn the page. As the calendar turned to 26, a suite of landmark Medicare initiatives moved from promise to reality. These weren't mere administrative tweaks. At the margins, they represent a fundamental shift in the standard of care and a statement to the recommitment that we are making to a truly universal healthcare system, the core to who we are as Australians. It started at the pharmacy counter, where we've slashed the PBS co-payment for general patients to just $25, the lowest price that we've seen for essential medicines in over 20 years. For a family sitting around the kitchen table, balancing the mortgage and the grocery bills, this just isn't policy change, it's breathing space. We didn't just stop at the chemist. We've ensured that when your child gets sick at 2 a.m, and we've all been there, we are not left in the dark. With the launch of 1800 Medicare, a 24-hour direct helpline, high-quality health advice that you can get that eases peace of mind, that is delivered right there at the end of the phone line. And Deputy Speaker, recognising the modern challenges our nation faces, we have opened a new digital front door to care. The Medicare Mental Health Check-in is now live, providing immediate, free access to self-help tools and support. We are meeting Australians where they are, online, on their phones and in their moments of need, removing the barriers to seeking help. This is the Labor way. We don't just protect Medicare of the 1980s, we build the Medicare of the future. But perhaps most importantly, Deputy Speaker, we are restoring the heart of our healthcare system by bringing back bulk
universal bulk billing. We were told the decline was terminal, but we've proven that when you value doctors, doctors can value their patients. By tripling the bulk billing incentive and extending it to just last November to every single Medicare card presentation, we have made it financially viable to be a bulk billing doctor again. We see the success in the heartbeat of my own community. Look at the Moonee Pond Super Clinic. They are part of a wave of over 3,300 practices nationwide that are now fully bulk billing. Look at the Gladstone Park Family Medical Centre. These are clinics staffed by professionals who have a deep and fundamental understanding of our community's needs. They know that when a local family can access care without the stress of a gap fee, the whole community is healthier, more productive and more secure. Because of our 12.5% bonus for exclusive bulk billing practices, clinics like these in my electorate are thriving. They are the front line of a stronger Medicare. They are among the 1,000 practices that have recently indicated they are transitioning to 100% bulk billing. That's 1,000 more doors open to families who were previously worried about the cost of a checkup. Deputy Speaker, Medicare was created by Labor, protected by Labor, and today it's being strengthened by Labor. We've invested $8.5 billion to reverse the decline that was seen under those opposite. We've seen 6.5 million extra bulk billed visits. These aren't just statistics. These are parents who can afford to get to the chemist. These are seniors who aren't afraid of the GP bill. The Coalition froze Medicare. We have funded it. They broke the system. We are fixing it. This is what it looks like when a government puts the health of the nation first. I commend the motion.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, migration policy.
And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to migration policy in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Australia has been a nation shaped by migration since the post-World War II era, with immigration driving population growth, workforce expansion, cultural diversity and long-term economic resilience. Around 30% of Australia's population is overseas born, one of the highest shares in the developed world, and clear evidence that migration is a defining structural feature of the country's economy and society. In fact, migration, for those who get confused, is the movement of people between countries, inclusive of people here temporarily on a visa. Migration delivers a measurable net economic benefit, including estimates that for every additional 1,000 migrants contribute roughly $124 million in annual economic value through labour supply, taxation, entrepreneurship, innovation and consumer demand. Immigration is the movement of persons into a new country with the intent to reside there permanently or choose to stay after migrating here on temporary visas. One of the best parts of being a member of Parliament is in fact attending citizenship ceremonies where we get to welcome people to becoming Australian citizens who have often been here for long periods of time, they've paid taxes, they've volunteered in our communities, and they're now taking that extra step of responsibility by becoming citizens and adding their voice and their vote to what we become as a nation. It's highly damaging when right-wing fringe parties like One Nation, and I suspect coming from the opposition, to start having policies that instead of having rational policy looking at problems, seek to blame migration or immigration for long-term structural failures. The latest census data shows Warringah has a substantial migrant presence. 37.4% of Warringah residents were born overseas and 56.6% have at least one parent born overseas. Feedback from chambers of commerce and small businesses consistently highlights that accessible and efficient migration pathways are critical for keeping businesses open, sustaining regional communities and supporting local job creation. Australia's reliance on migration is most visible in the skilled visa program, which is designed to fill genuine shortages in healthcare, aged care, construction, engineering, IT, education and agriculture, where domestic workforce pipelines cannot meet the demand in the short to medium term. Skilled migrants overwhelmingly complement Australian workers rather than replacing them, enabling businesses to expand, maintain their services and generate additional employment across local economies. Migrants are also significant small business founders and operators, strengthening regional economies, expanding markets and contributing directly to employment growth and community stability. The net overseas migration was 306,000 in 2024-25, down from the high after COVID. The largest group of migrant arrivals was temporary students, some 157,000 people, and the most nominated occupations for employer-sponsored permanent skilled visas are in fact nurses, chefs and software programmers. So it's important when we have the damaging rhetoric from too many on the right side of politics that we have the facts firmly in mind of what actually is happening when it comes to migration and immigration. The complex challenges such as housing affordability, infrastructure pressure and urban congestion stem primarily from planning and policy decisions over the long term and should not be blamed on migration or immigration. Claims that migration is out of control are inconsistent with clear evidence showing net overseas migration moderating from post-pandemic highs and remaining within expected volumes. Periods of economic uncertainty often see a rise of anti-migrant rhetoric. It's populist, it's easy, but it is false. Social research shows such narratives can distort public understanding of our immigration system and weaken our social cohesion. It's particularly dangerous when far-right political actors falsely blame migrants for government policy failures and planning shortcomings. And it stigmatises communities and risks repeating exclusionary chapters of Australia's past. A strong democracy requires respectful, evidence-based debates on migration policy, including program size, skills mix, infrastructure readiness, without rhetoric that undermines the dignity and contribution of migrant Australians. Well-managed migration will remain essential to economic prosperity, demographic sustainability in an ageing society, thriving small businesses and a cohesive multicultural nation.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, government spending.
I call a member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to government spending in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Call a member.
Australians are poorer today than they were this time last week. In between, they have copped yet another interest rate rise. And unfortunately, by this time next year, they are going to be poorer still, because the everyday Australian will experience the price of everything going up even further this year. They will be experiencing higher interest rates this year. They will be experiencing higher taxes that they have to pay this year. Meanwhile, their real wages will be declining this year and their living standards will continue to erode. Australians are hurting right now, in particular younger Australians. I'm talking about Australians who might be in their late 20s, their 30s in particular. Families who are trying to feed not just their own mouths, but the mouths of kids. People who are working their tails off every single day so that they can ensure there is food on the table, making really hard choices, trade-offs about what they can afford and they can't afford for their family. A lot of these young people are either saving to buy a home or they're struggling to pay off a mortgage. In the real world out there, beyond the walls of this parliament, young Australians are feeling the pain and they know, unfortunately, that this year it will only get worse. And this is a direct consequence of a poorly managed Australian economy. an economy which is seeing inflation drive up as a direct consequence of the biggest spending government in 40 years outside of pandemic. 40 years. In this financial year alone, this government is spending an extra $50 billion on discretionary measures. Now, we don't deny the right of any government to prioritise its spending. But with that right should come a commensurate responsibility to find room in the budget to pay for it. Again, everyday families do this. They make those trade-offs. If they want a child to do extracurricular sport, theatre, dance, whatever it is, and they don't have the money to pay for it, well, they might cut back on the takeouts or a couple of days of the holiday they were hoping. These are the normal financial decisions that are discussed around kitchen tables. It is not too much for the Australian people to ask the same discipline be applied in this place by the Treasurer and this government to keep the books in check. But that is not happening. Now, last week we saw an increase in interest rates. The Treasurer did suggest it had nothing to do with public demand, in other words, government spending. By Friday, of course, you had the Reserve Bank Governor making it very clear it did have something to do with public demand. Yep. By Sunday, the Treasurer was saying that the last national accounts were suggesting that the growth in private demand was higher than public demand, but in fact it was the opposite. Deputy Speaker, we can talk all about the stats, we can talk all about economic figures, but where the rubber hits the road, it's out in real Australia. Which is why we continue to call on this government to do something that everyday Australians do at home. Live within your means. And that starts with introducing some rules as to how you contain your spending in the budget. This isn't too much to ask, can I say. Every single Treasurer, since Peter Costello, who introduced the Charter of Budget Honesty, has had a set of rules to control spending, except this government. And the more it spends, we're butted up against the speed limit of the economy. The more prices go up. Prices go up, interest rates go up, real wages go down. This is being felt in real Australia, and that is why we have to keep raising this issue with this government.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion, reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
The Shadow Treasurer, Deputy Speaker, talks a big game, but as usual, I think the record talks an even bigger one. The Shadow Treasurer talks about higher taxes and about real wages coming down. But the breathtaking part about that is that this is from a party that took tax increases to the last election and whose party kept wages down as a deliberate part of their economic architecture. The Shadow Treasurer is also trying to pursue the line that you run the budget like a family runs the budget. And while there is merit in that argument, I think there is more merit in the maxim that a government should run the economy the way a good business is run. And the problem for the opposition there is that there are two very different ways to run a business. As somebody who's actually run a business, I know that there's two ways to do that. One is to invest in your plant and your people, to build productive capacity in your business for the long term. And the other way is to strip out profits, to put off the maintenance, to cut the investment and slowly run the country, I mean the business, into the ground. The key lesson is this: not all spending is the same. There is good spending and there is bad spending. The second thing I'd say is that the government understands that people are doing it tough. The fact that we even have this argument is not the message that I want to get out to the community, because I know in my community that people are doing it tough, just as they are in most of the communities who are represented in this parliament. Inflation is higher than we would like. Cost of living pressures are real. But the argument contained in the motion from this opposition doesn't even withstand basic scrutiny. First, the Shadow Treasurer talks about rules, but inflation under the former government that he was a part of was already at 6.1% and rising when we came to government. Spending peaked under the Morrison government at 31.4% of GDP, and real spending growth was at 4.1%, more than double what it is under this government. Absolutely. This government has delivered $114 billion in savings, and the $20 billion in savings found in the last budget update alone was as much as the former government managed across all of its last 7 budget updates combined. So lectures from the opposition about this really are quite extraordinary. Secondly, the Reserve Bank has made clear that the unexpected increase in private demand has been as what's contributed to inflationary pressure. And the idea there about the Shadow Treasurer crowing about somehow getting the RBA to admit that aggregate demand is made up of both private and sector spending as if that is some sort of economic revelation only really explains why nobody takes them seriously on economic management anymore. Thirdly, the motion calls on the Treasurer to introduce measurable budget rules, which is remarkable coming from a party whose contribution, whose record and plans for the future show the complete opposite. They left black holes everywhere, and in opposition they went to the last election promising higher taxes and higher spending. So I'm not sure what rules you actually want us to follow. There are, of course, real pressures in the budget. Nobody can deny that. Our ageing population is...
Order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would ask that the member direct his comments through the chair. Thank you.
Correct. So Deputy Speaker, the opposition left black holes everywhere. One of them is in aged care, where there was just some sort of total denial of the reality that the age pension is going to increase, aged care is going to increase, that healthcare costs are going to increase as a result of our changing demographics. But the black hole left behind in the budget, the traps that were left for Labor when we took over the budget are things that we are dealing with. Another of them was for veterans compensation. The opposition allowed $1.8 billion, but the real cost was $6.6 billion. Either it was deliberately ripping off those that have put on a uniform to serve our country, or it was mismanagement. Not sure which one. Wow. At the end of the day, the challenges in the economy are a result of a decade of negligence by the opposition. For the government, we've been left trying to thread an economic needle, getting wages moving, cutting costs for medicine and childcare, reducing student debt, investing in housing and energy, supporting veterans, all while keeping the pressure off inflation. That is how you run a business properly. That is how you run a country, and that is why this motion should be rejected.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I know members' officers, particularly on their backbench, are just required to do one thing, read out the talking points. That's all they're allowed to do. But gosh, that was extraordinary. I think we had 5 minutes there, and in the last 15 seconds, the member for Ford decided to finally talk about the government and what they had achieved, rattled off a quick list that if you speak to anyone in the community, they're not feeling that. They've never had it tougher. They are struggling to put food on the table, and we have a government that is full of spin, which we just saw from the member for Ford. I have no doubt we'll see from those opposite, talking about the opposition, talking about we were in government for 10 years. Well, newsflash, you've been in government for 4 years now and counting. Take responsibility for your actions. This economic cost of living crisis we face today sits directly with this government. It sits directly with the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. And the scary part for the Australian people is they're doing it so tough right now. It feels like they are on an economic treadmill. They are running harder and harder every day. The speed on that treadmill is going up because of this government. It is getting harder to stay on that treadmill. And it gets worse. The solutions over 4 years that this government has had for the Australian people on that economic treadmill is to feed them fairy floss. This government has fed the community economic fairy floss and sold it to them like a solution. But the problem with giving fairy floss to a young person, as a parent that I know anyone else, it feels good for a moment, but if you keep eating it, it makes you feel worse, and actually makes the situation worse for you, and that's what this government has done over 4 years. This Treasurer has either deliberately misled the Australian people by not understanding what is happening with Basic Economics 101, or this Treasurer does not understand what's happening and is misleading people. Either one is unacceptable. We have a situation where he is misleading this House and the Australian people. I quote, Tuesday the 3rd of February, the Treasurer told Australians, he was talking about government spending, and he said, and I quote, it was not a factor in the decision that the RBA took today. Not a factor at all, the Treasurer said. Well, I had the opportunity on Friday in the Economics Committee to speak to the RBA Governor and ask her a question from ask the RBA Governor a question from Matt from Lilydale. And he had two questions. Member of my community, because that's what we're here to do, Deputy Speaker, represent our communities. His questions were, how is the government spending affecting the economy? Has it contributed to the rate rise? Very simple questions that all Australians want to know. And what did the RBA Governor said? If I could summarise, government spending is part of total spending and total aggregate demand in the economy. So it, along with private spending, contributes to aggregate demand. And so to the extent that aggregate demand is above aggregate supply, that's contributing to inflationary pressures, and that's why we've decided to raise interest rates just a bit. Black and white. It is Economics 101. It should not take the RBA Governor to confirm what is basic economics, but when you've got a Treasurer that does nothing but spin, you need the RBA Governor to explain that. And as I said, when you have an economy that is being run on fairy floss, it is going to make the Australian people sick, and that is what we are seeing today. Interest rates up, inflation up. The RBA are not predicting that we will hit the band until 2027 if we're lucky, which means interest rates are going to go up even further. Real wages are forecast to be backwards this full year. What does real wages mean? We always talk a lot about economic terms. What it means for the Australian people is that you'll have less money in your pocket, and that money will buy you less goods at the supermarket. It will make it harder to get ahead every day. And we have a government that refuses to acknowledge the problems. We have a government that has made the problems worse. We have a government that continues to spin, and they continue to tax, and they continue to spend. In a high inflation environment, we are seeing this government being the highest spending government in 40 years outside of COVID. In no way should you be the highest spending government in 40 years in a high inflation environment. There's those opposite that know that. They understand the basic economics, but they also know they have nothing to say because they can't. They've got to follow the Treasurer's talking points. That's all they're allowed to do.
The question is motion be agreed to, and I call a member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Treasurer has decided to bring us here today to talk about government spending, and it is my pleasure to join my friend, the member for Ford, in setting the record straight when it comes to some of the claims being made by those opposite. To begin with, Deputy Speaker, the government has made no secret that inflation remains higher than we would like it to be. But that doesn't mean that we haven't made real progress since we came into government. The inconvenient fact for the opposition is that inflation is far, far, far below where it peaked under them and what we inherited from them. The decision of the Independent Reserve Bank to raise the cash rate will be difficult news for Australian mortgage holders, without doubt, including in my electorate. We understand the pressure this puts on everyday Australians, and the decision, being widely expected, won't unfortunately make it any easier. Now, the opposition insists that government spending is the problem. We saw a lot of talk about government spending's contribution to aggregate demand from those opposite at the House Economics Committee hearing last Friday. Deputy Speaker, as the member for Casey on the other side helped prove for us, any Year 12 economics students could tell you that government spending is a factor in aggregate demand. But the Coalition's agenda of blaming it on government spending does not align with the statement released by the RBA last Tuesday. That statement said very clearly that temporary factors and quicker than expected growth in the private sector were the primary drivers of the pickup in inflation.
That's what she said.
In fact, the RBA statement didn't even contain the words government spending at all in any context. This is in stark contrast to the claims of those opposite. But if anyone needed the advice to rein in their spending, it was probably the former members for Cook and Kooyong. Because real spending growth under the former coalition was nearly 2.5 times higher than it is under Labor. Even when excluding COVID-era spending, as they claim as a defence, the opposition's average was 2.6% per year compared to 1.6%. This is only possible because we have found tens of billions of dollars in savings, 20 billion in the latest MAEFO alone, contributing to a grand total of 144 billion. And as the House is no doubt aware, this Labor government turned a decade of Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses. Labor is the party of economic management. Deputy Speaker, this motion also talks about fiscal rules, and this government's fiscal rules are clear, which include reducing gross debt as a share of the economy and limiting real spending growth. It is hard to believe that those opposite would have the temerity to talk about fiscal rules. Their approach promised budget surpluses and didn't deliver one in 9 years. Their fiscal approach promised to bank receipts upgrades, but they only returned 40% on average compared to our 70%. And their approach promised to reduce net debt, but debt doubled even before the pandemic. Deputy Speaker, if those opposite really believed in doing what's best for Australians, they wouldn't have taken the unbelievable trifecta of higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt to the last election.
Breathtaking, really.
At the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, those opposite have spent the last 9 months fighting with and amongst each other. The coalition may be back together for now, but the whole country can see that while the Liberals and Nationals are focused on themselves, this Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, is focused on fighting for the Australian people and the people in communities just like mine of Banks.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The most expensive sound in Australia today is the silence of a shopfront, where the door no longer swings open. It is the heavy, suffocating silence of a ledger book filled with red ink. A ledger that a small business owner in Mackay or a farmer in the Burdekin stares at late in the night, wondering what went wrong. A financial crisis arrives in the quiet erosion of a bank balance. It's the unsettling realisation that despite working long hours, despite cutting every luxury, the numbers simply no longer add up. For the people I represent, the Australian dream is being replaced by a daily struggle of survival. We heard from the Prime Minister last year that interest rate rises were a thing of the past. We were promised a different path. We remembered the Prime Minister standing before the nation making a definite vow. He said, "Life will be cheaper under Labor." But as we stand here in 2026, those promises have been shattered. The reality is that Australians are struggling more today than when the Albanese Labor government came to office. Australians are experiencing a Labor-created cost of living crisis. It is a mathematical reality that when this government spends, prices rise, and it's the families in our regions who pay the price. I've been speaking to families right across my electorate of Dawson. They've just finished the back-to-school run, and they are looking at the receipts with genuine fear. They're staring down the barrel of a world where everything costs more. Electricity prices are up, insurance prices are up, grocery prices are up, housing prices are up, and mortgage costs are up. Mums and dads across Dawson are feeling poorer because they are poorer. They are being governed by an Albanese administration that cannot stop spending taxpayers' money. And folks, we all know what that means. When Labor runs out of money, they come after yours. This is the highest spending government in 40 years outside of the global pandemic. $50 billion of new discretionary spending in the current financial year alone. If a CEO in the private sector presided over a $50 billion blowout in 6 months, they would be sacked. So why do we have a lower standard? Why are we holding the Treasurer to a lower standing of account? Is it any wonder that inflation is soaring? We're seeing $200 million a day poured out of Canberra, much of it on this reckless renewables only agenda. It's crazy. Independent experts have made it clear inflation will be higher for longer in Australia because this government refuses to make the hard decisions. As the price of everything continues to climb, families are forced into heartbreaking trade-offs. They are deciding whether to give up their kids' Saturday sport or keep the lights on. Deputy Speaker, what kind of life is that for our Aussie kids? Our small businesses, our tradies, our manufacturers are on the front line of this failure. Last year alone, 15,000 small businesses closed. Under this Albanese Labor government, Australia has experienced the largest decline in living standards in the developed world. The Treasurer spent last week in this place claiming that government spending had nothing to do with the latest interest rate hike. Yet the RBA Governor herself has directly refuted this. She confirmed that government spending is a key driver pushing inflation higher. Mortgage holders are now paying on average $21,000 more a year in interest since this government took office. That's $400 a week, a $400 a week extra on the Australian dream. That's unbelievable. And that suggests that the burden will even increase. If this Treasurer cannot understand the problem, he cannot fix it. Under Labor, we are becoming poorer. We should be a nation of prosperity and growth. Farmers know that you can't harvest what you do not sow, and you cannot spend what you do not have. It is a lesson for this Treasurer. He has failed Australia. He has failed the economy. He needs to step up, take responsibility, and fix this mess. Stop spending money that we simply do not have.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Thorpe has been appointed a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Berowra.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Universities Accord, Australian Territory Education Commission, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Berowra has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Okay. It's a bit awkward. We don't have a speaker. Sorry. Okay. Just yes.
I seek the call to suspend standing orders. I move so much that the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Goldstein moving the following motion immediately, that the House 1 notes that during the matter of public importance discussion on 5 February 2026, the Minister for Small Business suggests that 33,426 small business...
It has to be, if you're going to move suspension of standing orders, it has to be relevant to the bill in question, and what you're doing was relevant to the previous bill, which has now been finished, and now we've moved on to the next bill.
Speaker, but they haven't commenced with the Speaker. They can suspend it any time.
Because we've called on the next item, so once the clerk has called that item of business, we're now on to that item of business. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll go back to the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since the federal election last year, I have had the pleasure of serving as a member of the House Standing Committee on Education, and I am so pleased to rise in support of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill and the consequential and transitional provisions. Early in 2024, the government released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. It is a blueprint for higher education reform for over the next 2 decades. The report identified that the absence of a dedicated steward as a critical gap in the tertiary education system, and its ability to plan for future needs, improve equity and quality outcomes, and deliver on national priorities. The legislation before the House responds to this gap and implements one of the report's key recommendations. The Accords report notes that in the years ahead, more jobs are going to require more skills, and that to meet the needs of our economy, we will need to increase the proportion of people in the workforce who hold a certificate, a diploma or a degree to about 80%. This inevitably means more students completing qualifications at our universities and at our TAFEs. The challenge we face as a government is how we set our tertiary education system up to meet the growing demand for higher education needed to satisfy the future skills needs of our country, and the reforms contained in the bills before the House are part of this Labor government's answer. The bill establishes the Australian Tertiary Education Commission as a steward of the tertiary system. The Commission will help deliver the reforms to our system needed to meet our future skills needs and reach that 80% target by encouraging greater diversity amongst higher education providers, providing expert advice to government on higher education policy settings, monitoring targets, and helping to deliver a joined-up system that makes it easier for students to get the qualifications they need. On a more technical level, the bill provides for the Commission structure led by 3 independent expert commissioners, each appointed by the Minister for Education for a period of up to 5 years. Collectively, these commissioners will bring a balance of expertise and experience across higher education, vocational education, and tertiary governance. The formal independence of the Commission will be one of its key strengths, making decisions grounded in evidence and transparency. The Commission will have a range of advisory and decision-making functions, encompassing negotiation, mission-based compacts with providers in the sector, provision of advice on requests to state and federal ministers, and make recommendations on updates to the higher education standards framework. It is also intended that future legislation will allow the Commission to allocate managed growth and needs-based funding for domestic student places through higher education institutions, as well as provide a framework for allocating international student commencements when directed by the government. The mission-based compacts are an interesting concept and will be one of the key mechanisms for the Commission's engagement with higher education providers. The purpose of compacts is to enable providers to demonstrate how their institution's core purpose and goals align with national, state and local priorities, as well as industry engagement and innovations in teaching and learning, serving as a structured framework for interaction between providers and the Commission. Such an approach will ensure national priorities and outcomes are met, while still enabling higher education providers to pursue unique goals and missions of their own. These compacts are not without enforcement capabilities. Each will include a limited but meaningful set of performance objectives, agreed collaboratively with the Commission. Additionally, if a compact between the Commission is not enforced for a year, this could lead to enforcement action being taken under the Higher Education Support Act. Importantly, this government is focused on making sure that people from backgrounds who previously might not have gone on to higher education can find their place in the system. This legislation places equity at the core of the Commission's work by requiring that the need to improve outcomes for persons facing significant systematic barriers, including but not limited to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, people with disabilities and people living in regional and rural communities. The bill provides the Commission with the power to advise on improving participation from such groups. It should be noted that this concept is not being implemented untested. The Interim Commission began its work on the 1st of July last year, led by Professor Mary O'Kane, Distinguished Professor Larissa Barrett and Professor Barney Glover. They have been working hard to lay the foundations for the permanent establishment of the Commission. And Professor Tim Calmer and the Honourable Fiona Nash have recently been appointed commissioners, replacing Professor O'Kane and Distinguished Professor Barrett as the Commission continues to move forward. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank all the hard-working higher education professionals who we will be relying on to do the work involved in achieving our skills goals, as well as the representatives in my state, the National Tertiary Education Union, the Teachers Federation and the United Workers Union. Deputy Speaker, this government believes that in order to achieve the goals we are setting, and that the experts tell us what we need to meet them, we have to set up our tertiary education system for the future. However, we must do so with a view to supporting students. The government has taken the needs of tertiary education students seriously, and the results are clear. At the most recent election, we made a clear promise that the first piece of legislation we would pass in the 48th Parliament would be a bill to take 20% off the student debt balance of every single Australian who had one. This included cutting the debt of more than 20,000 people in my electorate of Banks. This side of the House recognises that the HEC system needs reform, and we are delivering it. By capping indexation on HECS debts to the lower of CPI and WPI, moving to a marginal repayment system and raising the minimum repayment threshold, we are making the system better and fairer for all. But we also know that for many students, even once they make it to university, there are barriers that prevent them from reaching their full academic potential. The government's network of suburban and regional university study hubs offers an innovative solution to improving access by bringing universities closer to their students. They provide study spaces and support to navigate administration and improve academic skills, as well as general student wellbeing for any student who might need it. These spaces have been a tremendous success, and this government is doubling the number of university study hubs by establishing 20 new regional hubs and 14 new suburban ones. Deputy Speaker, the government understands that not everybody needs to go to university to get their qualifications that they need. And we are determined to ensure that Australians can lead successful lives without the need for a university degree. This is why the government established fee-free TAFE in the last term of Parliament, to make sure that students could get their qualifications in sectors with incredibly high demand without being saddled with debt. Deputy Speaker, the results speak for themselves. More than 700,000 students across the country enrolled since the start of this program. While some people in this place like to talk down this program, this is saving Australian students thousands of dollars and helping to fill our major skill shortages in the care, early childhood education and construction sectors. That is why this government legislated to make fee-free TAFE permanent. This government has also recognised that if we want to see more students taking up courses for in-demand skills, we need to support them more effectively while they are undertaking their education. For students in courses including teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, completing mandatory placements meant stopping their regular employment, and in some cases created a significant barrier to completing their courses and entering the workforce. From July last year, 73,000 students from across Australia have been eligible for the government's paid prac payment, the first ever financial support of its kind, and to support construction and clean energy apprentices, payments of $10,000 to assist with their studies. Deputy Speaker, these measures all form part of the government's broader higher education agenda. When we look at the Accord's recommendations, this Labor government, this Albanese government, has implemented 31 of the 47 recommendations in full or in part. Further measures include increasing the number of free university bridging courses, requiring higher education providers to allocate a minimum of 40% of student services and amenities fees to student-led organisations, making demand-driven Commonwealth support places available to all First Nations students where they have the marks to get in, and making campuses safer by introducing the National Student Ombudsman and the National Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. This is an agenda that is achieving results in Australia for Australian students. Deputy Speaker, I spoke in my first speech to this House about my passion for education and making sure its transformational power is felt by as many young people as possible across our great country. Education policy is something I spent a large part of my career working on prior to coming to this place. I am so proud to be part of a government with an agenda for education that will deliver in the tertiary system, delivering record investments in public education, in the biggest commitment by any Australian government ever, in order to fully fund every single public school in Australia by increasing the share of funding provided by the federal government. Delivering greater access to early childhood education and getting fees down for parents to make sure that students, our young ones, our young kids, are ready to start school. And of course, as I've spoken about already, delivering higher education policy that works for Australian students by cutting student debt, paying students during their mandatory placements, and with the legislation before the House today, establishing a commission to make sure that the higher education system is working on filling our national skills gap, and of course, the advancement of our students across the country.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was in the Federation Chamber when Order of the Day number 1 was called, and I now seek leave to continue my remarks on this bill from the last sitting day.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Call the member for Curtin. Continuation.
I also want to address the issue of international student caps. This bill provides ATEC with the function to allocate international student caps for different universities and providers at the request of the Minister. Now, as I understand it from discussions with the Minister's office, further legislation is required to provide the Minister with the power to set enforceable caps for international students at individual universities and providers before ATEC can use this function. So this bill paves the way for future legislation that will allow for enforceable international student caps. The government tried to introduce this power in 2024. I strongly opposed it at the time, and the bill failed to pass. I continue to oppose hard caps as a policy tool. Hard caps are often sold as a housing solution. They are not. Housing supply and structural reform are the real solutions for the housing crisis. International student caps risk damaging Australia's international reputation, undermining a major export industry and destabilising university funding without delivering meaningful relief for our cost of living problems. But if the government insists on moving in that direction, then it is better that international student caps are set by an expert steward working with universities individually, rather than by blunt command and control ministerial settings. For now, though, I maintain that setting hard caps is the wrong answer. I won't make an amendment to remove this role for ATEC because it's not about insurance policy in case future laws are passed to give the Minister that power. The Accord makes a powerful case for ATEC, and I agree with that case in principle. But I will not support a bill that creates an ATEC that's not independent, not adequately constituted, and not equipped to do the job it was created to do. If ATEC is not meaningfully different from the department, if it cannot initiate and publish robust advice, if it cannot build its own capability, and if it cannot credibly steward the system over time, then it will not solve the problems that the Accord identified. That's why I oppose this bill as drafted. I will move amendments to make ATAC independent, capable and fit for purpose. And if the government is serious about delivering the Accord's vision, then it should accept them. Thank you.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call a member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about this very important bill, a bill that will shape the future of how we learn, how we train and how we prepare our country for decades ahead. And of course I'm talking about the Universities Accord Bill 2025 and its companion, the Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill of 2025. Deputy Speaker, these bills, at its core, these bills are about creating a stronger, a fairer and a more coordinated tertiary education system for everyone. For years we've asked our universities and our TAFEs to do a huge amount of heavy lifting, and they've done a great job. They've served us well, but they've had to do it without a central body looking ahead. Deputy Speaker, we need a central body looking ahead, planning across the whole system and making sure that Australia is ready for the challenges and the opportunities of the future. The truth is Australia's been missing parts of the bigger picture sometimes, and that's exactly what the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC, is designed to fix. So ATEC will act like the system's big picture planner. It will guide how universities and vocational education work together, not just for the next year, but for the next generation, Deputy Speaker. That's so important because it isn't something that we just dreamed up of. The Universities Accord releases its final report. It released it in 2024, the government's major review of the higher education sector, and it spelt out clearly that without a dedicated and independent steward like ATEC, Australia can't properly prepare for our future skills needs or meet the expectations of students. The Accord made a powerful point in the coming decades. Around 80% of all new jobs will require a TAFE or a university qualification, 80%. That means more Australians will need to be able to access tertiary education and more pathways into study, whether it be through TAFE or other higher educational options, and more support to actually complete the courses. So this bill is about getting ahead of that challenge, of seeking the future, seeing what it'll be like, and preparing ourselves for the future demands. Deputy Speaker, out of the 47 recommendations from the Accord, this government is implementing 31 of them. That includes some major improvements. Doubling the number of university hubs across regional and suburban Australia, making it easier for people to study close to home. And we know when you have options to study closer to home, it becomes a much easier task. And also expanding free university bridging courses, helping more Australians get the skills they need to begin a degree. And something students have been asking for many years, and that is paid practical. For the first time, university students doing mandatory placements in areas like nursing, teaching and social work will finally receive some financial relief. And we all know the pressures students are under. Many work part-time jobs, they're looking after family members, dealing with rising costs, all while studying. So paid prac will be life-changing for so many students. Deputy Speaker, we're also strengthening student advocacy under the new rules. At least 40% of student services and amenity fees must go to student-led organisations, just making sure that students have a real voice on campus. And we're expanding the Commonwealth-supported places for First Nations students and introducing a national code to better respond to gender-based violence in higher education, something that has been urgently needed. And let's not forget, we've already cut HECS debts by 20% for current students and graduates, and that's real relief for so many Australian students. ATEC is the next best thing this government will implement. This new commission will have a clear mission guided by the new National Tertiary Education Objective. Basically, one shared vision for the whole tertiary system. It means universities and TAFEs will be finally be working towards the same goals, not competing or operating in separate silos. ATEC will have 3 expert commissioners, a Chief Commissioner, a First Nations Commissioner, and another Commissioner with deep expertise. And at least one must have strong vet knowledge, Deputy Speaker, because we find it important that vocational education is just as important as university education. So these commissioners, they're appointed, they're based on experience, not politics, and they'll make decisions based on evidence, on research, on fairness, and of course what's best for Australian students, enforcing the Commission's independence. One of ATEC's main jobs will be working with universities to create mission-based compacts. These, Deputy Speaker, are agreements that spell out what each university actually stands for, their strengths, their goals, and how they serve their community. And every university, of course, is different. Some lead in medical research, others in teaching, others in science, others in regional development or industry partnerships. And these compacts will actually reflect that diversity while still lining up with the national goals that the nation has. And we want to ensure that they're not rigid. They'll evolve as circumstances change, as if when different needs arise through different industries. If a university hits a bump in the road where enrolments shift, economic changes, workforce shortages, ATEC won't punish them, it will work alongside with them to achieve their objectives and to adjust the compact if needed, as I said, to achieve their objectives and to help them improve. So it's about a partnership. It's not about punishment. Only if a university consistently fails to meet its commitments, and only after genuine engagement would ATEC take stronger measures or steps like applying a default compact. And this is, Deputy Speaker, about fairness, accountability and supporting high-quality education across the broader spectrum. And it's about creating a stable and universal system to support higher educational institutions and, of course, students. In the years ahead, as the government introduces needs-based funding and a more sustainable growth system for student places, ATEC will help manage that growth so it's strategic and supports national priorities. It may also have a role in allocating international student commencements in the future. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, equity is built into the heart of this reform. And ATEC must always consider the needs of people who face barriers to education, such as First Nations students, people with disabilities, those from lower income backgrounds and Australians living in regional or remote areas. So to support this, they'll have a dedicated First Nations Commissioner and a First Nations Advisory Committee, ensuring Indigenous voices sit at the centre of decision making. And finally, Deputy Speaker, ATEC won't be working in a vacuum. It'll be consulting widely with universities, students, industry, state and tertiary governments and communities. Every year it'll publish a state and tertiary education system report so everyone can see how we're tracking. This is very exciting news, especially for my home state of South Australia, with the high-tech defence builds that are taking place. We will need, it's estimated, over 30,000 employees over the next 10 to 15 years. Many of them will come through universities, through TAFEs, through higher technical learning, and this ATEC will play a massive role in seeing the universities' goals, where they specialise, and ensure that we've got we're training students and people for the future positions that will exist, not just in South Australia, but all over Australia. And Deputy Speaker, when we think of education and we go back to my days in school, or your days, there are now job titles and technology that wasn't even dreamt of back then. And this is evolving so quickly, so we need to be on top of it. As high-tech industries evolve and come to the fruition, we need to be prepared with a workforce, and that workforce will come from the universities, TAFEs, and through higher learning. So, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. It is a very good policy area that ensures that we plan for the future. We plan together in partnership with our universities, TAFEs, vet courses to ensure that we produce the workforce that's required to keep this country's economy going for many years into the future.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too rise to speak on the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025 and the Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill. And I acknowledge the support for the principle of ATAC in the university sector, but given the flaws, omissions and governance issues in this legislation, I do have reservations about a further bureaucracy in the tertiary sector and the way that that bureaucracy would be structured and operate. And the Nationals and the Coalition believe in less regulation and less red tape, not more of it. And the combination of additional regulation and duplication or regulatory overlap is even less desirable. Also have concerns about the lack of regional representation on the Commission. This is a great concern, and it goes against the recommendations from the Accord report for the ATEC board to include several further commissioners, including an Equity Commissioner and a Regional Education Commissioner. There are also concerns around the lack of independence in ATEC. ATEC will prepare reports, provide advice and recommendations if requested by the Minister, and the Minister will dictate what it should be providing advice on. And the bill enshrines a national tertiary education objective for which ATEC must have regard for, among other things, driving a national economic and social development and environmental sustainability as recommended in the report. And ATEC, around these parameters, will negotiate a new tailored mission-based compacts. Now, what are those missions, and on what basis are they driving national economic and social development and environmental sustainability, because those things and how to achieve those aspects in our country and what those aspects even are highly contested. They're contested in this place. And I would hate to see the tertiary sector, by a commission, be the instrument by which a minister of the day directs a tertiary education or the tertiary sector to try and drive a certain type of ideology. Now, in terms of regional education, standalone regional universities and universities that have committed long-term to regional campuses should be specifically recognised in any commission, any focus on any bureaucracy, indeed by the existing department, on growth funding and sustainability. And we must have comfort around what an additional layer of bureaucracy will achieve in the tertiary sector. And we should have questions in respect to the cost of ATEC. ATEC will cost $54 million. Now, that's $54 million for a bureaucracy that is designed to direct. Not 1 cent of that $54 million goes to students or their actual education. So it's another layer of education bureaucracy delivered at considerable cost, but will it deliver what we need? And is it merely going to duplicate things that are being done or should be being done by the Department of Education? Now, many people in this place have talked about how important tertiary education is and what an incredible impact it can have on people's and families' lives, and that's the same with me, Deputy Speaker. I've always thought when it comes to tertiary education, particularly in this day and age as opposed to previously tertiary education was seen as something you did when you left school, but now it's becoming something that people can access at different times in their lives. So I think that when people can access tertiary education is critically important. Being from a regional electorate, I argue strongly that where they can access tertiary education is extremely important. And tertiary education needs to be relevant to critical thinking and the contest of ideas. And I worry that the way that this legislation is worded tries to direct the tertiary sector in certain directions without that overlay of critical thinking and a battle of ideas. The Coalition has a strong record of supporting universities, particularly regional universities. In my own electorate, the previous Coalition government funded an expansion of the La Trobe University campus, and that has had significant impact on the delivery of education, tertiary education opportunities to people for a variety of reasons who can't go to capital cities to participate. In addition, one of the great initiatives of the previous Coalition government working together with the tertiary sector was to develop the medicine pathway of the Bachelor of Biomedical Science undergraduate degree leading into a Doctor of Medicine postgraduate degree. And apart from the James Cook program in Townsville, it's the first time there's been a regional end-to-end medical degree. Now, the first lot of graduates graduated earlier this year, and I was there to see that. And talking to these are students who would never have got involved, never have done a medical degree if they had to go to a city to do it, but because it was offered in their hometown, namely in Shepparton, Greater Shepparton, we are going to get some fabulous new young doctors who have a regional focus. In addition, my own experience is of agricultural science, Bachelor of Agricultural Science, which I completed at the Dookie campus of the University of Melbourne, and that is commendable that a university such as the University of Melbourne has a commitment to a regional campus and a regional area, and agricultural science which is best delivered in the regions. ATEC was one of the recommendations from the Australian Universities Accord report, and this was published in February 2024. And the legislation enshrines the National Tertiary Education Objective, of which I've spoken about. On 27 of November 2025, these bills were referred to the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee, and the committee is due to report towards the end of this month, on the 26th of February, I believe, Deputy Speaker. And I and others around the Parliament will be very interested in their findings and recommendations, and perhaps it would have been wise to get those findings and recommendations as part of helping draft this legislation. The same committee held a previous inquiry into the quality of governance at Australia higher education providers, and it reported in December 2025 that additional opposition comments noted the increasingly dense and fragmented regulatory environment that the tertiary sector education faced. So if they're saying that there's increasingly dense and fragmented regulatory environment, and we add another layer of bureaucracy, is that regulatory environment going to become more dense and fragmented, Deputy Speaker? Now, I acknowledged earlier the support within the sector for ATEC, but it's not unequivocal, and I just want to touch on some of the submissions to the inquiry. The Regional Universities Network were supportive of the establishment of ATEC, but proposed amendments to the bill, and they were amendments around flexibility to adjust the number of commissioners, a need to provide robust, unprompted advice to government at its own discretion, including about the student contribution component of higher education on university research, training and infrastructure, and including specific mentions to students teaching and learning, research and research training, as well as equity, participation and attainment, and the need to acknowledge and preserve that institutional diversity that exists within the system. The Regional Universities Network unsurprisingly said that ATEC should have more commissioners, and one of those commissioners should be a regional commissioner, and that is not part of this legislation. Likewise, Charles Sturt University was supportive in principle, but suggested, again, at least 5 commissioners consistent with the Accord and supported by Secretariat staff with people with experience in tertiary education in regional settings. Consideration of regional consideration embedded into governance, and providing funding for the higher costs associated with regional teaching, research and infrastructure. And Universities Australia had qualified support. They want ATEC to be independent and properly resourced. The removal of the ministerial veto over ATEC's work program, inquiries and publications, and clarify ATEC as a strategic steward, not a regulator, to avoid duplication with the TEQSA. And the Federation University, the same, in principle support with issues to be addressed to embed a place-based equity guarantee in mission-based compacts, so equity students can study locally, and clarify how ATEC must balance ministerial priorities, equity objectives and community need when setting compacts. The Federation also said that they should require equity and regional participation experts in ATEC leadership appointments. So you can see a flavour of those universities that both operate solely in the regions, but also that the universities that have a strong regional presence, including University of Melbourne and La Trobe University, my lecturate, want any type of commission to have a very strong focus on regional, including a regional commissioner. Deputy Speaker, an interim ATEC is already operating, and the legislation will enshrine its operations and authority. I think clearly there are issues that still need to be addressed and improvements that can be made. I think those improvements may be identified by the Senate inquiry when it releases its report later this month. I think there are a lot of elements and a big question to ask as to what does the Department of Education do, or what should it be doing that ATEC seeks to do, and questions about the crossover and duplication of that. And I'll go back to that section B in the National Tertiary Education Objective. promoting a strong, equitable, resilient democracy. I think we all agree with that. But the bit about driving national economic and social development and environmental sustainability, I would put it, Deputy Speaker, that the university sector should focus on the objective of teaching, learning and research. And those objectives of teaching, learning, research should be aimed at promoting a dynamic and innovative sector that provides a positive student experience, promotes critical thinking and the contest of ideas, delivers value for money and improves Australia's productivity and supports Australian values. And those last 2 points, Deputy Speaker, productivity is something that absolutely needs to improve in Australia. We are lagging behind, and many of the economic headwinds we are facing is because of our productivity challenges. In addition, the Australian values that we hold so dear are under threat, and I think we all need to accept that. Sometimes they're under threat from a lack of a robust, challenged contest of ideas in the tertiary sector, and I think we need to acknowledge that because our social cohesion depends on it. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we have many reservations about the ATEC concept, but particularly with the way this bill has been drafted. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've listened carefully to a few of the opposition speakers and I feel sorry for them in that it must be quite painful sitting on the barbed wire fence. On one hand, on the other, there's some very good points made. They're quoting some of the Senate submissions, but I'm still none the wiser whether they support the bill or oppose the bill. Time will tell, Deputy Speaker. Time will tell. There's a lot of feelings and a lot of opinions, a lot of anxieties, a lot of worries, but not much clarity or anything even resembling a policy or a voting position. This is a huge reform, though, for the tertiary education system. I think it'll take years or decades for Australians to look back and realise just what a significant moment this is to recreate, and I say recreate, an independent commission to steward the tertiary education system, in particular the universities, but not only the universities, and I'll get to that. I just want to affirm one thing the previous speaker said, and that also is about the importance of regional education. Then I'll go back to the substance of the bill. This government agrees with the importance of regional education. It's one of the reasons we've put in place the university study hubs to improve access for regional and outer suburban students to education. But there's a really big systemic reform. I'm not going to take lectures and the sanctimony, the little sort of backhanders suggesting that somehow the government's been against regional education. Quite the opposite. Under their whole previous term of government, a regional student was funded exactly the same as a metropolitan student, even though everyone knew it costs more to teach a regional student than a metropolitan student. So in response, over the last couple of decades, many of the regional universities have set up these CBD campuses to teach students, often international students in the cities, make a bit of profit, clip the ticket and pass the profit back to help fund the cost of teaching regional students. I'm not going to victim blame like many in the opposition are doing, or the Menzies Research Centre's ridiculous, dodgy so-called research paper they put out a couple of weeks ago, using data that was either 3 years old or some of it just made up that didn't exist. It was a rational response by the regional vice-chancellors to deal with the structural funding problems. Well, we're putting in a regional student funding load to add a load so that a student taught in a regional area will get some extra funding, as they should. And also I heard of the Coalition's love for the university sector, their love, their fondness. I would remind the member opposite, I don't know whether he was a member here under the former Morrison regime, the cabal, secret ministries and dodgy decisions, but he got up one budget and they cut $3 billion from the university sector. And the question was, well, how, what are they going to do about that? And he said, well, you should just go and recruit more international students. And then at the same time, the same Prime Minister and the mob opposite were saying the universities have gone and recruited too many international students to make up for the funding that the Liberals and the Nationals cut. But back to the substance of the bill. It introduces an independent commission to steward the system. The last commission was created, I think, in 1943 by the Curtin Labor government, by John Curtin. It was under Curtin's influence, actually, that the Commonwealth government began to take a bigger role, a bigger interest, structurally, systemically, in education, which constitutionally was primarily a matter for regulation by the states. So the Universities Commission was set up first in 1943, but then by July 1945, Commonwealth policy under the Curtin and then the Chifley government provided for the establishment of a Commonwealth Office for Education, legislation to place the Universities Commission on a more permanent basis, grants to universities to meet the cost of buildings and facilities and associated expenditure connected with the Reconstruction Training Scheme, and the establishment of a truly national university. In fact, still the only university that's regulated by Commonwealth statute, created by the Commonwealth, the Australian National University. They were big changes. But then in 1988, as part of the Dawkins reforms under the Hawke Labor government, the judgment was taken that that system had run its race and the previous Universities Commission was abolished. Now, it did set the system up for incredible success, for all the culture wars and the bagging of universities, and there are some social licence issues, no doubt. I met with the G08 Vice-Chancellors this morning, actually, here in Canberra. Had a pretty direct discussion about some of that. But for all the sort of culture wars that abound, we have incredible universities in this country. If there's anything that punches above their weight, surely it's our university system. 3% of the world's research and knowledge output is generated here in Australia, well above our population share. We have multiple universities ranked globally in the top 100. That's something we can be proud of, but it's a choice we make as a country. We can choose to fund universities properly, to fund research and create new knowledge, or we can not. Well, this government chooses to chase excellence. But those 1988 reforms set the system up for success. They expanded access to university to millions of Australians who previously were locked out and improved the research quality, set up the institutions to success. But the truth is, like any big structural reforms, the world changes and they've run their race. Indeed, many of the architects of those reforms I've seen quoted contributing through this debate from the Accord and other things like this that have flowed from the Accord, said they're surprised that some of those reforms lasted as long as they did. And so the government's judgment flowing from the Accord is that we need to move past the system that we've created, where every university, metropolitan, regional, research intensive, teaching intensive, highly ranked, focused on access, every university has operated under the same incentives, the same funding structure and the same requirements. And so one of the key recommendations from the Accord is a trusted independent commission to steward the system. And I acknowledge the previous speaker's comments seeking reassurance that the ATEC, the Tertiary Education Commission, is intended to steward the system and not be another regulator. And that is indeed what the bill provides, and that is the government's intention. Also, though, as well as universities, I'll give a shout out to the non-university higher ed providers, commonly called private providers or colleges. They teach a large number of students in Australia, international and domestic, and the ATEC needs to have a role in understanding and shaping their contribution to the system, but also needs to take a broader view for vocational education and training to create a better, more joined-up system, to break down the black and white barrier between vocational training, TAFEs, VET and higher education. Now, this is a critical part of meeting the government's bold target, an ambitious target to see 80% of Australians in the workforce have some kind of tertiary education qualification by 2050. It's not university snobbery, as some might say. It includes certificates, diplomas, graduate diplomas, vocational education and training. The system needs to be more integrated and we need to value all parts of the tertiary system. Tertiary education is absolutely critical for our country's prosperity, to change people's lives individually, but also collectively to create new knowledge and to support society to solve important challenges and problems, and indeed industry, and to apply that knowledge. This Labor government's focus on education builds on a fine Labor tradition. It's not about equality of outcome, it's about equality of opportunity, that every kid in Australia, no matter where they're born, no matter the circumstances of their family upbringing, their economic circumstances, should have the same access at education and a fair crack at life. John Curtin's belief in the value of education indeed never dimmed. In 1932 he wrote, I'll quote, "The pursuit of knowledge is far more important than even knowledge itself. That is why the Labor movement has always striven, even passionately, for educative opportunities for all." It's my mum's story, it's been part of my family's story, and it's the story of many people in this chamber, first in family to go to university or TAFE or even to complete Year 12. But this is a bold goal, and it can only be achieved with big changes. How the system is steered, which is ATEC. Long after many of us are here, the Tertiary Education Commission should still be there steering and shaping the system to fulfil those goals in the Accord, and also how the system is funded. I touched on some of that, but if time permits, I'll mention some more of that. We need to focus, though, if we're going to achieve that goal, on certain parts of Australia, in particular the regions and the outer suburbs and disadvantaged communities, where participation is low. There are many parts of our cities, particularly the wealthier suburbs, where, frankly, those kids are going to go to university anyway, or pursue TAFE if that's what they wish. But there are many parts of our cities, including drifting into some parts that I represent, where the participation of young Australians in post-school education is far, far lower than the wealthier parts of our country. And so the ATEC is going to have a focus on what the system needs to do, what universities need to do, what the vocational training system needs to do as an adjunct to get those young Australians into tertiary education. I agree with the previous speaker's contribution too, that it's not all from school to tertiary education. Life is not linear in a progression these days. Many people will go in and out of the tertiary education system while they're working, whether for sabbaticals and study breaks or blending study with work as they go on through their lives. It does mean changing the funding, though, so that students not currently going into tertiary education are supported to do so. That's what free TAFE is about, and I acknowledge the work of the Minister for Skills and Training and the Prime Minister's focus on free TAFE, which, as of I think the last couple of weeks, marks its 3-year anniversary. We've seen more than 775,000 free TAFE enrolments, more than 210,000 completions, with hundreds of thousands of students still studying. And I mean, a contrast with the now opposition leaders, well, today's opposition leader, we'll see what tomorrow brings, or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, see if she lasts the week. But it contrasts with her contribution on free TAFE. It was a waste of money, and if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Well, hundreds of thousands of Australians have said they do value study in these critical skills shortage areas, and that's a good thing for our country. Also, study hubs. There's 20 regional and 14 suburban study hubs which are about bringing higher education closer to where those students who are not able to access campuses, or whose families or family circumstances have meant they're not able to access or haven't had the support to access tertiary education. I was very pleased on behalf of the Minister last year to launch the Melton Study Hub in outer western Melbourne. It was an incredible set of stories, absolutely fantastic. That's right, out your way, Member for Gorton. Incredible set of stories, a single mum with a couple of kids who said she can't study at home. She gets a bit of support so she can come to the study hub and actually get her assignments done and do her study, hungry as she is to complete her bachelor's degree. And of course the needs-based funding model. The ATEC will lead implementation of the needs-based funding and managed growth funding system and work to progress that more joined-up tertiary system which we need. The government's investing an additional $2.5 billion in the medium term to introduce the managed growth funding system and a demands-driven needs-based funding system. These are also big structural changes, Deputy Speaker, because in a more managed system, we're trying to swing the pendulum back to the middle. Not a centrally planned, bureaucratically controlled to the nth degree system where Canberra allocates all the students and all the courses, but the largely deregulated system where every institution has had the same incentives, and frankly where the big elephants, times in the GO8 but elsewhere, can go hunting and eat everyone else's food. I mean, we can't see a system where most of the students go to 8 or 9 universities and starve the others, which are critical for access in the suburbs and the regions, and starve the others of also bright students. So it is a more managed system, and that's what's come out of the Accord and has broad support. Importantly, though, no university will be going backwards, and universities with higher enrolments will get more support. I'll just touch on the last couple of points. I heard some of the contributions, and wearing my Minister for International Education hat, Assistant Minister hat, just make a couple of points. This bill is about building the house and getting the legal basis for the Commission. There's work underway. The government's asked the interim ATEC to progress work which it's doing with the sector to look at the right approach for the domestic student allocations and the funding models. So we've started to move towards needs-based funding with regional loadings and equity student loadings. The ATEC's doing further work, and then that will come back in, or can come back in a subsequent bill. Similarly with the international student allocations, which a number of speakers have touched on. The ATEC should have a role in allocating international students as part of mission compacts. Make that point really clearly, that each institution can have its own mission, its own mandate to serve its community, whether it's a region or a part of a metropolitan area, to focus on its areas of excellence, research, the right blend of teaching, its international profile, offshore international partnerships, but also what kind of cake are they trying to bake? What kind of entity are they trying to create? That's the mission compact. What's the vision? And international students have to be part of that. Some universities want a very small percentage of international students. That's the kind of experience they want to create. Others are big, particularly in their postgrad, a lot of the GO8, are big globalised institutions where they want a truly international experience in some of those courses. That's okay, but the discipline has to be done for each university has to go through the discipline of articulating their vision, their mission, what they're trying to create, and get that agreed through the mission compacts. So there's more work to come, but I really commend this bill to the House. We'll have a look at what the Senate inquiry puts forward and listen to sensible suggestions, but this is a really big structural reform. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our higher education sector is in crisis. You know, corporatisation and a dangerous generational neoliberal agenda have hollowed out our universities. And I say generational as one who gratefully started my studies at UQ, University of Queensland, in my electorate, courtesy of free education in 1974. And I still have an association with that university. I'm still an adjunct professor there. So I've actually lived this history that we're talking about today. The crisis in tertiary education has sort of tracked that generational time span, and I believe it's clearly for the worse. Casualisation, wage theft and job cuts are absolutely rife in the sector. These are actual truths, to the clear detriment of the most important people involved in the sector, and that's the teachers and the researchers and the students alike, and indeed the future of Australia. And I saw some wonderful young school kids up in the gallery just before, and I want them to have the same opportunities that my generation had, and that is clearly not the case at the moment. The cost of degrees is spiralling, and the government has let 4 years pass with no action at all, to repeal the disastrous job-ready graduates package, which Labor's own accord said required urgent remediation. The creation of a truly independent tertiary education commission, a core recommendation of that university's accord, would create the opportunity to reform our higher education sector for the better, so that our universities can actually return to their core purpose of high-quality, accessible public education and research. This bill, unfortunately, does not represent that vision. The model put forward by the government is essentially setting up an extension of the Department of Education without adequate powers to instigate their own research or recommendations or to act independently. The sector has been very clear. The actual sector has been very clear in their criticism of this bill. Universities Australia has said that, as currently drafted, the bill does not deliver on aspirations for an independent body to design and drive the longer-term reform that is absolutely desperately required. Their view, which has been echoed by a number of stakeholders, is that the bill should not be passed in its current form. Amendments are required to ensure that the ATEC is sufficiently independent and sufficiently resourced to deliver the reform that is required. Students, staff and university leadership have been clear that the most urgent issue facing the sector is the failure to reform job-ready graduates, a disastrous package that has sent student debt skyrocketing and has hollowed out public funding for universities. Everyone everyone bar the Albanese Labor government has been unanimous in their calls for JRG to be repealed. The government kicked the can down the road for years while we waited for the accord process to conclude, and now they are kicking that can further down that long road. It appears that it will be years before we see the end of $50,000 arts degrees. Indeed, with an ATEC beholden to the minister, we may never see it at all. And how does that advantage university students and the whole sector? The Albanese Labor government could repeal the job-ready graduates' fee hikes and funding cuts today. They could do that today. They could live up to the promise of the Universities Accord by establishing a truly independent ATEC that is able to fulfil the role of stewarding a struggling but crucial, absolutely crucial sector. Given the flaws with this bill and the inexcusable delay to reforming job-ready graduates, the Greens will be abstaining in the House and will be reserving our position in the Senate. It is abundantly clear that this bill needs comprehensive amendments to make it fit for purpose. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Gorton has the call.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025. This bill is about the future of universities and higher education in Australia. At the heart of it, it is the creation of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC. The purpose of this bill is to set up the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. Think of it as a coach or a navigator for our universities and TAFE. It doesn't run the universities, but it makes sure they're doing what they should, giving students a great education and offering courses that actually matter.
Hear, hear.
ATEC is going to be the blueprint for improving our higher education system. It will make sure universities deliver high-quality teaching. It will support world-class research, and it will help students get the skills Australia needs, the skills to contribute to our economy, support their local communities, and play their part in shaping a stronger, fairer and better Australia. If you're wondering how the ATEC will actually work, here's how it'll go. The Minister will appoint 3 commissioners to lead it. One of them will be a First Nations commissioner. That's so the voices and perspectives of Australian, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians are front and centre of everything ATEC does. And at least one of the other commissioners will have real experience with VET, that's vocational education and training. So we're connecting universities and TAFE in a smarter, more connected way. We don't want these systems working in silos. We want them talking to each other. We want students moving between them, learning the skills they actually need to get ahead in life and contribute to our country.
Hear, hear.
Over the next 10 years, 9 out of 10 new jobs will require post-secondary education. Around half of those new jobs will require a VET qualification. That means more people at TAFE and more people at university. That's why Labor introduced free TAFE for all Australians and why we've made it permanent. It's here to stay. Since we introduced free TAFE, it's seen over 725,000 enrolments across the country.
Hear, hear.
And let me tell you, free TAFE is changing lives. I know this. I know this because my husband Christopher, is one of the 725,000 enrolments in free TAFE. And thanks to this program, he was able to retrain later in life to become an electrician. I really can't emphasise enough about what free TAFE means for people.
Hear, hear.
Free TAFE is giving people the skills to back themselves, to build a career and support their families, and skills that help our countries and our communities thrive. For over 13% of people in my community of Gorton, it's opening doors and it's opening opportunities, and it's working. Over 210,000 TAFE courses have been completed. That means more people are starting careers as nurses, carpenters, aged care workers, electricians, early childhood educators, and so many more. These are the jobs that keep our communities moving, the jobs that help people live better lives. The ATEC won't be working on its own either. It will be supported by the Department of Education, which means it will have access to the expertise, resources and networks it needs to do its job properly. It's not just about setting rules, it's about making sure universities are actually delivering for students, for communities and the workforce that our future needs.
Hear, hear.
This is the kind of leadership and oversight that will make a real difference. ATEC will work with universities to set goals for the number of domestic and international students they teach. It will provide advice to federal, state and territory governments about the best way to run the higher education system. ATEC will also take on responsibility for setting and maintaining national standards in higher education. That means making sure universities are doing what they're meant to do and doing it well. Every year, ATEC will publish a State of the Tertiary Education System report. This report will tell us how the system is tracking. It'll tell us what it's working and tell us where the gaps are. And will tell us what we need to do better, especially for the students who are getting locked out or left behind. And this really matters because the university's accord is clear. In the decades ahead, more Australians will need skills and qualifications, a certificate, a diploma or a degree. Because right now, Australia has real shortages. So we need to build more homes, and then we need more tradies and we need more technicians. We have an ageing population, so we need more community and care workers. We also need more disability support workers, childcare workers, nurses. The ATEC is about making sure that pipeline works.
Hear, hear.
That supply matches demand. It's about planning ahead, linking education with real jobs, and making sure students are learning skills that actually lead somewhere. Because when education works, everything else follows, and it will really make a difference to communities, including my own local community in Melbourne's western suburbs. My electorate of Gorton is young. We're one of the youngest federal electorates in the country. The median age is 35 years old, and we have more than 40,000 residents aged between 25 and 39. When we're talking about HECS, these are the people we're talking about. Around 26,000 people in my electorate have student debt. They're the same people who are trying to save for a deposit to get into the housing market, paying mortgages and bills and starting families. In Melbourne's West, we're young, we're diverse, and we're full of families working hard to get ahead. For those at university age, it's people who are juggling work, study and family and trying to work out how to take the next step. But many people still face barriers to education and training. ATEC will help by making sure universities and TAFEs are offering the right courses in the right places with the right support around students.
Hear, hear.
It will encourage diversity in our universities. It will keep an eye on equity and skills targets. It will help build a more connected system that actually works for students. One of my biggest passions has always been education and helping young people get ahead. That comes from my own experience. Like many people in this place, I was once a student too. I studied neuroscience at the University of Melbourne. And while it might not feel that long ago, I remember what it was like, balancing study, work, and the pressure of trying to set yourself up for the future. And I know just how the education system can shape the path of a young person. When it works, it opens doors. When it doesn't, it can hold people back. And that's why this bill matters to me. It's about making sure higher education actually works for students. It's about giving young people real opportunities. And it's about building a system that supports them to succeed, no matter where they come from or what their background is. Universities will also have the flexibility to follow their own goals while meeting the needs of their students and communities. It's so that students can get the education they want and communities can benefit from graduates who are ready to work locally and contribute to the economy. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has already delivered 31 of the Accord's 47 recommendations. We've doubled university study hubs in regional and suburban areas. My community in Melbourne's West has seen the benefits from this with the Suburban University Study Hub in Melton in the Member for Hawke's electorate. These are amazing. For students in any tertiary education setting, it means they can access campus-style study spaces, on-site admin and academic support, and a range of other student support services, all free of charge. And that's what this is really about, giving communities like mine the education opportunities they deserve. Because every Aussie deserves access to the resources they need to build their own future. We've also increased free university bridging courses. This one's about helping more students to prepare for university, particularly for those students from underrepresented backgrounds. We're providing more opportunities for pathways into higher education. And we've introduced paid prac for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. These Commonwealth prac payments are a big one for students juggling cost of living and study pressures. The $331 these eligible students earn per week while doing their mandatory prac placements as part of their degree is a tangible, real cost of living relief. And like the other measures, it's designed to make university and training more accessible. And then there's the student services and amenities fees, which we've made sure universities put at least 40% of which back into student-led organisations. And the Commonwealth supported places, which we've made available to all First Nations students who meet the entry requirements. We've introduced the National Student Ombudsman and the National Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We've made HECS fairer. We've cut 20% off student debt. And let me be clear, wiping 20% off every student's HECS debt wasn't just a policy idea. It was our government's priority. It was the very first piece of legislation this Labor government introduced into Parliament after we came into government last year. By Christmas, millions of Australians saw that reduction for themselves the next time they logged into their MyGov account. For those with an average debt of $27,600, they've seen a reduction of $5,520 in their outstanding debt. This means that students can keep more of what they earn. No applications, no form, just real cost of living relief. We've capped the interest so young people's student debt doesn't spiral out of control. And we've raised the minimum repayment threshold so students aren't forced to pay back more than they can afford. This means that, for example, if you earn $27,000 a year, you will save over $1,000 a year in repayments. You can still pay off more if you want to, but what it does is make the system fairer from everyone, no matter what their income is. It's real, it's tangible, and it makes a difference to the lives of millions of Australians right across the country. Because those people are who this Labor government cares about, and it's who we have legislated real change for. These are just some of the ways we are helping make life a little bit more affordable, not just now, but into the future too. It's about lifting a real burden off the shoulders of young Australians who are working hard to build their own future. People shouldn't be held back by debt for decades. This isn't just a number on a page. It matters to families like mine. It matters to the 26,000 university students in my electorate of Gorton who are juggling study, work and everyday life. It's practical, it's fair, and it's exactly the kind of common sense reform that helps young Aussies get ahead. The ATEC will build on the work already underway. It will give practical, clear advice to government. It will keep track of equity and skills targets, and it will help create a more connected system so it's easier for students to get the qualifications they need without hitting roadblocks along the way. It will also help bring universities and TAFE closer together so students aren't forced to choose one path and stick with it forever. They can move between systems, build their skills over time and get the training Australia actually needs. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about building a system that works for students, not just institutions. A system where every student has a fair shot and where students from underrepresented backgrounds aren't pushed to the margins but properly supported to succeed. It's about making sure no one is left behind and about giving every Australian the chance to study, train and gain skills that they'll use for the rest of their life. And it's about planning for the future of our country because a strong tertiary education system isn't just good for students. It's good for families, it's good for local businesses, and it's good for communities right across Australia. This bill delivers a stronger, fairer and more connected tertiary education system, one that's ready for what comes next, one that supports students, backs communities and helps build a better Australia for all of us. We're a government that invests in Australians, our people, unlike the opposition who believe if you don't pay for something, you don't value it.
Shame.
We know that when we invest in our people, our society, our economy and our future benefit many times over. We're a government that cares about what makes a real difference to the lives of Australians. Cost of living measures, Medicare, affordable housing, and that knows the transformative quality of education, not just for individuals, but for all of Australia. I commend this bill to the House.
Rise to speak on the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025. I appreciate the legislation to establish an Australian Tertiary Education Commission is a recommendation of the report stemming from the review of Australia's higher education sector. Such recommendations must be seriously considered and not easily dismissed. Stewardship in and of the university sector is more critical than ever at present. Rising anti-Semitism on campuses across the country, the challenge of AI on academic oversight and student learning and assessment, changing enrolment patterns and alignment of courses to business needs are just some of the challenges the sector faces. This bill seeks to establish an ATEC with the following objectives: to promote a strong, equitable and resilient democracy, and to drive national, economic and social development and environmental sustainability. How this objective can go close to fix the serious problems in the tertiary sector is frankly beyond me. This bill is about a solution looking for a problem, and a costly solution at a time when the government should be looking for prudence in expenditure, not a bureaucratic pool party on taxpayers. Deputy Speaker, I'm one of the few Australians who've been fortunate to have a university education. The last census shows that just under a quarter of Australians have had a tertiary education. I'm only the second in my family to attend university. The first was my late aunt, as a mature-age student pursuing a fine arts degree at Macquarie University, for which she received a university medal. I myself am a graduate of the Australian National University with a degree in Korean language. I'm grateful for my education, proud to have attended the ANU and Bergman College for 3 of my 4 years of my degree. During it, I was privileged to receive an Australian Government Asian Languages Scholarship to study in South Korea, which I did for a year at Sogang University. I say all this to demonstrate that I am a supporter of tertiary education and a beneficiary of it, of its role in the development of our national intellectual capital, innovation and cultural growth. But I cannot support this bill. I cannot support such a vague objective being institutionalised and bureaucratised in Australia. I take issue with the proposal on a number of levels. Firstly, it will add another layer of education bureaucracy at significant cost, which will not take our universities forward. Here we have yet another attempt by this Labor government to shift responsibility and in turn accountability to yet another bureaucratic, expensive, red tape-laden authority, which I seriously doubt as being done according to the will of Australians. Because whenever I talk to constituents, not one has ever voiced to me their desire to see the creation and maintenance of additional bureaucratic layers at the taxpayer's expense. Furthermore, ATEC will be assisted by the Department of Education, as if that department doesn't already have enough on its plate. Secondly, the bill omits certain components of the ATEC recommendations by the Accord report. As I noted earlier, and despite my concerns, I do acknowledge that the establishment of ATEC is a recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord review and report. The Minister has himself championed the recommendations of the report, yet he has chosen not to champion all of the recommendations in it. Recommendation 30G12 says that the Australian Tertiary Education Commission should be governed by a board comprising the Chief Commissioner as Chair, 2 Deputy Commissioners, the TEQSA Chief Commissioner, the ARC Board Chair, a First Nations Commissioner, an Equity Commissioner and the Regional Education Commissioner. It was recommended that a Regional Education Commissioner be created to reflect the goals and aspirations of regional students and regional tertiary education. Instead, in this bill, Labor has ignored that recommendation, is not going to appoint a commissioner to represent regional interests, but instead will appoint one based on ethnicity, so that among 3 commissioners, one must be a First Nations commissioner. In the MPI of last week, the Minister for Emergency Management, responding on behalf of the government, repeatedly argued that the Albanese government is a better friend to regional Australia than the National Party, that the Albanese government prioritise outcomes for regional Australia. Well, this bill proves exactly the opposite. The Albanese government's apparent deep regard and commitment to the interests of regional Australia is noticeably absent in this legislation, which deliberately rejects the University Accord's report and recommendation to establish a Regional Education Commissioner to represent regional and rural students in educational institutions. Such an omission is an undeniable affront to regional Australia. There is a Regional Education Commissioner, originally appointed under a coalition government, and one that we are grateful that the current government has continued to support. But why ignore this recommendation? There's no explanation and it's an odd omission. Do they not value the view and perspectives of the regional tertiary education sector? Do they not want ATEC to consider the particular challenges of delivering tertiary education in the country? Deputy Speaker, it goes further. The bills have been referred to the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee, which is not due to report until 26 February 2026. A number of regional university stakeholders, however, have already raised in their submissions various issues with this bill. Regional development bodies and regional universities, though supportive of the bill's recognition of the need for change in the university sector, argue that this recognition of regional Australia is not matched by the bills. Submissions note there is no legislatively mandated regional expertise among ATEC commissioners, no distinct regional advisory committee, and a reliance on general stakeholder consultation processes that could give metropolitan institutions agenda-setting power. Regional universities and regional development bodies were broadly supportive of managed growth and mission-based compacts in principle. However, some issues were raised around ATEC's powers to suspend mission-based compacts and ministerial influence. Regional stakeholders expressed a need for safeguards to avoid standard compacts embedding metropolitan priorities. Concerns were raised that managed growth and equity-weighted funding could incentivise metropolitan universities to ramp up recruitment of regional and equity students, hollowing out the enrolment base and financial viability of regional tertiary education providers, and also hurting the workforces needed to sustain these regional communities. Submissions also stress that the bill underplays regional research and innovation, regional infrastructure and the realities of tertiary education delivery, which often happens across state jurisdictions. There is also broad agreement that ATEC must play a stronger role in VET higher education alignment, with submissions warning that TAFEs risk being marginalised unless their role is explicitly embedded in ATEC's design and operations, including on credit transfer, curriculum alignment and workforce development. Deputy Speaker, in yet another injudicious use of Australian taxpayers' dollars, Labor's committed $54 million over 10 years to support ATEC's establishment and operations. And yet, when I applied to the Minister for Education to allocate just $100,000 towards the Tara University's campus to help them rebuild and refurbish their study hub after it was smashed and devastated by the May 2025 floods, I was told that the department did not have any funds and therefore could not and would not assist. The Tara University's campus is part of the Regional University Study Hubs initiative. It was established in 2020 as a community-led initiative to help students across the Manning and Great Lakes areas undertake higher education without having to leave their community. And I want to take this moment to acknowledge the work of the former member for Lyne, the Honourable Dr David Gillespie, in leading this initiative. In May 2025, the Tara University's campus was inundated with floodwaters, with the lower levels of the building submerged, causing extensive internal and external damage, mud deposits and rendering the campus's elevator inoperable. With a huge community effort, a temporary study space was opened on level 2 of the building, pending continuing efforts to refit and reinstate level 1. However, despite these attempts to overcome the flood impact and get the campus back to normal operating conditions and capability, the number of students using the facility has fallen, down from something like 400 per week down to around 100 per week because of the impact on the facilities. Because of its location, insurance against floods was not able to be acquired by TUC. The resources and funds of Mid Coast Council are near exhausted and the community is dispirited and suffering from flood fatigue. TUC simply requires a one-off special funding of $100,000 to enable the refit and refurbishment, to get it back on its feet, to provide the wonderful services that it has now for several years. But this government cannot spare $100,000, a drop in the ocean in the scheme of Labor spending to help an invaluable community education facility rebuild following a catastrophic flood, but they can spend $54 million on another questionable layer of bureaucracy. Deputy Speaker, This bill also fails to address one of the sector's leading preoccupations, funding for Commonwealth-supported places. The Tara University's campus was established in Cohort 2 of the Regional University Study Hubs program. There have been 5 cohorts of study hubs announced under the program. Those in Cohort 1 and 2 received CSPs as the funding stream. Later streams received direct grant funding. TUC greatly values and supports the CSP model as a funding stream for 2 reasons. It provides a diversification of income streams and, second, flexibility in how funds can be applied to locally designed programs that support current and future students. Unlike tied grant funding, CSP-derived income is not restricted to specific deliverables, allowing TUC to respond directly to regional community and industry needs. CSPs also strengthen value proposition and deepen partnerships with universities. In summary, CSPs are far more valuable than their direct monetary contributions alone. Specifically, CSPs are leveraged by TUC and its university partners, particularly when combined with student contributions. Funds return to TUC untied, enabling locally relevant programs and student support models. CSPs function as TUC's primary bargaining tool with universities and form the basis of partnerships. CSPs are the language of universities, having them allows TUC to engage as a credible partner. CSPs open doors to new partnerships, delivering benefits well beyond the original allocation. CSPs underpin TUC's independence and long-term financial sustainability. Importantly, under the current 2023-2027 funding agreement, the department sets clear expectations that regional university study hubs will engage in widening participation activities and assist in addressing regional skill shortages. However, the agreement also specifies that departmental funding is limited to student support only, and that these broader activities must be funded from other sources. CSPs are, in practice, the key funding mechanism that enables TUC to meet these expanded expectations. TUC currently receives 32 CSPs per annum, a modest allocation by any measure. These CSPs are distributed proportionally across the university partners that TUC has, based on student numbers, the majority of whom are enrolled with Charles Sturt University. Deputy Speaker, I understand that the department is seeking to standardise the way it funds regional university study hubs, with a view to remove CSPs from Cohort 1 and 2. Any move to remove CSPs from existing hubs appears driven by a desire for uniformity and administrative convenience, rather than by consideration of the educational, economic and community outcomes enabled by a more diverse funding model. If the government is set on addressing inequalities and achieving equitable access, participation and success in the higher education system, it should be examining Commonwealth-supported places and ensuring that the CSP model as a funding stream for TUC is retained and that they are provided with an additional 10 CSPs to support growth and demand for its services and to build and expand its relation with at least another 3 university partners. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I'm a strong supporter of education because it is a slingshot to the future individuals choose. University education plays a strong role in this. Tara University's campus has been a game changer in my electorate, particularly for the Manning and Great Lakes residents, providing opportunities for locals to pursue careers at home in their community. My electorate does not host a university, and most of my electorate, 85% in fact, have never had a university education. So when a bill of this nature, with a $54 million vague mandate and a deliberate disregard for regional Australia, is put before us as the people's representatives at a time when so many of my constituents are having to make tough decisions about how to manage their budgets, put food on their table, pay for essentials, I cannot possibly support this bill. Reform of the university sector is needed, but not in this way. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Petrie has the call.
Hear, hear. Deputy Speaker, accessible education is paramount to the Australian way of life. It provides opportunity and levels the playing field for those who are not born into privilege. As someone who has previously served on their university council, I've seen firsthand some of the challenges faced by this sector, and as such, I am proud to speak in favour of this bill. It presents the next stage of tertiary education reform, building on the significant progress already made across the university sector. The Australian Universities Accord has been an extraordinary piece of work and one of the most important reviews in higher education in our nation's history. It was tasked with a clear and ambitious mission to take an honest look at Australia's higher education system and to develop a long-term plan for reform. Not a short-term fix, not a piecemeal response, but a blueprint for the decades ahead.
Hear, hear.
The Accord's message is simple, direct and impossible to ignore. If Australia is to prosper in the years ahead, participation, performance and investment in tertiary education must improve. Our future economic strength and national resilience all depend on it. The review makes clear that strong tertiary education system is not a luxury. It is fundamental to generating the knowledge, skills and research our nation needs. It underpins productivity, drives innovation and ensures Australia can compete in an increasingly complex global economy. The Accord recognises that tertiary education is about more than universities alone.
Hear, hear.
It is about people at every stage of life having access to learning opportunities that allow them to upskill, retrain and adapt to our economic changes. The Accord confronts hard truths about the inequity in our system. It shows that talent is spread evenly across the country, but opportunity is not. It challenges us to build a system that genuinely opens doors for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nation students, people in regional and outer suburban communities, and those who have traditionally been left behind.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milano Cortina have well and truly kicked off, and I'm incredibly proud to see several athletes from Wentworth competing for Australia on the slopes and the ice. Even more exciting is that all of them are making their Olympic debut. First, a double congratulations to Jason Chan and Holly Harris, representing Australia in ice dance. Having come agonisingly close to selection for Beijing 2022, the perseverance and dedication they have shown since first competing together has been rewarded with their selection this time. Emma Bosco will be representing Australia in 2 events at these Games, moguls and dual moguls. After returning from a serious knee injury in 2020, Emma has consistently improved with each international outing, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Phoebe Cridlin becomes the first ever Winter Olympian from Skeggs in Darlinghurst. This is a huge achievement and I know the entire Skeggs community will be backing you this time. And finally, Ali Hickman, one of the youngest members of the Australian team at just 16, is competing on snowboard, slopestyle and big air. While Ali narrowly missed progressing to the final after heats this morning, I'm sure we will be seeing much more of you. Each of these athletes reflects the dedication, discipline and determination that leads to every Olympic moment. They carry not only the Australian colours, but also the pride of their families, coaches, schools and communities. So congratulations to all the athletes from Wentworth and all the athletes competing for our country in these Games.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last month, Australians across the country came together to celebrate one of our great national days, Australia Day. In Holt, we celebrated this day at my annual Australia Day community barbecue in Limbrook. It was wonderful to see members of our community come together, flying our national flag with pride, sharing stories and reflecting on the values that unite us as Australians. Those values of democracy, freedom, respect, fairness and equality of opportunity are central to who we are as a nation. Australia, for so many people, represents a land of opportunity and hope. It is a country built on a fair go, where hard work is respected, diversity is embraced, and where people are given the chance to contribute and belong no matter where they come from. It is the spirit that defines Holt, and it is the spirit that continues to shape our nation. And I am proud to say that spirit was on full display in Limbrook on Australia Day.
Yeah. Member for Barawa.
Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the passing of a great Australian, Stanley Roth. Stanley was a husband, father, lawyer, businessman, philanthropist, a tzaddik, a righteous man. He was a patriotic Australian, a proud Jew and a committed Zionist. I'm proud to call Stanley a friend and mentor. Stanley was a huge figure in the Australian Jewish community. His leadership of communal organisations was extraordinary, and working with him was to get a masterclass in organisational leadership. A typical request from Stanley might start, "I happily acknowledge this might not be the first fundraising request you've ever received from me. Please stay with me at least one more time, as this one is just as vital, if not even more so than the others." When Stanley got involved in something, his passion turbocharged it. Whether it was the United Israel Appeal, Moriah College, the Jewish Museum, Ajax, St Vincent Hospital, the Hart Foundation, or Anala School in my electorate. He was generous and passionate because he looked at this country which had been so good to his family and he wanted to give back. In the last couple of years, he became very concerned about the direction of our country and the long-term survival of the Jewish community in Australia, and he wanted to do everything he could to address it. Stanley was direct, he was funny, he was passionate, and he was proud. I miss his regular emails with his direct, plain-speaking advice, often on how I could do my job better. To his family, to Charmaine, to Alana, to Danielle and to Michael, and to his brother John and his family, I say, may Stanley's memory be a blessing.
Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, February the 9th, marks the recognition of World Greek Language Day by UNESCO. This recognition by UNESCO highlights the relationship between the Greek language and all other languages. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, it is fitting for me to proceed in Greek for some of this speech with a full translation for Hansard a bit later on. Σήμερα είμαστε ενωμένοι όλοι σε όλον τον κόσμο για να γιορτάσουμε τις 9 Φεβρουαρίου ως Παγκόσμια ημέρα γλώσσας ελληνικής της UNESCO. Ένα φόρο τιμής σε μια από τις αρχαιότητες και πιο επιδραστικές γλώσσες της ανθρωπότητας. Τα ελληνικά μιλούνται αδιάλειπτα εδώ και περίπου 4.000 χρόνια, με γραπτή παράδοση, είναι η μεγαλύτερη συνεχώς ομιλούμενη και γραπτή γλώσσα στον κόσμο. Από τα έργα του Ομήρου και τους φιλόσοφους της κλασικής αρχαιότητας μέχρι την Καινή Διαθήκη, μέχρι τους στίχους του Σολομού και του Σεφέρη, τα ελληνικά έχουν δώσει στον κόσμο μια γλώσσα για να θετούμε τις δύσκολες ερωτήσεις και να φανταζόμαστε ένα πιο δίκαιο μέλλον. Σήμερα, ελληνικές λέξεις και έννοιες ζουν σχεδόν σε κάθε σύγχρονη γλώσσα. So, Deputy Speaker, what I said was let's celebrate the Greek language today, not for its ancient history, but for everything that's contributed to our nation.
And I give the call to Member for Warringah.
The Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics are well underway, and it's an exciting moment for Australia. I want to wish the very best of luck to the whole Australian team and all the athletes competing on the world stage, and especially those proudly representing Warringah. Australia has sent some 53 athletes to these games, the second largest Winter Olympic team in our history, with women making up 62% of the team and many being first-timers. That is a remarkable achievement for a warm climate country and a reminder of what is possible when we invest in our athletes and in opportunity. Even more proudly, 6 of those athletes will come from Warringah community. From Manly, alpine skier Madison Hoffman brings skills, focus and determination to the slopes. Lara Hamilton has taken the extraordinary journey from trail running to elite ski mountaineering, reflecting adaptability and courage. Ellen Sohol Lee is contributing to Australia's growing strength and depth in cross-country skiing. And at just 18, half-pipe snowboarder Emily Haskell shows what focus and dedication can achieve in a short space of time. And from Manly, mogul skier George Murphy embodies the values of sport, commitment, resilience and belief. And finally, 18-year-old Daisy Thomas, who despite injury is still hoping to compete in the freestyle big air, showing perseverance that defines elite athletes. I know what a privilege it is to represent Australia on the world stage, so I'm excited to watch their amazing performances, and good luck, Aussies.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a young man from my electorate of Bullwinkle who I describe as superhuman. Recently, while on a holiday in our beautiful southwest, the Appleby family found themselves in a terrible oceanic nightmare. Pushed kilometres out to sea in a kayak and inflatable paddleboard by fierce offshore winds, they drifted into the open ocean. As night approached, they were in a race against time, and it was in this moment of crisis that 13-year-old Austin Appleby showed his courage. At his own mother's request, a request she describes as the hardest decision of her life, Austin set out alone to save his family. He paddled and swam for 4 gruelling hours. When he finally hit the sand at Quindalup Beach, he didn't collapse, he ran. He ran 2 kilometres to find a phone, and with maturity far beyond his years, he directed emergency services to his mother, his brother Beau, and his sister Grace. Because of Austin's grit and his refusal to give up, 4 lives were saved that night. Speaker, we often talk about the resilience of the next generation. Well, here we have it. Austin Appleby is a living embodiment of resilience. He is a hero in every sense of the word, and I know that the whole House joins me in commending him with his bravery and wishing the Appleby family a peaceful recovery. Thank you.
Member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about the deep and growing concern across Phillip Island about the Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix beyond 2026. MotoGP is the economic heartbeat of Phillip Island. Local accommodation providers, cafes, restaurants and retailers are crystal clear. MotoGP Week underpins their entire year. Forward bookings, staffing decisions and investment plans are already being made on the assumption that this event continues, and the uncertainty alone is already causing damage. This is more about dollars and cents, though, Madam Deputy Speaker. MotoGP has shaped Phillip Island's identity for decades. It has put the island on the world stage, driven regional tourism and supported stable local jobs in a community that absolutely loves the GP, even if the Victorian Labor government's enthusiasm is running on empty. If MotoGP were to leave, it would leave a hole in regional businesses that we simply cannot replace. There's no substitute event waiting in the wings that delivers the same scale, certainty or international profile. And yet this is Jacinta Allen's Victoria, where major events and reinvestment are continually put at risk. And that's why I've written to the Trade Minister asking for support and certainty. Jess Wilson said she's absolutely revved up, and rightly so. We need the Phillip Island GP to stay local.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I recently had the opportunity to meet the team at the Social Studio, an organisation that has been quietly transforming lives in Melbourne for 17 years. The Social Studio delivers award-winning training and creative projects across fashion, textiles and the arts. But at its core, it is first and foremost an education provider. It creates a safe space of belonging for newly arrived migrants and refugees while offering paid work experience that is connected to real skills, real outcomes. Their Flagstaff 2-year Certificate 3 program, supported through partnerships with RMIT and beyond, is built around small class sizes, wraparound pathway support, skills extension workshops and paid training opportunities for both students and alumni. The results are powerful. The Social Studio has an 80% completion rate, significantly higher than the national average for the Certificate 3 qualifications. Under the Albanese Labor government, we are committed to strengthening skills, education and pathways to secure work, particularly for communities who have been too often locked out of the opportunity. The team behind the Social Studio are not just teaching technical skills, they are building confidence, dignity and futures, and in doing so, strengthening our entire community. I thank the team at Social Studios for their leadership and the vital work they continue to do across Melbourne.
Member for Riverina.
Deputy Speaker, it's never too soon to fall in love, or back in love, as the case might be. And with apologies to John Paul Young, love is in the air. Everywhere I look around, love is in the air, every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I'm being foolish, don't know if I'm being wise, but it's something that I must believe in, and it's there when I look in your eyes. Deputy Speaker, there's been some wonderful wedding anniversaries in the Riverina lately, and I mentioned Faye and Barry Irvine, 60 years together, a diamond wedding anniversary. Margaret and Robert Hamilton, 65 years of commitment. Barbara and David Carter, 60 years as well. Beth and Bruce Irvine, 60 years of marriage, and Bruce and Barry Irvine are cousins. Erica and Michael Coughlin. They celebrated a golden 50th wedding anniversary. Isn't that just beautiful? And we should congratulate them for staying together for that long of a period. We should admire them. We should follow their example indeed. And, Deputy Speaker, as you would know, Valentine's Day is this Saturday, February 14, that day of universal love. For some, it's come early. For some, it's in the air. Love is in the air, Deputy Speaker. May it abound. May it abound in this place, the House of Representatives, the Senate and elsewhere. Love is truly in the air.
Member for Dunkley has the call.
Thank you. Last week I joined young women and extraordinary organisations at the United Nations International Women's Day breakfast. This year's theme, Balance the Scales, is very apt. Two things are clear. First, there is a coordinated global effort to undermine gender equality. Secondly, Australia is not immune. Progress is never guaranteed. We must defend it. And that responsibility starts with us as representatives in this House. We set the tone for the nation. When we choose respect, we reinforce balance. When we allow disrespect, when we look away, we risk tipping the scales backwards. Last week, the Prime Minister modelled that leadership when he called out behaviour directed at the opposition leader, behaviour fuelled by commentary that would never be levelled at a man. Headlines like that normalise aggression and disrespect at a time when domestic and family violence demands we do better. If we allow contempt or casual disrespect to seep into public life through our words and actions, we open the door for the same forces disrupting gender equity overseas to take hold here. This government has worked to balance the scales through legislation, fairer pay, expanded health services, and there is more to do.
Member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we left office, there was over 415,000 apprentices and trainees in the system. Today, sadly, there is over 100,000 less. Shame. In a time when housing affordability is killing us, when we were in office, we built 200,000 on average a year. We did that year in, we did that year out. Today, under Labor, averaging around 170,000. Now, they have ambitious housing targets, and the Housing Industry Association of Australia suggests in order for Labor to hit their targets, their targets into the outlet, they've got to be averaging around that 255,000 year in, year out. We just do not have the skills to meet those targets. We don't have the skills and we are not training them. This government is turning its back on the skilled workforce that we need for the future. Immigration numbers are through the roof. People are coming to the country, but we're not converting them to the skills that we need to meet the pipeline of infrastructure into the future. We've got nowhere for them to live. Our housing rates, our kids are going without. Housing affordability is becoming more and more of a challenge. The only way we're going to turn this around is working with small business, and it's our coalition that are the friends of the small business.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's the year of the fire horse. A happy Lunar New Year to everyone. And across the Northern Territory, communities are bringing people together to celebrate. And I thank Mr Tien Lee at the Australia Vietnamese NT Chapter Committee for welcoming me to their celebration and for their continued contribution to the multicultural life of Darwin and the Northern Territory. I also acknowledge Anna Dam and the Australian Vietnamese Family Association for hosting a special performance by the Hugh Royal Court Music, which is a UNESCO recognised intangible cultural heritage of humanity, with artists who travelled all the way from Vietnam. The NT Timor Chinese Association also held their celebration, where I spoke about my recent visit to Timor-Leste with the Prime Minister. Australia and Timor-Leste are continuing to build a stronger partnership through Pasera Faun Ba Era Faun, which it means a new partnership for a new era. Yesterday, the Lankan Dance Academy held their Kandayan dancing graduation, a ceremony reflecting years of training of cultural rituals and traditional performance. Congratulations to Dance Master Sadipa Sanduran for his tradition that is continuing in Darwin. And next Saturday, I look forward to Changwa Society award-winning lion dance troupe in multicultural Darwin. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my friend, Noosa Fire Station Officer in Charge, Rob Frey, who was awarded with an Australian Fire Service Medal on Australia Day for his decades of service protecting the community. Rob's also served for 22 years as a lead instructor at the Queensland Fire and Rescue Training Tactical Training Unit, and having experienced Rob's training there, I know the skills he brings to saving lives and property. Rob's expertise has been called upon during disasters including the Victorian Black Saturday bushfires, the Narrabri Hazelwood Mine, Tamworth and Cradle Mountain fires, and the tragic Childers Backpacker Hostel fire. Rob also served as Divisional Commander for the 2019-20 Peregian Beach and Koroiba wildfires and the Fraser Island 2021 wildfires. Rob has volunteered at the Noosa, Sunshine Beach and Maroochy Surf Lifesaving Club, and I've had the absolute pleasure of working with him and his wife Donna on plans to upgrade the Noosa District Rugby Union Club. Rob's lifelong commitment to his community and our nation extend well beyond his vocation, and his recognition through this award is a fitting tribute to those contributions he's made to strengthening the Noosa community and keeping his community safe.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to recognise a small business that represents the very best of community spirit in my electorate of Hunter. For the last 40 years, Lucinda's Unisex Salon has been a constant presence in the Morisset Town Centre. For many locals, particularly older residents, it has been far more than just a place to go and get a haircut. It has been a place of connection, trust and genuine care. I've repeatedly heard about the compassion shown by Jeanette and her team. Speaker, this is a salon where people are known by name, where stories are shared, where no one is rushed out the door. Over the years, the staff at Lucinda's have gone well and truly above and beyond what anyone could reasonably expect. They've arranged a salon so clients could lay down when they felt unwell. They've walked older customers to the safety of their cars. They've called on family members when someone's needed medical assistance. These aren't services you find on a price list, Speaker, but they matter deeply to the community of the Hunter. At the end of February, Jeanette will retire after 4 decades of service. Places like Lucinda's Unisex Salon remind us that strong communities are built on small places and by people who care. Jeanette and her staff deserve our thanks, our respect and recognition for the dignity and kindness that you've shown, especially to older Australians, over the last 40 years. Thank you so much for your service that you've done to Morisset area and to the broader Hunter. Keep up the great work.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sadly, the great Australian dream has become a nightmare under this Labor government. And at barbecues across Australia over summer, people were simply asking, how are our kids going to get into a home? Well, here's just a few points as to where this Labor government is failing on housing. Firstly, they had what they called an ambitious target of 1.2 million homes over 5 years. Wow. That's 60,000 homes per quarter, every quarter. And of course, in year one, they fell 65,000 homes short. And the ABS data last week has confirmed that they are now a further 15,000 homes behind. They are just not going to hit their moving target. Secondly, the chaos and dysfunction at Housing Australia, where they've lost their chair. There was a secret report that they won't reveal. Thirdly, the government expanded their 5% deposit scheme but knew that there wasn't enough houses in the system to meet the demand, driving prices through the roof. And of course, the Treasurer has played his part as well, because interest rates are up. So all these people in the gallery today, if you're a mortgage holder, it's about $1,800 more per month. Shame. We've lost 100,000 tradies and apprentices out of the system, and if you don't have those trades, you can't build the houses. This minister was hopeless in home affairs. She's hopeless with homes.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 12 months ago today, the Albanese Labor government announced a record $800 million investment into a women's health package designed to provide more choice, lower costs and better care for Australian women and girls. 1 year on and the data is in. More than 660,000 women have accessed more than 2 million cheaper scripts for new contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatment that were listed on the PBS. It is not one size fits all when it comes to contraception, and more than 303,000 women have saved over $23 million in the past 12 months on scripts for a wide range of options. This level of choice is so important because every woman's health needs are different and unique to her. Considered and deliberate changes to make Medicare work better for women mean that over 71,000 women have undergone a menopause health assessment since 1 July 2025. Australian women are also benefiting from new Medicare items for longer consultation times and higher rebates for specialised gynaecological care. An additional 11 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics have opened, with these new clinics providing perimenopause and menopause care. Dedicated investment in women's health happens when women have a seat at the table and can speak up for the needs of other women. With 57% women in the Labor caucus, women have a seat at this table, which means they know their healthcare needs will be spoken for.
And I give the call to member for McKellar.
Deputy Speaker, the world has looked on in horror at the situation in Iran over recent months. Once again, the people of Iran have risen up to protest the brutal oppression and corruption of Iran's leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, only to be massacred in the streets by their own army. Tens of thousands of Iranian citizens have been murdered. Today, I want to highlight the specific targeting and oppression of Baha'is in Iran. McKellar has a vibrant Baha'i community, and we are proud to be home to a magnificent Baha'i temple, one of only 8 in the world. However, in Iran, there has been relentless state-sponsored persecution of Baha'is since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Baha'is have been denied recognition under the Iranian constitution and stripped of fundamental rights. Tragically, right now, Iranian authorities have once again undertaken a deliberate strategy of persecution against their Baha'i community in order to divert attention from internal issues and to justify further coercive message against the community. Accusations that Baha'is have orchestrated or participated in violence are not only false but fundamentally incompatible with Baha'i teachings. And so I stand with Australia's Baha'i community to demand that this cease and that the escalation of persecution of Baha'is stops immediately. Thank you.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, Labor women stood side by side to celebrate the anniversary of this Albanese Labor government's landmark, almost $800 million women's health package. And the results are clear. Women in my community of Bonner, and certainly right across the country, are paying less, accessing more and receiving better care. More than 660,000 women have accessed over 2 million cheaper PBS scripts for contraception, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatment. For the first time in decades, new contraceptives and menopause therapies are listed on the PBS, saving women over $73 million in just 1 year. Women with endometriosis are now accessing treatment at PBS prices, just $25 a script, and women undergoing IVF are receiving earlier and more affordable fertility care. We've invested $49 million in additional gynaecological services, expanded specialist care, increased rebates and opened 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, taking the national network to 33. Deputy Speaker, with record numbers of women, certainly on this side of the chamber, and elected to this parliament, women's health is no longer an afterthought. It is a priority, and this Albanese Labor government is delivering.
Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, after returning from Parliament, it was my honour to attend the funeral service of the Reverend Colin Baxter, OAM, who passed away on the 23rd of January 2026 after a couple of falls last year. Colin had reached the ripe old age of 96 and was a stalwart of the Bribie Island community, particularly the defence community. Colin served in the Royal Australian Navy following the end of World War II. Colin's other achievements including serving in the Harrisville community during the 1951 drought with the awful task of burying dead cattle. And in 2021, Colin received his OAM for service to the Uniting Church in the community, particularly for his work as a naval chaplain for returned veterans both for Queensland and the local Bribie Island community. Colin was also one of the founders of the Christian Television Association. Colin's commitment to his faith was obvious, serving for 47 years as a Methodist and Uniting Church minister across New South Wales, Queensland and the ACT. Deputy Speaker, I said to numerous people at the service how frustrated I get that when I attend the funerals of prominent members of the Longman community, that sadly this is when I learn the most about them and what they have accomplished. There's so much I would love to have chatted to Colin about in regards to his wonderful life, but now it's too late. Perhaps we could all learn a lesson from this and put aside the politics for a while and just have a yarn with these giants in our communities before it's too late. Vale, Reverend Colin Baxter, OAM.
Member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Speaker. After the greatest public display of chucking the toys out of the cot, the Nats are back with the Libs. The coalition, the on-alition, the off-alition, the I don't know what-alition. Same chaos, new week. 1 minute they're breaking up, the next they're back together, proving once again the only thing holding the coalition together is the fear of being alone. While they squabble over titles and egos, Australians are left wondering who's leading who over there. But while they remain divided and divisive, the Albanese Labor government remains focused on delivering for everyday Aussies, not serving egos. We're investing $25 billion to support workers across 750 hospitals, backing nurses, doctors and frontline staff. We're putting $1 billion into training doctors in more communities, strengthening the pipeline and delivering fairer outcomes to communities like mine. We've signed a historic security treaty with Indonesia, strengthening regional stability and Australia's place in our neighbourhood. And those are just our announcements since Parliament last sat 4 days ago. We've been delivering for Australians since we came into government in 2022. We've delivered cheaper scripts, listing new contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments on the PBS, celebrated 3 years of free TAFE, opening doors to future workforces, cut HECS by 20%, legislated 5% house deposits, building 100,000 new homes, delivered record Medicare urgent care clinics and a 3-day childcare guarantee.
Order.
All of that because we're focused on delivering for Australians every day we're in government.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats quickly and as quietly as possible and give the call to the Prime Minister on indulgence.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, early Saturday morning, our time, the Australian team marched proudly in the opening ceremony of the Milano Cortina Winter Olympics. Flag bearers Matt Graham and Jakara Anthony led a team of 53 athletes. There is a special sporting magic to the Olympics, and of course we all look forward to Australia hosting the Summer Olympics in 2032 in Brisbane. The drama and excitement of people competing on the biggest global stage. Now, even if you are, like myself, very much entry level is the highest you could put my knowledge of these winter sports, I've got to say, but you can instantly recognise the skill and indeed the bravery of people going downhill on a bit of metal at over 100 k's an hour is pretty extraordinary. And they're representing us when they do it. They show skill, passion and, of course, national pride. And every Olympics produces remarkable stories. Already there's 20-year-old Valentino Guselli from the New South Wales South Coast. He was not even supposed to be competing in the men's big air. His main event is the snowboard halfpipe. But owing to a last-minute withdrawal of Canadian Mark McMorris, he not only stepped up and competed, he made the final and finished 10th. His enormously proud extended family were watching it from a ski shop in Cooma in the electorate of Eden Monaro. I'm proud to say that Rosie Fordham from Grainlow was one of the Aussies to take part in the cross-country. Earlier today, Tess Cody, who won a bronze in Beijing, and Mila Stalker both qualified for the women's big air final, and we'll be cheering them on tomorrow. Our Olympians inspire us, they unite us, and I hope they know that the whole nation is behind them, not least of which, of course, is the member for Warringah, who had the honour of representing Australia. We'll be barracking for the Winter Paralympians in March, but we're barracking for our Olympians over the next couple of weeks.
Dodgins, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to associate the opposition with the Prime Minister's remarks on the Winter Olympics. Team Australia is turning up with skill and grit. 53 athletes across 10 sports, with 33 women and 20 men, and 30 Olympians making their debut. We are proud of our flag bearers, Jakara Anthony and Matt Graham, and we are cheering on Scotty James in the halfpipe, Tess Cody and Mila Stalker in the women's big air final, and our youngest Olympian, 16-year-old Indra Brown, representing the next generation. And like Australians everywhere, we saw both the courage and the danger of this sport when Lindsay Vonn returned at 41, carrying injury into a comeback before a heartbreaking fall early in the downhill. We wish her a full recovery. To every Australian athlete, coach and all the support staff, the nation is with you. Go well.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Last week, the Treasurer said that government spending was, quote, not a factor in last week's interest rate rise. However, on Friday, when asked, the Reserve Bank Governor said, quote, it's factual, it's not an opinion, it is not a judgment, it is a fact. That's all it is. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the RBA Governor is right and that the Treasurer is wrong?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Let's be very clear about what the RBA Governor has said. Last Tuesday, she was asked directly about government spending, and she said this: what's happened in the last 6 months or so, private demand has turned out to be much stronger than we have been forecasting. And then on Friday, the RBA Governor was asked about it again, and she said this, direct quote, public demand's contribution has declined, and we were surprised in the first half of 2025 that it declined as much as it did. And we were surprised in...
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. Because the member for Cook is yelling so much, I can't hear the direct quote the Prime Minister was talking about, that he was asked about. So if everyone could just cease their interjections. When you ask a question, and the Leader's entitled to her question, I think everyone needs to show a little more respect, including the member for Cook. Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And we were surprised in the latter half of 2025 that private demand on the upside. Then the killer 3 words, they are facts. And indeed they are facts from the RBA Governor. They are facts.
Order. The Minister for Infrastructure.
And we will keep focused on easing cost of living pressures, the measures that we have put in place, making medicines cheaper, investing in more bulk billing, investing in urgent care clinics, cutting student debt, paid prac $10,000 cash incentives for construction workers, income tax cuts. That always gets them upset, Mr Speaker. That always gets them upset. They opposed, and we're going to roll back our income tax cuts. And now, when the income tax cuts comes in on July 1, they'll be very depressed about that, Mr Speaker. And then when it happens next year, they'll be even more depressed about that, Mr Speaker. What drives us each and every day is making a positive difference to people's lives. We'll continue to do it, and no amount of verbling of the RBA Governor will change that.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What were the outcomes from the Prime Minister's recent visit to Indonesia, and why are our relationships in the region and the world so important for Australians at home? How has the Albanese Labor government improved our relationships since coming to government?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Cunningham for her question, and indeed, no country is more important to Australia or to the prosperity, security and stability of our region and the Indo-Pacific than Indonesia. Our bond of trust runs deep. We're neighbours, but we're also trusted partners and friends. We share a commitment to sovereignty, security and the pursuit of prosperity. And last Friday, along with President Prabowo, we took yet another step in furthering those goals, signing the Treaty of Jakarta 2026. It is a historic moment. The treaty looks to our shared future, but it's been shaped by 3 decades of shared history in defence cooperation dating back to the Keating-Suharto governments. Because Australia and Indonesia know that in 2026, just like in 1995, the way that we secure peace and stability in our region is by acting together. And that's why on Friday, further to signing the treaty, I announced a range of new defence cooperation measures between Australia and Indonesia, offering to establish a new position to embed a senior Indonesian defence officer in the Australian Defence Force, supporting the development of joint defence training facilities to increase Indonesia's ability to conduct joint exercises, including with Australia, and expanding military education exchanges to build relationships and increase understanding between our next generation of military leaders. Mr Speaker, there's no doubt that President Prabowo's affection for Australia is in part due to the time he spent not far from here in Duntroon. That's why these person-to-person relations really matter and really count. All of these measures strengthen our partnership based on trust, mutual respect and a commitment to sovereignty. But they also build on our broader engagement with our partners in the region. With PNG, and I spoke with Prime Minister Marape just last night, who very much welcomed the agreement between Australia and Indonesia, but also the agreements we've struck with Timor-Leste, with Nauru, Tuvalu and ASEAN. Those relationships are so important for Australia because the more that we work together, the more we fulfil our role as a middle power to drive consensus and respect for sovereignty, the more peaceful, secure and prosperous our nation and indeed our region will be.
The call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, UNSW research shows Fowler has the highest level of rental stress in the country, with almost half of the renters in housing stress. Working renters in my community are being smashed by high rents and soaring bills, yet most are not eligible for rent assistance or other concessions, even though they do the right thing and pay their taxes. What specific new relief will your government deliver this year for the renters in South West Sydney who are above concession thresholds but still falling further behind?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Fowler for her question. The first thing we will do, of course, that the member for Fowler, I'm sure, is quite conscious of, because I think she voted for the tax cuts and welcomed them, is that tax cuts for every taxpayer, including every single taxpayer in the electorate of Fowler. Fowler has 65,000 taxpayers, and I can inform the member, and the average tax cut will be $2,160 or $42 every week, every single week. And that'll be followed up next year by the same, another tax cut. Again, reducing that first marginal tax rate so that every taxpayer benefits, not just some. A big difference between our approach on this side and the approach that was taken by the former government. In addition to that, I can inform the member that 23,000 people in her electorate have got student debt relief. 23,000, making an enormous difference. In terms of the PBS co-payment reduction, over $5.5 million will be saved across 400,000 scripts in her electorate, making an enormous difference as well. In addition to that, something that was opposed by those opposite in various spots over there was the 60-day scripts policy. Now, over $2.5 million in savings has been made across 380,000 scripts of that. The Liverpool Medicare Urgent Care Clinic that's opened means that all people need is their Medicare card, those people who front it up, not their credit card. And I can inform the member that as of the 2nd of February, 14,900 of her constituents have been to that urgent care clinic, got the care that they need when they needed it efficiently, taking pressure off the emergency departments of hospitals. But of course, in addition to that, we have funded an upgrade at Fairfield Hospital as well, even though it's not our responsibility, it's the New South Wales Government's responsibility, we are rebuilding that hospital, making it better than ever, making an enormous difference. And as of the changes that we made on the 1st of November to have the tripling of the bulk billing incentive, 9 additional practices in that electorate have converted to be fully bulk billing, meaning a total of 83 practices have signed up to be Medicare bulk billing practices, making an enormous difference to cost of living in the members' electorate.
Call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What is the importance of the historic treaty between Australia and Indonesia signed last week? How will this strengthen Australia's relationship with our closest neighbours? Thank you.
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, can I thank the member for his question? On Friday, the Prime Minister and President Prabowo Subianto signed the Jakarta Treaty. The Jakarta Treaty obliges our two countries to consult with each other when faced with adverse challenges to our common security. And this is the first time that we are making this commitment to each other as two nations since the Security Treaty of 1995, which was signed by President Suharto and Prime Minister Keating. But additionally, the treaty signed on Friday commits our countries to leader-level consultations, and that, in combination with the Defence Cooperation Agreement, which I signed with my then counterpart, Minister Prabowo, in 2024, an agreement which makes it much easier for our respective defence forces to operate from each other's territory and bases, means that the architecture between our two nations today is at a high watermark. And these statements of principle, this architecture, is being backed up with action. We are supporting training facilities in Indonesia, including at Morotai Island. And we're encouraging the Indonesian military to do more training in Australia. We're providing opportunities for senior military leaders in Indonesia to be embedded in the Australian Defence Force at a much more senior level. Now, this evening I will be speaking with my counterpart, Defence Minister Shafri Shamoden, to explore ways in which we can further these initiatives and look at other means by which we can deepen the bonds between our two defence forces. But when you take a step back and just look at the map, what is completely clear is that Indonesia and Australia should be the very best of friends, and now we absolutely are. Given the challenges that we face today, Indonesia is located in the most strategic area of interest for Australia, and we provide Indonesia with strategic depth. And this fundamental, mutually beneficial exchange is better understood between our two countries today than it has ever been, and it is underpinned by a level of trust which is as good today as it has ever been. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister, very much supported by the Foreign Minister, and the leadership of President Prabowo, Australia and Indonesia are now moving forward together in the world as the very closest of neighbours, as the very dearest of friends, and with a shared commitment of purpose and destiny.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. Following last week's interest rate rise, respected
Order,
TV...
No, we're just going to pause. The member for Warren, I can't hear the question. So if both sides of the chamber can cease interjecting, and we'll reset, and the Deputy Leader will start his question again, just out of respect for him.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Treasurer. Following last week's interest rate rise, respected TV finance guru Koshi sent a direct message to the Treasurer saying, and I quote, "Mate, you've got to tighten your belt. You've told all of us to tighten our belts to fight inflation. You didn't. And so you are responsible for this interest rate rise." The Treasurer has dismissed the views of scores of economists and now even the Reserve Bank Governor. Will he at least concede Koshi has a point?
Koshi, always.
Order. The member for Chifley will cease interjecting or he'll be warned. We'll hear from the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, once again the Shadow Treasurer is being deliberately dishonest. The only people in this parliament verballing the Governor of the Reserve Bank sit over there.
We'll just get the Treasurer to pause because the manager will state his point of order.
Well, the Treasurer knows he's not allowed to make that inference in the House.
Yeah, I'll just get him to withdraw. He can make other claims, but he can't use the word deliberate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Once again, the Shadow Treasurer
Just get the Treasurer to withdraw. Just to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Once again, the Shadow Treasurer is being dishonest, Mr Speaker, and he interjects that I should apologise to the Governor. The only people in here verballing the Governor sit over there, Mr Speaker.
Order.
They sit over there, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Now, I say this about the view that the Shadow Treasurer has quoted from David Koch. So I assume by his logic and by the Shadow Treasurer's logic, if the budget position is the sole determinant of inflation and interest rates, then I assume the Shadow Treasurer and the person he quoted, I assume they held the same view when inflation was coming down last year and interest rates were cut 3 times. But no, they didn't, Mr Speaker. And that exposes, I think, the hypocrisy of those opposite who pretend when inflation's coming down and interest rates are being cut, it has nothing to do with the government. But when inflation ticks up in the second half of the year and interest rates go up, all of a sudden it's 100% driven by the government's budget position.
Order.
Now, by the Shadow Treasurer's own logic then, Mr Speaker, if we pick up and run with the Shadow Treasurer's own logic, then the fact that they just took to the election a policy for bigger deficits and more debt means they are conceding that if they had won the election, inflation would be higher and interest rates would be higher as well. They can't have it both ways, Mr Speaker, in either respect. They can't say one thing about last year and another thing about this year. They can't say budgets are the primary determinant of prices in the economy only when inflation ticks up towards the end of last year. Now, Mr Speaker, I was also asked about
the Treasurer will pause. I was about to say what he was asked about, but I'll hear from the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It was on relevance. We've only got less than a minute to go. I'm flattered the Treasurer wants to keep talking about me, but he's not.
No, resume your seat. Don't abuse the standing orders by adding that flourish to the response. Treasurer was saying he was asked about, and that's when you took the point of order, so it's pretty difficult. If he's going to directly answer the question or be directly relevant, I'll make sure he is.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was referring to the gentleman he quoted. I was referring to the Reserve Bank Governor, and that's why I was being relevant to his question. Now, Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister reminded the House a moment ago, this was the view of the Reserve Bank Governor on Friday. Public demand's contribution has declined, and we were surprised in the first half of 2025 that it declined as much as it did. And we were surprised in the latter half of 2025 that private demand was on the upside. They are facts. That's what Governor Bullock actually said, Mr Speaker. Now, the more divided they get, the more dishonest and the more desperate they get, Mr Speaker, over there. I saw Senator Hume say this morning, Mr Speaker, that they had to reach for the rabbit.
in her words. Well, here he is over there, Mr Speaker. That three-ring circus has already got a clown and now it's got a bunny as well, and they are the two reasons why nobody takes them seriously on the economy anymore.
Order. Give the call to the member for Swan.
My question is to the Minister for Resources. How is the Albanese Labor government working with our global trading partners and strengthening the global supply chain of critical minerals and creating secure jobs here in Australia? What is threatening Australia's critical minerals industry?
Call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Swan for her question, which goes to the heart of Australia's national interests. Last week I was in Washington DC, where I represented Australia at the Critical Minerals Ministerial convened by the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. 54 nations attended the ministerial gathering and the message was clear. The world needs more reliable, more transparent and more resilient critical minerals supply chains, and no nation on earth is better placed to supply those minerals than Australia. The Albanese Labor government has stepped up to lead globally on critical minerals and rare earth supply chains. Since day one, this government has been focused on creating more well-paid, secure jobs for Australians. Since day one, this government has developed policies to ensure this nation makes the most of its natural resources advantages by developing a critical minerals industry. We have agreed a critical minerals and rare earths framework agreement with the US, the first country to do so. We have provided leadership by working with the US, the UK, Japan, Canada, Korea, the European Union and the G7+. Over 3.5 years, this united government has worked together to back that diplomacy with serious domestic policy. We have legislated production tax credits for processing critical minerals and rare earths. We have made a generational investment in geoscience. We have created the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. The result is that this government has made Australia an indispensable player in global discussions on critical minerals. Mr Speaker, Australia's strategic reserve is world-leading. Indeed, the US announced just last week its own critical minerals reserve in the $12 billion Project Vault. Our allies and partners around the world are following Australia's lead to develop secure supply chains in critical minerals. There is consensus everywhere, except over there. The on-again, off-again, on-again coalition, they oppose the strategic reserve, which the US is now implementing. They voted against production tax credits, and with absolutely no consultation, the member for Hume dismissed production tax credits for the resources industry less than an hour after it was announced by the Treasurer. That's some leadership style, and I'm sure it bodes well for future discussions with the colleagues. Mr Speaker, they are at odds with each other and they are at odds with the rest of the world. We should remember that when last in government, the coalition had 2 resources ministers, and now they are doing it again. We have an acting shadow resources minister over here, and we have a second resources shadow in the sin bin. Hi, member for Wannon. It's good to see you back there again. Yeah, it's amazing. Now, Mr Speaker, they don't take themselves seriously. They don't take the resources sector seriously. All they do is take the resources sector for granted.
Call. Order. The call to the honourable for Parks. Parks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Climate Change and Energy. Was the minister telling the truth when he promised Australians a $275 reduction in their power bills by 2025?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Minister has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We went to the 2022 election with a very clear policy, and we've been implementing that policy. And the Australian people endorsed that policy last year, knowing the challenges that we faced, in implementing the policy.
Order.
And I note that in New South Wales, in May 2022, the price of energy at a wholesale level was $320 a megawatt hour. And it's now $75 a megawatt hour. And those over there say, oh, wholesale prices. Well, if wholesale prices don't count, why did the member for Hume promise to make them $70 a megawatt hour? And to be fair to him, in full disclosure, he came nowhere near meeting that promise, to be fair, Mr Speaker, because when he left office they were $280 a megawatt hour. And I note that in New South Wales as well, 77,974 cheaper home batteries have been installed since the 1st of July, meaning those people have reduced their energy prices by up to 90%, by bills by up to 90%, which helps them, obviously, and helps the entire grid as well, reducing prices for everyone. And it played no small part, and they say, oh, rich people. Well, really, when 44% of cheaper home batteries that have been installed are in regional New South Wales, in regional Australia.
The Treasurer. Order. Look, trying to hear the member Page, member Barker, member Cook can just take it easy while I hear the member Page.
Thank you, Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. Very tight question, which the minister refuses to answer.
Yeah, the minister was asked pretty much a yes/no question, but as the member for Page knows that I'm not able to direct him to answer it the way that he would like. What I can do is make sure he's being directly relevant to the question he was asked about power bills, and I'm going to make sure he's being directly relevant to the information that he's providing with the House, but I appreciate the member for Page would like him to answer it differently. I cannot deliver on that wish for him today. The minister has the call.
And, Mr Speaker, as well as the question, I was also referring to the interjection for those opposite said as rich people who are installing cheaper home batteries. Well, tell that to the questioner, who has in the seat of Parks 1,547 cheaper home batteries, or the person who took the point of order, the member for Page, who has 2,501 cheaper home batteries, and he's the lecturer. Are they rich people? That shows how out of touch those opposite are, Mr Speaker, those regional MPs opposite. Whether they are Liberals or Nationals or One Nation or prefer not to disclose, they are out of touch with their constituents.
Order. Temperature was the interjections were way too high during that answer. I do not want to see a repeat performance of that. I'd like to hear from the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to strengthen the budget and support Australians with the cost of living? How does that compare with other approaches?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thanks to the member for Hughes for his question and for the really important contribution that he's already making to our team in this place. Mr Speaker, this government is improving the budget position at the same time as we're helping with the cost of living by cutting taxes for all 14 million Australian taxpayers in the tax system a second and third time this term. Now, these are the big differences between a government which is delivering tax cuts and that shambolic three-ring circus over there, Mr Speaker. Now, don't forget the highest taxing government in recent decades was the Howard government. The highest spending government in recent decades was the Morrison government. And those opposite went to the election with a policy for higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. Now, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer a moment ago asked about tightening the belt. Mr Speaker, he wouldn't know the first thing about responsible economic management. They failed every year to deliver a surplus, and we've already delivered two. They had real spending growth at 4.1%. We've got it down to 1.7%. They were spending almost a third of the economy. We got it down closer to a quarter. They spent most of the upward revisions to revenue. We have saved most of them. We got their debt down by $176 billion, partly by saving $114 billion, including $20 billion in the most recent update in December, which improved the budget position in every single year of the forward estimates. Mr Speaker, this is an important part of the biggest nominal improvement in the budget in our history, allowing us to make room for key investments in areas like Medicare, Mr Speaker. Now, there's more work to do, but the substantial progress that we've made has come from savings, spending restraint and surpluses that those opposite were incapable of. We won't be taking lectures from them on the budget or on taxes. They might change their leader this week, but they can't change their record, Mr Speaker. Now, at the same time as we got the budget in better nick, We're cutting income taxes so more people can earn more and keep more of what they earn. This means lower taxes for workers and lower average tax rates in the economy, a big part of our effort to rebuild incomes after the deliberate wage stagnation we saw under those opposite, Mr Speaker. Now, we know that there is more work to do in the budget because people are still under pressure and the budget is under pressure as well. But it would be under more pressure and people would be under more pressure if those opposite were implementing their election policies for higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt. And for that, Mr Speaker, the member for Hume and the member for Fairfax have to take responsibility for that. They are among the two biggest reasons why nobody takes them seriously on the economy anymore.
The Leader of the Opposition now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that interest rates have gone up 13 times on his watch and that the average mortgage holder is now paying $23,000 more every year in repayments?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. And what I can confirm is that when we came to office, inflation had a 6 in front of it and was rising. It now has a 3 in front of it. And one of the things that we have managed to do through the responsible economic management that we have put in place is to get inflation heading down at the same time as we have kept unemployment low, at the same time as we have seen real wages increase over the last 2 years. So that is what a responsible Labor government does: make sure that we understand cost of living pressures, make sure that we understand the need to get inflation down, which is why it led to that decrease in inflation, led to 3 interest rate decreases last year. And of course, we have seen an uptick in inflation. As we have acknowledged, the work continues to do, and the Reserve Bank Governor made it clear.
Well, the Prime Minister was just talking about interest rates and what's happened to those, which we was asked about. So I'll take the point of order from the Leader of the Opposition, but it's going to be hard to make it on relevance.
Indeed, the Prime Minister was, Mr Speaker. My point of order is on relevance because it was a very straightforward question with 2 simple data points. Have interest rates gone up 13 times? Is the average mortgage holder now paying $23,000 more a year?
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. As I was explaining, he was referencing one of those data points that you referred to in his answer. So it may not be the answer you like, but he was definitely talking about the interest rates. So under the standing orders, he's being directly relevant.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And after the last meeting of the Reserve Bank, which independently sets interest rates, this is what the Governor had to say. What's happened in the last 6 months or so, private demand has turned out to be much stronger than we have been forecasting. That is what the Reserve Bank Governor had to say very clearly. But what we have done is to make sure as well that we have provided for cost of living support, something opposed by those opposite, who only have the same, whose energy for opposing our cost of living measures is only exceeded by the energy we're fighting each other.
Order. 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 The member for Herbert. When the House comes to order, the member for Gippsland, we won't. Order. Now that the House is order, we will hear from the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government—
No, order. The member will pause. Just like we did before for the Deputy Leader, we're going to have silence. We did it for the Deputy Leader, now we're going to do it for the member for Dixon. She's earned the right to be heard in silence as well. The member for Dixon will begin her question. We'll hear it in silence, and then question time will continue.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more choice, lower costs and better health care for Australian women after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend the member for Dixon for the question, but also for joining us in the Mural Hall this morning with the Minister for Women, the Assistant Minister for Health and so many others of our colleagues. She is one of a record 69 women who sit in the government party room, and every single one of them regularly remind me you can't be serious about strengthening Medicare without being serious about strengthening women's health, because, of course, women consume about 60% of all health services, often not because they're sick, but because they're women, taking responsibility for their own and for their families' reproductive health and planning, or because they're going through menopause or perimenopause. And the truth is, Mr Speaker, women spent decades in this country simply not getting the support that they needed and that they deserved. No new contraceptive listed on the PBS for more than 30 years. No new menopause treatment listed on the PBS for more than 20 years. No new endometriosis medicine for more than 30 years. Not because they didn't exist, but forcing Australian women to pay top dollar for the best medicine on the market. Well, this government changed that, Mr Speaker, with a landmark women's health package that we announced 1 year ago today. And I want to pay credit to the Assistant Minister for Social Services who crafted that package, and to the Assistant Minister for Health who has spent the last several months implementing it. Because this package has made a real difference to Australian women. More than 660,000 women have filled 2 million scripts for new medicines we listed on the PBS, saving them tens and tens of millions of dollars after decades of inaction. Every primary health network now has a dedicated endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic, either open or due to open over the next several weeks. More than 70,000 women have used the new Medicare menopause assessment since just July, and thousands of women have used bulk billed visits to access long-acting contraceptives like IUDs or implants without having to pay the hundreds and hundreds of dollars they had to pay for that service before the 1st of November. Mr Speaker, for too long, Australian women were getting shortchanged by our healthcare system. Not enough attention to keeping the PBS updated, not enough support during phases like menopause and perimenopause, and too often, frankly, being expected simply to suck it up with conditions like endometriosis and pelvic pain. Well, this package has already gone a long way to righting those wrongs, Mr Speaker, and making sure that Australia's women reap the benefits from a stronger Medicare.
Call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Can the minister name a single Australian who has received the $275 reduction in their power bills by the end of 2025, as promised by the Albanese government?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Mr Speaker, I can name 225,531 Australian households that have reduced their bills to zero, Mr Speaker, with a cheaper home battery. And I can name every single Australian household that's seen their energy prices at a wholesale level fall by 44% in the last quarter, thanks to record renewable rates that have been introduced by this government's policies after a decade of denial and delay, after the member for Hume presided over 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power leaving the grid and only 1 gigawatt coming on, which was a tailor-made energy crisis in this country.
Thank you, Zan. Order. Order. Just remind the minister he doesn't need to use a loud voice. I can definitely hear him when he's addressing the House. Order. We'll now hear from the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government reforming the defence estate? What has been the response to this, and how does this compare to other approaches?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Can I thank the member for his question, coming as he does from the great defence state of South Australia. Last Wednesday, the Albanese government announced the biggest reform to Australia's defence estate in our nation's history. Faced with the prospects of spending $2 billion over the next 25 years on defence sites that we barely use, now the defence estate will be completely focused on giving defence what it needs to do its job in defending Australia. And it has been far too long since Australian governments dealt with the defence estate. And in this respect, the Defence Estate Review pointed to a lack of political and organisational will in the past to meet these challenges.
Order.
And most definitely during the 9 years of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government, those opposite did absolutely nothing about it. And based on what they have said since we made the announcement last week, it is clear that if they were the government today, they would still be asleep today. But what is most astounding is that given this major defence announcement, over the last few days we have heard barely anything from the Shadow Minister for Defence. Not a press conference, no analysis, not even a bark. Because when it comes to reforming defence waste, when it comes to providing for defence efficiency, when it comes to building defence capability, all of this is a long way from the Shadow Minister's thoughts. I think lately, maybe, just maybe, the Shadow Minister has been a little distracted. Distracted by matters which are a bit closer to hand, matters such as that seat right there. But when it comes to the Liberal Party, that is always the issue, because they are always about their own self-interest. They are never about the national interest. We see that defence is about the security of our nation. But those opposites see defence in terms of what security it can provide to the coalition. They're very big on defence rhetoric. Shamefully and infamously, they tried to use the Australian Defence Force to raise money for the Liberal Party. But on this side of the House, we know the importance of defence policy, because when it comes to defence policy, for those opposite, it is just not core business, and it is certainly not core business for that Shadow Minister.
The call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Treasury has said the small business incentive has failed with a 23% take-up rate. Meanwhile, last year we had the highest number of small business insolvencies on record, with 41,000 collapsing under your tenure. In response to that, the Minister for Small Business mocked and ridiculed those losing their livelihoods and called them, quote, dodgy. Does the Prime Minister support the Minister for Small Business' disgraceful slur that insolvent small business owners are, quote, dodgy?
Call to the member for Chifley will leave the chamber under 94A. People cannot interject during questions, or can accept when there is debate in the chamber, but not when there is people approaching the dispatch box, or equally when people are asking questions. We're going to continue with this respect being shown for people asking questions and answering questions. Treasurer now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The first point is we've learned in recent weeks to tread very carefully when it comes to those opposite verballing people's comments, and so that's the first point. The second point.
Order.
The second point is that the program that the Shadow Minister is referring to was a coalition program. That's the second point. And the third point about business insolvencies, Mr Speaker, of course we understand that businesses, especially small businesses, are under pressure. But I want to provide for this House, because those opposite are quick to, I think, use figures in a misleading way. I wanted to point out the following, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Insolvencies as a proportion of companies under the Albanese government have been the lowest for any government on record, Mr Speaker. They are lower Business insolvencies
Order.
are
The
lower
member for
than they
Fisher.
were under Prime Minister Howard, Mr Speaker. They are lower than the 9 wasted years of Prime Ministers Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison, Mr Speaker. Insolvency rates as a proportion of businesses lower under this government than under the Howard government and the 3 governments which preceded us, Mr Speaker. They are currently almost half of the pre-COVID average. That's business insolvencies. Now, if you want to use, instead of using the percentages, Mr Speaker, they want to use nominal, they want to use the total amount of businesses. Isn't it strange that they never mention, Mr Speaker, that since the government came to office, we've averaged around 26,000 new companies each month, according to ASIC data. Now, this is more than 20% higher than the average under the former government, Mr Speaker. More businesses being created on our watch than our watch, actually more than 2.5 times what was recorded under the Howard government, Mr Speaker. And so that's an important bit of perspective, I think, when those opposite peddle partial numbers telling a partial story, Mr Speaker. Of course, we support small businesses. The Small Business Minister is an extraordinarily dedicated minister to the small businesses of this country. Because of her work and Minister Collins before her, our government is providing more than $2 billion in targeted support for small business, including in the program that was drawn up and implemented by those opposite, which is currently underperforming.
The call to the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government working with households to modernise and rebuild our energy grid after a decade of neglect?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question, and more importantly, I thank her for the absolutely outstanding work she does as Special Envoy on climate change and adaptation. I'm very honoured to have her as a member of our team. Now, Mr Speaker, the honourable member asked me how the Albanese government is working with households, and I can say to the House 225,531 cheaper home batteries have now been installed since the 1st of July. And when you consider, Mr Speaker, that the average size of an Australian household is 2.5 people, that's well over 500,000 Australians, more than the population of the ACT, have benefited from reducing their energy bills by up to 90%, and that is increasing by about 1,000 households a day. And 42% of those households are in rural and regional Australia, and in Queensland that figure is 55% of the cheaper home batteries that are going in are in rural and regional Australia. So this is very much a regional and rural story, as well as being in the outer suburbs. But also the whole grid. Every single Australian benefits when we flatten out demand, with more Australians storing their cheap renewable energy from the middle of the day for the night, and that helps the grid. Now, the honourable member asked me about the decade of neglect, and it is, of course, the case that we have a lot of work to do to repair that damage. Over the decade of the Liberal government, we saw 4 gigawatts of dispatchable power leave the grid and only 1 gigawatt come on. And I can tell the House, since we came to office in May 2022, we have actually added 7.7 gigawatts of dispatchable large-scale power. 7.7 gigawatts, and that's not even counting the cheaper home batteries that we've installed. And that's a lot of repair work to do after the period 2018 to 2022, when we saw the member for Hume announce a $1 billion program which delivered not one single watt, not a kilowatt, not a megawatt, a gigawatt, not a single watt to the energy grid. We saw the member for Hume be told that the Snowy 2.0 scheme was running 2 years late, and he didn't tell the Australian people, and I can tell the House it is now 70% complete, repairing the work of the member for Hume. The member for Hume knew there was a 20% increase in bills, which he hid. Is it any wonder, Mr Speaker, we saw unnamed Liberal MPs say on the weekend, I'm going to sanitise this, Mr Speaker, out of great respect for you and the House, I'm going to make the language parliamentary, because we saw a member say everything the member for Hume touches turns to custard. I've sanitised that, Mr Speaker. He was a disastrous energy minister, he was a disastrous shadow treasurer, and the definition of insanity would be to put someone with a disastrous track record into the top job, hoping things will be different. That's not us, that's his side, Mr Speaker, saying about the member for Hume. And we know the member for Hume himself said at the election campaign, you know, the best indicator of future performance is past performance. Well, that's 100% right. That's why we on this side of the House wish the member for Hume all the warmest best wishes for this week, Mr Speaker. We've fully got his back.
The House comes to order. Shall hear from the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. The government's new single assessment scheme is failing older Australians. I'm hearing from many constituents about the long wait times for assessments and that experienced clinicians are unable to override algorithmic decision-making. It's reported that more than 120,000 Australians are still waiting one of these automated assessments. Minister, are these once-in-a-generation reforms just robo-aged care?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I acknowledge her constructive engagement around aged care issues and the compassionate support that she provides for her community. However, I respectfully disagree with the premise that she has put forward in her question. The Aged Care Act has moved from legislation to implementation. We promised to deliver generational reform to the way we care for older people, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're now focused on the practical work of this delivery, continuing to work closely with the sector and making sure that we get the settings right. And that work is being done with older Australians firmly at its centre. In December 2024, this government introduced a single streamlined assessment system, a recommendation of the Royal Commission, as well as the integrated assessment tool which was introduced on the 1st of July 2024. Instead of requiring older people to go through multiple assessments with different providers, we've moved to a simpler system that is more streamlined, easier and more responsive as people's needs change. Thanks to this approach, the number of outstanding assessments has been reducing in recent months. Between the April-June quarter and the July-September quarter of 2025, median wait times for home support assessments dropped by 7 days. In that same time period, median comprehensive assessment wait times dropped 8 days, with the median wait time just 24 days from request to completion of assessments in the July-September quarter. The integrated assessment tool is used by an aged care needs assessor to assess an older person's wellbeing, capturing a comprehensive profile of an older person's needs and ensuring accuracy and consistency in decision-making. A classification algorithm runs after the assessor completes the IAT with the older person, determining an older person's ongoing CHSP or support at home classification. Can I assure the member that assessors still play a critical role in achieving high-quality assessment outcomes by using their clinical judgment and strong communication and engagement skills to complete the IAT during the assessment. Let me be clear. The IAT classification algorithm does not replace assessor input and relies on assessors documenting their advice in the IAT first. Feedback from older Australians is absolutely critical to this process. The department will continue to monitor the operation of the algorithm and we intend to refine it on a regular basis. Mr Speaker, this is a steady, responsible delivery, listening, getting the details right and keeping our focus on better outcomes for older Australians.
Order. The member for Hume is just going to cease interjecting so we can order. The member for Hume and the member for Lyon were just too animated during those answers. We're just going to make sure everyone is listening, showing respect, so we can now hear from the member for Paterson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture. How is the Albanese Labor government rebuilding our trading relationships to deliver more opportunities for Australian farmers and producers? How does this compare to other approaches, and why are strong relationships key for our farmers and our regional communities?
Give a call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank our terrific member for Paterson, as she is chair of the House Committee on Agriculture, and she's done a mountain of work about food security and the importance of farmers in our region. So I do want to thank her, and she of course knows how important our trade outcomes are for farmers and regional communities. While those opposite, of course, have remained focused on themselves for months, we've been focused on delivering more opportunities for our farmers and our producers to export their world-class products, Mr Speaker. This is delivering record success for our farmers and for our producers, with ABARES predicting agricultural exports will reach over $83 billion this financial year. Over $83 billion this financial year from our farmers. And this is testament to the hard work and resilience of our farmers, backed of course by our government's careful and considered work to diversify trade and restore Australia's standing in the world. Because we know that more trade is good for our farmers, good for regional jobs and good for local economies. Since coming to government, we've now delivered 256 market access achievements and improvements for agriculture products. We now reach around 190 countries, the most diversified our agricultural trade has ever been, Mr Speaker. We've secured, of course, the removal of $80 billion worth of trade impediments from our largest trading partner. We've delivered Australia's first free trade agreement with the Middle East, which slashed around $50 million a year in tariffs on Australian agriculture and food exports. This agreement with the UAE has now seen $67 million worth of Aussie beef exported in just the first 2 months. $67 million of great Aussie beef in just 2 months. We've secured new market access for Australian blueberries to Vietnam, trade worth around $22 million. We've improved access for wheat exports to Indonesia. This is a market worth $1.5 billion. And it took a Labor government to secure these market access improvements for our farmers and our producers, because we understand, of course, that relationships require stability, consistency and trust. But, Mr Speaker, if you want a lesson on how not to manage a relationship, you've just got to look at the shambles opposite. The Liberals and the Nationals splitting twice in a mere 2 months. If they can't manage their own internal relationships in opposition, let alone Australia's international relationships during government, how are they fit to govern again, Mr Speaker? Our farmers and our producers deserve so much better, which is why, of course, on this side of the House we'll continue securing more trade opportunities for our farmers, while those opposite on that side of the House are focused their attention on who's on the menu. We're getting on with what's on the menu, and the Albanese Labor government will continue to support our farmers.
Call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Overnight, Israel approved new measures that attempt to legalise settlement expansion and land confiscation in the occupied West Bank. Given that Australia has recognised the State of Palestine, that these settlements are illegal under international law and that Australia has used targeted sanctions elsewhere, will the Prime Minister sanction Israeli institutions and officials linked to the settlement expansion and strongly reiterate Australia's commitment to the two-state solution? Thank you.
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. And in doing so, I note the timing of the question. The government has in place sanctions in respect of Israel, which have been announced and well publicised. But underpinning that has fundamentally been a position which has been held by this government, which is consistent with governments of the past from both political parties of supporting a two-state solution. A two-state solution which on the one hand provides for the legitimate aspiration of the Palestinian people to have statehood, but which on the other hand also provides for the people of Israel to be able to live with security. And that continues to be the position that our government has held. And in the face of the very complex situation which has evidently played out in the Middle East, every step that we have taken as a government has been underpinned by that very clear position. Now, in saying that, it is also important for me to acknowledge on this day that we have in this country the head of state of one of those states, the State of Israel. And his visit to our country is an important visit. At the invitation of both the Prime Minister and the Governor-General, it's an important visit on its own terms in respect of the bilateral relationship between Australia and Israel. But obviously, in the context of the tragedy of the Bondi massacre, his presence in Australia today is very significant for our nation and particularly for our nation's Jewish community. And in that respect, the President of Israel is here today and during this week as an honoured and welcomed guest. And he is so utterly consistent with the position that this government holds in supporting a two-state solution.
Call to the honourable member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to grow the Australian Defence Force's capabilities in new domains, and why is this important?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bean for his important question. Many think about the ADF in terms of land, air and sea, but our capabilities across space and cyber are becoming increasingly important. And so I was proud today to be able to launch 2 new direct recruitment roles into the Australian Defence Force, our Space Operator Officers and our Space Operator Specialist roles. These are new direct recruitment roles into our Defence Force. And it means for those that are gravitating towards a career in defence, they will now be able to consider a career in space. A job that would be out of this world for those of us when we were in school now becomes something that is attainable to them. And this means that we will be having people join our Defence Force, being able to perform vitally important roles across satellite communication, missile detection, intelligence, reconnaissance, weather and environmental observation, and of course being able to be aware and to observe what's going on in the important domain of space. We always talk about being aware of those other domains and what may be confronting our country during these most difficult of geostrategic circumstances, and it's important that we are able to do that in the space domain as well. And we do this in a context where we are growing our Defence Force with more than 300 different roles available for direct recruitment into our Defence Force now. This is an incredibly important thing as we seek to grow our Defence Force more broadly, because when we came into government, the Defence Force was not growing, it was shrinking. We have gone around delivering by increasing our recruitment to the Defence Force, and last financial year we saw the largest recruitment number in 15 years. And importantly now, we also see that our separation rate is at historic lows. That means, unlike when those opposite were in government, under the Albanese government, we are growing our Defence Force, we're improving our capability across land, sea, air and, importantly now, space and cyber as well. We are concentrating on delivery for our national security in government, while those opposite are only focused on division and themselves.
Call to the honourable member for Cook.
My question is to the Treasurer. The RBA Governor confirmed what the Treasurer would not, that government spending contributes to pressure on interest rates. Confirming what we all already knew, the Governor said, quote, "That's logical, it's mathematical, that's what happens." Given economists, former RBA board members and now the RBA Governor herself all acknowledge government spending contributes to inflation and the latest interest rate rise, why can't the Treasurer?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Once again, dishonestly conflating 2 different things. The idea... Wasn't it deliberate? Was the problem?
Order. The manager on a point of order.
Again, the Treasurer is imputing a motive to a member asking a simple question, and it's out of order for him to make that suggestion.
Well, I listened carefully. It's a different category from the earlier one where he accused the member of deliberately doing something. It's his opinion that he is asserting at the moment, and that's why I'm ruling that in order. All right. Well, I can fix this pretty easily by getting the Treasurer just to change that wording to make sure it complies. But order, and that's why I'm agreeing with the manager. So when I'm on your side, make sure you listen carefully. So we'll fix this, and then we can move on. The Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, the more divided they get, the more desperate they get. The point that I'm making is those opposite have tried to conflate two very different things. The idea that public demand is part of the calculation of aggregate demand is not contested by anyone, Mr. Speaker, and that's what they're pretending that we are contesting. We are not. The question isn't whether public demand is part of aggregate demand. It's whether public demand was responsible for the bigger-than-expected tick-up at the end of last year, and plainly it wasn't, Mr. Speaker. Now, those opposite should stop verballing the Governor of the Reserve Bank and look at what the Governor actually said. The Governor herself said on Friday that she was surprised how quickly public demand retreated and how much private demand accelerated. That's the same factual point that they made in the statement on Tuesday, and the same factual point that I have been making during the course of last week, yesterday on Insiders, and this week as well. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the budget has improved in both updates last year, quite significantly in the December update, and also a budget improvement in March as well, Mr. Speaker. Now, I remind the member again, as I had to remind the Shadow Treasurer, by his own logic, there would be more inflation and higher interest rates if they'd won the election and implemented the member for Hume's policy for higher deficits this year and next year, at the same time as he wanted to increase income taxes on all 14 million Australian taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. Now, in a lot of organisations, that would get you marked down. In that one, it gets him promoted, Mr. Speaker. It gets him promoted. Now, the same people who say now that inflation and rates are determined primarily by budgets weren't saying that last year when inflation was falling and rates were cut 3 times, Mr. Speaker. They should stop conflating two very different things. I don't expect much better from the member for Fairfax, but we should expect better from the member up the back.
Call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australians into home ownership? What other approaches has the government been asked to consider?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you, Speaker, and I am absolutely thrilled to get this question from the member for Brisbane. Just recently, we ticked over 2,000 of her constituents who have gotten into their first home because of her advocacy and our government's backing. Speaker, 2,000 people in her community and many more to come. Now, Speaker, we've got a housing challenge affecting our country that's been cooking for 40 years. For 40 years, we have not been building enough homes, and all of the pain that Australians are in today with relation to housing really comes back to that problem. Whether it's house prices rising too quickly, rents going up too fast, or that really visible effect that all of us see in our communities, that rising population of people who do not have a stable roof over their head. Now, Speaker, these problems are serious enough, but one of the things that is so concerning to our government is the fact that this is not a burden being fairly shared by Australians. What we see is that, without question, it is younger Australians and it is Australians on low incomes who are bearing the brunt of this. Now, Speaker, I know that you talk to a lot of young people around the country, and hopefully all of us as representatives are speaking to our younger constituents. And so you will hear them talk about the fact that for so many of them, housing is the defining problem in their lives.
The Minister will pause. The member for Barker has been completely interjecting right throughout question time. He's come alive, so he's now going to leave the chamber under 94A. simply unacceptable to be interjecting non-stop in every single answer.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
The Minister in continuation.
Thank you so much, Speaker. So this is a problem that is very heavily falling on the younger people of this country, and the numbers don't lie, Speaker. A lower-income young Australian is about half as likely to own their own home today as in the year that I was born. Now, Speaker, that is why our government has such a bold and ambitious agenda to address the housing situation for young people around our country. Now, Speaker, the 5% deposit program that is so offensive to those opposite is something that has now helped 220,000 Australians into their first home on our watch, because we have a pretty simple belief, Speaker, and that is we believe that ordinary Australians should get the chance to get into their own home, and we are right here to back them in. Now, Speaker, the member asked me about alternative approaches, and what a pity it is that those opposite, once a serious political force in this country, have nothing sensible to say about one of the biggest challenges that faces our country. Now, we had the Shadow Minister for Housing give an interview last week, and he was asked about the Coalition's policy, and this is what he said, Speaker. I'm quoting him directly. He said, "We've been too busy talking about the internals of the Liberal Party to do any work." I did not make that up, Speaker. Those were his exact words. And I present that to the House, Speaker, because it is very important for the Australian people to understand that the absolutely outrageous disunity and dysfunction that exists on the other side of the parliament actually has a cost for Australians. This country has got some really significant issues. We need a functional opposition to actually debate and discuss these with us. Now, Speaker, they come to parliament each fortnight and spend all their time talking about themselves. Our focus is on the Australian people who sent us there and the things that we can do to make their lives better.
Call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. In the lead-up to the 2022 election, the Prime Minister repeatedly promised a $275 reduction in household energy bills, and I quote, "I don't know, I know, because we have done the modelling." Without mentioning home batteries, will the minister finally admit the Prime Minister was wrong, the modelling was wrong, and Australian families are paying the price every day for this government's abject failure to deliver on its promise?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I understand the honourable gentleman doesn't want me to mention the 2,390 households in his electorate that have received a cheaper home battery, but I feel obliged. I feel obliged to speak on their behalf, Mr Speaker, to defend their right for a cheaper home battery that those opposite oppose. I mean, those opposite talking a lot about spending cuts at the moment. Well, they cut the cheaper home battery policy. That's what Australians would want to know before even more Australians get a chance to access a cheaper home battery. Now, the Prime Minister's also made the point after the election that we've seen so many Australians reduce their bills permanently after the 2025 election. Seen so many Australians, 225,000 Australian households, and times 2.5 in terms of numbers of people, reduce their bills permanently, in many cases to zero, in many cases get a rebate. We think that's a good thing. Those opposite aren't too impressed with that, Mr Speaker. That's the difference between the two sides of the House. Now, in relation to energy prices, as I said in my previous answer, the Australian people knew in 2025 what progress we've made, what efforts we've made, what obstacles we'd had to overcome, and they looked at the two sides' policies, they looked at the records, and they asked us to serve a second term in office, Mr Speaker, one that we are humbled and honoured to receive.
Order.
And the member for Fairfax can take his fair share of the credit for that, Mr Speaker, to give due credit. The architect of the opposition's nuclear policy, we're very grateful to him. We're very grateful for the nuclear $600 billion policy which he engineered, which he sold to the Australian people, and which the Australian people casted a verdict on.
Minister has again concluded his answer. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Aston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to cut student debt and to make it cheaper and quicker to get the skills Australians need? And why is unity so important in delivering for Australians?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the legendary member for Aston, for her question. Mr Speaker, school's back and university will be back very soon too, and this year more Australians will start a university degree than ever before. And that's good news because we need more teachers, we need more nurses, we need more doctors, we need more scientists, we need more engineers and lots more. In the years ahead, more jobs are going to require more skills, the sort of skills that you get at TAFE or at university. And that's why we're funding free TAFE and that's why we're funding more spots at university. Mr Speaker, we also want to make it easier and faster and cheaper to get those skills. And that's why we've cut student debt by 20%. The biggest cut to student debt in Australian history, taking a massive weight off the shoulders of 3 million young Australians. The average student debt has been cut by $5,500. We're not just doing that, we're also cutting the amount of money that you have to repay of that debt every year. For example, if you're on $70,000 a year, we're cutting the amount that you have to repay every year by $1,300. Now that's real cost of living help. It means an extra $1,300 in your pocket rather than the government's. And these aren't the only things that we're doing. I told the House last year that the University of Canberra has cut the length of 6 university degrees by 12 months and cut the cost of those degrees by an average of $6,000 if you've done a TAFE course in the same area. I can advise the House that Western Sydney University has just announced the same sort of thing. If you've got a TAFE qualification in nursing or construction or IT or a range of other areas, they'll cut the length of your degree by a year and cut the cost of that degree by up to $18,000. And, Mr Speaker, that's the sort of thing that I want to see more of this year. And I know Australians want to see more of that too. A real partnership, a genuine coalition between TAFE and university. A tailor-made coalition that stands for something and that gets things done, that'll help to make sure that your degree is shorter and cheaper and gets you the skills that you need. That's the sort of thing that Australians want, a coalition that's focused on them. And, Mr Speaker, by gosh, surely it's not too much to ask.
Give the call to the member. Order. Order. Give the call to the member for Casey.
My question is to the Treasurer. Last week, the RBA Governor confirmed that government spending is part of aggregate demand and, quote, contributing to inflationary pressures, and that's why we've decided to raise interest rates. Will the Treasurer now finally accept that his spending has contributed to inflationary pressures and the interest rate rise, or is the independent RBA Governor wrong?
Order. Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I answered this question when the member for Cook asked it a moment ago. And the member for Casey is making the same mistake that the member for Cook made and the member for Fairfax made as well, and that is to conflate two very different things. Now, if the member for Casey was listening a moment ago in my answer to the member for Cook, he would have heard me say that public is part of aggregate demand is not contested by anyone. The question is whether the question is whether public spending is responsible for the higher than expected tick-up in inflation towards the end of last year. And here I refer the honourable member, as I referred the other member and the one up the front for the time being, that this is what the Governor of the Reserve Bank actually said, Mr Speaker. Governor of the Reserve Bank, quoting, "Public demand's contribution has declined and we were surprised in the first half of 25 that it declined as much as it did. We were surprised in the latter half of 2025 that private demand on the upside, they are facts." Mr Speaker, they made a similar point in the media release that they put out on the Tuesday. Governor Bullock made that point a number of different ways on Friday as well. What those opposite are desperately trying to do is to verbal the Reserve Bank Governor in an attempt to drag her, I think, in an unedifying way into a political contest, because they're desperate to distract from the fact that they are hopelessly divided. It is a shambolic opposition, and the more divided they are, the more desperate they become in trying to verbal the Reserve Bank Governor. It's possible to understand, as I do, as the Reserve Bank Governor does, that public demand is part of aggregate demand, and also to acknowledge again, as I have and as the Governor of the Reserve Bank has, that the tick-up in inflation towards the end of last year, which was unwelcome and led to the interest rate decision last week, was primarily because of the uptick in private demand that the Governor has referenced herself on a number of occasions. And so I would encourage those opposite to be more respectful of the Governor, to quote her accurately. I mean, last week the opposition leader tried to drag the Treasury Secretary into it, and now they're trying to drag the Reserve Bank Governor into it as well, Mr Speaker, and they should understand that they are referring to two very different things. I think that they are deliberately conflating them to try and cover up for the fact those opposite are a three-ring circus. This government won't be distracted by them.
Give a call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government's social media age restriction helping to protect young people online? What has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Whitlam for her question. The Albanese government is proudly leading the world in our mission to protect our kids from the persuasive and pervasive pull of social media. In the wake of 4.7 million accounts being deactivated, removed or restricted in the first week of our social media laws, leaders from across the globe are now following in Australia's footsteps. Because the battle to protect young people online transcends the boundaries of any country or continent. In the lead up to and after 10 December, I've met with leaders from across the globe and the political spectrum who are inspired and encouraged by Australia's courage and conviction to take on big tech. In recent days, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has committed to protecting Spanish children from the digital Wild West by delaying access to social media until the age of 16 years old. Joining Australia in our mission, he recognised that children are being exposed to a space they were never meant to navigate alone. We will no longer accept that. We will protect them. President Emmanuel Macron said consensus was being shaped on the need to protect future generations, with French lawmakers passing a bill delaying access to social media until the age of 15. Prime Minister Keir Starmer is looking closely at Australia's social media law, and I look forward to meeting with the British Secretary of State Liz Kendall to share our experiences and our success. Our friends across the ditch, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon, is deeply supportive of delaying access to social media until the age of 16, and they are preparing to introduce their own laws. Denmark is standing up to the social media giants with their own minimum age laws, citing that the cell phone and social media are robbing our children of their childhood. Norway is putting a stop to tech companies that are pitted against small children's brains, enforcing a minimum age of 15. And the list continues with Malaysia, the Czech Republic, Romania and Egypt. And I expect other countries will now follow as Australia's waves ripple across the globe. As American social psychologist Professor Jonathan Haidt said, Australia's law is by far the most important single piece of legislation ever enacted on planet Earth to protect children in the internet age. We stare down everybody who said it couldn't be done. Some of the most powerful and rich companies in the world and their supporters. And now Australian parents can be confident their kids can have their childhood back. The world is looking to Australia and the action that we are taking. We will not back down from this fight, and we are proud to be leading the world in making the digital world safer for our kids.
Order. I'm just asking members on my left to show some restraint, particularly on the topic that we're discussing in the Parliament. Look, the manager, can you just control yourself? I want to bring the House back to order. And when you stop, we will show the member for Ryan respect. We'll try hard to show respect. Give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Transport Minister. Combank, CSL and Qantas were all privatised by Labor, and now you're set to follow those footsteps and let Air Services Australia sell off billions in firefighting assets, though Air Services will lease these back anyway. Why let Air Services sell out our hard-working aviation firefighters and risk aviation safety with an accounting trick that will cost more in the long term?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much. Well, it is true that our aviation assets are ageing. At our federally leased airports, we have firefighting terminals that are quite old. As well as a fleet of fire trucks. It's estimated it's about $8 billion worth of assets that need replacing. The government has made no decisions about how it is going to fund the replacement of those assets. Air Services has requested to explore whether there is opportunities for Australian super funds to invest in these assets, and I have suggested that that can continue, but the government has made no decisions about this. But I want to make sure that our firefighters, wherever they are, but particularly the ones that I have responsibility at Air Services, continue to be government employees always, but that they also have the best possible equipment to fight fires at airports. I want to make sure that that is the case, but the government has made no decisions about this matter at all.
Call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. How is the Albanese Labor government focused on delivering key rail projects across the country? Why is delivery rather than division so important in the delivery of infrastructure projects?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much, and can I thank the member for Boothby for her question. Last month we reached an exciting milestone for her constituents with Adelaide's Glenelg line reopening over the Australia Day long weekend. In partnership with the Malinauskas Labor government, we removed 3 level crossings, replacing them with terrific new bridges. And that is a big safety upgrade and will also mean faster journeys for drivers and smoother commutes for people catching these trams. Adelaide, of course, isn't the only place where we're making tracks on our infrastructure investment. Last month, we saw the first new tracks being laid in the Canberra CBD, a big milestone on this city's city-shaping project and a great example of the progress that we're making. Stage 2A will deliver 3 new stops and pave the way for the network to be extended south of the lake. And of course, in the regions, we're getting the basics right on Inland Rail, which under the Nationals was a train to nowhere. When the Nationals held this portfolio and started Inland Rail, they set off on a half-baked plan with no idea how they were beginning to bring it to a close. Now, that might sound a bit familiar. We've just seen a bit like when they blew up the coalition and spent 17 days basically bickering with each other and not having a plan as to how to get out of it. They've had no plan for a freight terminus in Victoria, and we had to come in and fix that mess. And I'm happy to report that just late last year, with the member for McEwen, I turned the first sod on the Beveridge Intermodal, which will be the Victorian terminus for double-stacked freight trains. That means that double-stacked freight trains will be able to travel from Melbourne all the way to Perth via Parkes. Inland Rail is just another example of where the Nationals have started something without thinking through the details. Of course, it is Labor now, with 24 regional seats, that really is the party of the bush, and we are focused on delivery. While the newly reformed coalition rail against each other on the airwaves, we're getting on with building the infrastructure that Australia needs. Australia infrastructure is on track, while the coalition remains continually off the rails.
Order. Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Keep going if you like. Yeah.
Order.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to add to an answer. Last week I drew the House's attention to the Senate committee that the Liberals, the Nationals and the Greens are using to look into the operation of the capital gains tax discount. I want to add some additional detail to the answer I gave last week because as sure as night follows day, an hour after question time last week, Senator Bragg was up in the Sky News studio talking to Tom Connell, and the transcript is worth reviewing and reporting to the House, Mr. Speaker, because I wasn't aware of that. Connell, what have you found in the committee so far? Senator Bragg, nothing. We haven't done any work yet.
You don't want us to quote your own colleague.
Order.
I can't even quote your own colleague.
The ministers and the Prime Minister is giving supplementary. I don't know what else he's going to say. Order. Just resume your seat. I'll listen to what the Prime Minister says to make sure he's adding to the answer, not bringing new material into the answer.
Information to the House. Connell, you haven't started. Senator Braggs, we've been on strike. No. We are going to do some work. No, we've been too busy talking about the internals of the Liberal Party to do any work. Noted in one, Mr. Speaker.
Order. We're just going to move. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Just got to do committees. We'll just do committees first. And I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip. The member for Longman, we're just going to deal with the committees. If members can leave the chamber. I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members of certain committees. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Call to the manager. Thank the manager. Leave has been granted. The minister may proceed.
Thanks, Speaker. There's a lot. I move that Mr Boyce be appointed a member of the Standing Committee on Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. Ms Penfold be appointed a member of the Standing Committee on Communications, the Arts and Sport. Mr Birrell be appointed a member of the Standing Committee on Education and the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability. Ms Landry and Mr McCormack be appointed members of the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation and Science. Mr Chaffey and Ms Landry be appointed members of the Standing Committee on Primary Industries. Mr McCormack be appointed a member of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards. Ms Landry and Ms Penfold be appointed members of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport. Ms Landry be appointed a member of the Selection Committee and Mr Conahan be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission. For the information of members, a few weeks ago every single one of those people was already a member of that committee, and that was the list that the Speaker decided wisely, I think, to not read out to us last week. So this week's procedure is to put everybody back on the committees that they were bounced off last week. I don't know what the next procedural they will make us move will be. It's something like the share house where you hate all the other tenants but it's too expensive to move out.
Order. No. On that note, I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Now, the member for Goldstein has indicated he is seeking the call.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. I move so much that the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Goldstein moving the following motion immediately. That the House notes 1. that during the matter of public importance discussion on the 5th of February 2026, the Minister for Small Business suggested that the 33,426 small businesses which have closed under the Labor government did so because, quote, maybe they were dodgy, end quote. And the Minister for Small Business told the House she would take the opportunity to correct the record about these disgraceful comments, but yet she has yet to do so. And 2, therefore requires the Minister for Small Business to present a formal apology in the House, apologising to the thousands of small business owners and their staff whom she has slandered before the House rises today. Deputy Speaker, we know very well, we were all sitting here during the matter of public importance last week where the Minister for Small Business, in response to talking about the 40,000 small businesses that have gone insolvent under this government, her response was, quote, maybe they were dodgy. Never has there been a more contemptuous response from the Minister for Small Business, the person whose job it is in this parliament to advocate for their interests, to slur and denigrate them and the hard-working Australians who are standing up and fighting for the future of not just themselves, their families, their communities, but of course the millions of people who work for small business all across this country. Speaker, we are at a crossroads as a country. We have a private employment crisis in Australia right now. The government is responsible for 8 in 10 jobs either being created directly or indirectly because we are seeing such a crisis in confidence in private investment and private employment. And what we have now, when those businesses are trying to get ahead, when they're drowning under the problems and the pressure of inflation, is nothing but contempt from the Albanese government.
Shame.
To say to people who have saved and sacrificed to get themselves into a position to support themselves, who've done the hard work and are making sure they can employ millions of Australians, quote, maybe they're dodgy. It shows a shocking level of contempt from this government and this minister in response to the importance of small business. The crisis small business in this country is facing right now directly correlates to the problems of inflation. We just heard from the Treasurer throughout the entire of question time continuously saying that there was no correlation between private demand and government expenditure. We heard from the Minister and the Treasurer dismissing the problems of inflation and the impact it is having on the small businesses, the family businesses, sole traders and the self-employed. But the Reserve Bank Governor made it clear last Friday in answer to the question from the member for Cook, and congratulations to him on asking incisive questions in the House of Representatives Economics Committee, where the Reserve Bank Governor very clearly drew the correlation between public expenditure and inflation and how that is putting upward pressure on interest rates. And, Speaker, this is particularly important because we have so many small businesses that borrow to manage their challenges of liquidity. We have so many small businesses that borrow to raise the capital they need to invest in their own future and to be able to buy the assets they need. And of course, we know right now, Deputy Speaker, that that future is being compromised while the Treasurer floats out options of getting rid of the capital gains discount and, as a consequence, compromising future investment in this country. But even worse than that, so many of those small businesses, because they have to back themselves with money that they borrow from the security they put in their own private home, they risk their own future to give a better future to others, often have to go to non-bank lenders and end up paying a higher interest rate than the standard retail rate that so many Australian households pay. So when interest rates go up and inflation goes up, small business is hit multiple times over. They have a cost of small business, a cost of business crisis also being faced because all those costs that are increasing as a consequence of inflation go through small businesses. Large businesses, big corporates, they can shed those costs across millions of units that are moved. Small businesses are fully exposed and have one choice. They have to pass them on to their customers. And when they pass those costs on to their customers, people make choices and vote with their feet when households are already struggling so much about how they're going to keep their head above the rising inflationary water of the Albanese government. So they not only have a cost of business inflation crisis, but then they have the cost of inflation on taxation arrangements. Deputy Speaker, coming from the great state of Victoria, you would know increasingly state governments tie their tax rates to inflation, to CPI. So when inflation goes up, tax rates go up. And who do they make sure they target? Labor state governments make sure they target more than anybody. And it is always small businesses who are trying to get ahead and employ the future generation of Australians. So with inflation going up, interest rates going up, the cost of taxation, inflation going up, and that's before we've even got to the problems of industrial relations inflation. So many of the different pieces of legislation the last term of parliament is still washing through our industrial relations and employment landscape. And when those costs get passed through, it means higher costs for small business who are being crushed by the consequences of the Albanese government, and they haven't stopped. They've passed legislation for multi-employer bargaining, and now that is slowly trickling its way through our employment and industrial relations landscape. We have unions deliberately going out and finding ways to leverage costs, to make it more expensive to hire tradies, to contract workers. And where does that land? It increases the costs of things like housing and construction. That hits small businesses, first home buyers, and of course it means the costs are flowing through to every single Australian. So we have inflation costs, interest rate costs, industrial relations inflation and tax inflation, all going up because this Labor government has lost control of the books. This Labor government continues to borrow from tomorrow with debt spending to fuel inflation today, to cover their employment and private sector investment crisis. There has to be a point where this government understands the damage it is done, but you won't see it from the Minister for Small Business. The Minister for Small Business, who has overseen the highest number of small business insolvencies in Australian history. On records, response and intervention in this House last week was to say, quote, maybe they were dodgy. This is the problem. And after we gave that speech and a number of members constantly repeated it, she got up in this chamber and she claimed, or started to claim anyway, that that was not what was said. She claimed she was verbal. Well, there's just one problem, Deputy Speaker, and I can't table this document because it's already a public one, which is the Hansard caught her interjection and exposed not only that she had said what she had said, that, quote, maybe, quote, they were dodgy, but even more than that, she then tried to mislead the House to cover her tracks. She knows her shameful record. She knows the shameful record of the Albanese government. We all do it, but the problem is small businesses in Australia are living it. And more importantly, the insolvent small businesses are living it right now, where people have lost their futures, lost their jobs, lost their livelihoods, and are increasingly finding it challenging to get back up on their feet and start again. This is the legacy of this Labor government. They have no empathy, no concern or consideration for the small businesses that want to get ahead. This Labor government has absolute contempt for those people who stand up and back themselves to get ahead. And they do so for one simple reason, Deputy Speaker: they can't control them. The modern Labor Party has one objective, which is how do they maintain as much control over the lives of Australians. And one of the things they don't like about small businesses is they're fierce. They're independent. They stand on their own 2 feet. They back themselves. They don't look for handouts. They make sure that they fight for their own futures, and they're taking agency and control of their own destiny. And nothing terrifies the modern Labor Party more than Australians standing on their own 2 feet and not simply being dependent on the government when they can control them. That's why we stand up so clearly on this side of the House for small business. That's why every single member here understands that this is backing small business is not just backing people who are standing up to be able to get ahead. It's backing communities. It's backing the people, the first line, who can support local sporting groups and charitable organisations, and when they go under, our social fabric is torn in the process. And you should understand this, Deputy Speaker, coming from a regional electorate. Small businesses on the front line, and that's why we have to back them every step of the way. But I can sure as hell say that is not what we're getting from the Albanese government.
Is the motion seconded? And
Yes.
I give the call to the member for Cook.
I second the motion. At the end of last year, I held a small business forum in Caringbah. I met dozens of struggling small business owners struggling to make ends meet. There are now vacant shops there. Behind each shop is a family and a person who has lost it all. This morning in Canberra, I spoke to a gentleman from there who has lost his house in one of these insolvent businesses. We hear this number, these thousands of businesses, but I spoke to one of those people today, and that is the face of Jim Chalmers' economic failure. These small businesses, they employ 70% of Australia. 70% of Australia in small and medium enterprises. They make up almost 98% of all businesses, and they are on their knees. There's around 2.6 million of them operating in Australia, and most of them are micro, 0 to 4 employees. They've got families that surround them, and they are falling over. 14,722 collapsing, a 33% increase in the prior year. Their mortgages are going up, their loans are going up. And today in question time we heard Treasurer Chalmers be a little bit tricky. Yes, it comes quite naturally to him. But what he said today, we asked him about government spending, Deputy Speaker, time and time again. Well, if you listen closely, how he answered is he came back and spoke about public demand. And he talked about public demand coming off, and that was quite deliberate, because government spending is more than public demand. It shows up in private demand. Public demand does not include energy rebates, does not include Centrelink, does not include pensions. He likes to talk about public demand because it obscures the fact that government spending is at a 40-year high, 27% of GDP. It has never, ever been higher than a share of the economy than this year. The only year it might be at risk of being higher than this year is next year. So what does the Treasurer do? Instead of admitting that, he goes into clever little tricky weasel words and talks about private demand and then says public demand and says public demand is coming off. Well, that ignores the electricity rebates. That ignores Centrelink transfers. That ignores all these other transfers that payments are at an all-time high. So, Treasurer, why are you misleading the Australian people? Why are you putting these small businesses under pressure? You're putting mortgages out of reach for Australian people, rents out of reach for Australian people, and small business under pressure. These small business owners were recently surveyed, and it showed a large proportion of them are dealing with lower profits. 64%, almost two-thirds of small business, have their profits down year on year. Two-thirds. That is amazing. 60% of these businesses are not paying themselves and not declaring dividends, and 72% said rising costs were their biggest obstacle to growth. These small businesses just aren't numbers. They play essential roles in our community. The record closure rates, these rising insolvencies, are not a normal part of the cycle. They're a symptom of mounting cost pressures. Australia, in the developed world, we have had the shortest cycle of easing to now hiking rates. It's the shortest cycle ever on record for the Reserve Bank of Australia, underpinned by record government spending. The housing crisis is getting worse. The small business collapse is getting worse. Now, for the Minister for Small Business to insinuate they are dodgy, in this environment, well, why isn't the Minister of Small Business here? She should come back into the House, withdraw those shameful comments and apologise. Apologise not just to us, not just to the House, but to all these hard-working small business owners in the seat of Cook and right across Australia. And if the Minister for Small Business won't do it, the Prime Minister should come and do it. Because these people, 64% of them with their profits down year on year, 60% not paying themselves, 60% explaining to their family why they are poorer, why they may risk and lose their house. Now, if a minister can smear tens of thousands of Australians and refuse to correct the record, what does that say about standards in this House?
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh no, there were 4 voices. Yeah, I do. There were 4 voices. I heard it.
I'll lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 89, noes 42. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Looking sharp, Mr. Speaker. Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I'll just wait until we move on to the next item. All right, I'll give the call. The Minister for Agriculture has indicated she's seeking the call.
I want to correct an answer. I said that we had $80 billion in trade impediments. It's $20 billion that we inherited from those opposite.
I thank the Minister. Order. We shall move to the next order of the day, and I give the call to the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1. Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Berowra.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Berowra has moved as an amendment that after all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. So the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to, I give the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Speaker, it is about people at every stage of life having access to learning opportunities that allow them to upskill, retrain or adapt as our economy changes. The Accord confronts hard truths about inequity in our system. It shows that talent is spread evenly across the country, but opportunity is not. It challenges us to build a system that genuinely opens doors for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations students, people in regional and outer suburban communities, and those who have traditionally been left behind. Importantly, the Accord does not stop at diagnosis. It provides practical, evidence-based pathway forward. It sets clear targets, outlines achievable reforms, and emphasises the need for long-term stewardship, coordination and accountability. This is why the Universities Accord has been so transformative. It has given Australia a shared understanding of the challenge ahead and a credible plan to meet it. The bills before the House today are a direct response to that work, turning vision into action, ensuring the reform agenda does not end with a report, but is embedded in the way our tertiary education system is governed and strengthened for the future. Together, these bills represent one of the most significant reforms to Australia's higher education system in a generation. They respond directly to the findings of the Australian Universities Accord, and they lay the foundations for a tertiary education system that is fairer, more coordinated, more future-focused and better equipped to meet the skills and workforce needs of our nation. At their core, these bills established ATEC, the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, as an independent statutory body and as the steward of Australia's higher education system. This reform matters because for too long our tertiary system has lacked a dedicated steward with a responsibility and authority to take a whole system view. A view that looks beyond funding cycles and election terms. A view that is focused on long-term skills needs, equity, quality and national priorities. The Australian Universities Accord final report, released in February 2024, made it clear that the absence of such a steward was a critical gap. Without it, the system has struggled to plan effectively for future demand and responds coherently to skill shortages and to deliver equitable outcomes for students from all backgrounds. The Accord gives us a blueprint for reform over the next decade and beyond. It tells us something we already know, but we can no longer afford to ignore. In the years ahead, more jobs will require more skills. Over the coming decades, around 80% of jobs will require a post-school qualification, whether it is a certificate, a diploma or a degree. That means more people studying at TAFE and more people studying at university. It means that we must act now to ensure our tertiary education system has the capacity, the capability and the coordination required to meet Australia's future needs. The Albanese Labor government has already acted decisively on this agenda. We have implemented 31 of the Accord's 47 recommendations, in full or in part, and these reforms are already making a difference. We have doubled the number of university study hubs by establishing 20 new regional university study hubs and 14 new suburban university study hubs, bringing higher education closer to the people who might otherwise miss out. We have increased the number of free university bridging courses to help students gain the confidence and the preparation they need to succeed. We have introduced paid prac for the first time for students in teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, recognising that unpaid placements create real financial barriers. This will change lives. We have required higher education providers to allocate a minimum of 40% of the student services and amenities fee to student-led organisations to enhance the experience of students while studying. We have made demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places available to all First Nations students who meet the entry requirements. We have introduced a National Student Ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. And we have made HECS better and fairer by cutting 20% of HECS debts as of the 1st of June 2025, capping indexation to the lower of CPI and WPI, moving to a marginal repayment system and lifting the minimum repayment threshold, meaning more money in the pockets of millions of Australians. Establishing the ATEC is another cornerstone of this reform agenda. The ATEC bill establishes the Commission as an independent statutory authority with clear objects and functions. It is designed to provide stewardship to the higher education system and to strengthen the system so that it can deliver high-quality teaching and learning, as well as the internationally as well as internationally competitive research and research training. This bill sets out the objects of the ATEC clearly. These include ensuring higher education system has the capacity and capability to meet Australia's current and future student skills and workforce demand. It includes increasing equitable access to, participation in and success within the higher education system for all students. It includes promoting coordination and collaboration between the Commonwealth, state and territory governments, higher education providers, industry, employers, unions and the public. It includes recognising the central role of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the higher education system and improving access, participation and outcomes for First Nations students. And it includes improving coordination and collaboration between higher education and vocational education and training system. The bill also enshrines the National Tertiary Education Objective. This objective provides a unified whole-of-system vision for the tertiary education, complementing existing objectives for higher education and VET. The ATEC will be required to have regard to this objective in the performance of its functions, ensuring coherence and alignment across the system. The ATEC will be led by 3 independent commissioners, including a Chief Commissioner and a First Nations Commissioner. Commissioners will be appointed by the Minister for Education for terms of up to 5 years. Collectively, the commissioners will bring a balanced expertise across higher education, vocational education and training, tertiary governments, stakeholder engagement and regional Australia. Importantly, at least one commissioner must have substantial experience in VET, reinforcing the commitment to a genuinely partnered tertiary system. Formal independence is a foundational element of the ATEC's design. The Minister would not be able to direct the ATEC on the content of its advice or require it to make a particular decision about a provider. This independence ensures that the ATEC's work is transparent, evidence-based and free from undue influence. The ATEC will have a broad range of advisory and decision-making functions. It will negotiate mission-based compacts with individual universities. These compacts will set out a role for each institution plays within the system, including the number of domestic and international students they teach. Mission-based compacts will give the universities the flexibility to pursue their distinct missions while contributing to the diversity of the sector, delivering on national priorities and meeting the needs of the students and communities. The ATEC will also be responsible for implementing a new funding system. This system will provide demand-driven places for equity students at a systems level and needs-based funding linked to the number of students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations students and students studying at regional campuses. This is critical reform. It recognises that equity is not an add-on but the core responsibility of the system. It will help more students from underrepresented backgrounds access university, and it will support them to participate and succeed once they're there. The ATEC will provide expert advice to governments on a wide range of higher education matters. This includes advice on policy setting and strategic direction, the cost of teaching and learning, student demand, skills and workforce needs, and improving access and outcomes for peoples facing systematic barriers. It will also advise on how to bring higher education and VET closer together and how to achieve any tertiary attainment targets set by the government. While the ATEC will not have decision-making powers in relation to VET, it will play an important role in advising ministers on opportunities for better coordination and collaboration across the tertiary system. Each year, the ATEC will prepare and publish the State of the Tertiary Education System report. This report will provide comprehensive assessment for the health and performance of the system. It will identify emerging trends and challenges, track progress against participation and attainment targets, assess how well the system is meeting Australia's skill needs, and evaluate whether barriers for underrepresented groups are being removed. This transparency and accountability is vital. It will ensure governments, providers and the public have access to clear, evidence-based information about how the system is performing and where the future reform is needed. The ATEC will work closely with other agencies, including Jobs and Skills Australia, TEXA, the Australian Research Council, the National Centre of Vocational Education Research and state and territory governments. This collaboration will ensure advice and decisions are informed by the best available evidence and aligned across portfolios. The interim ATEC commenced operations on the 1st of July 2025. They've been laying the foundations for the Permanent Commission, and this legislation builds directly on that work. The second bill before the House makes the necessary amendments to the existing legislation to support the establishment of the ATEC. It amends the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Act 2011 and the Higher Education Support Act 2003. These amendments allow the ATEC to advise the Minister on the higher education standards framework and facilitate a new mission-based compact process. Together, these bills respond directly to the challenges identified by the Universities Accord. They provide the governments the coordination, the stewardship that the system has lacked. They support diversity and excellence across institutions. They place equity at the centre of system design, and they help ensure our tertiary education system is fit for the future. This is about building a system that serves students, supports educators, strengthens our workforce and underpins Australia's long-term prosperity. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025. Many in this House will have wonderful memories from their time at university, a time of discovery, of independence, of learning not only about the world but also about ourselves. For many Australians, it is the first time they are away from home, the first time that they encounter ideas that really challenge them, and the first time they start to imagine the contribution they might make to our country. That sense of possibility is what our higher education system should offer every Australian, the opportunity to learn, to grow and to build a future. Higher education is vital to Australia's future, as our fourth largest export is a driver of national prosperity today and a foundation for tomorrow. It underpins economic growth, social mobility and research capability, and it strengthens our democracy through critical thinking and civic participation. My community cares deeply about access to high-quality education and a system that is sustainable, future-focused, fair and accessible to all. 1 in 13 Wentworth residents are currently enrolled in tertiary study, and around 70% of our community hold a tertiary education, which will be one of the highest in the country. But we must ask ourselves whether the system is still delivering on the promise that higher education has long represented in Australia. For decades, our tertiary system has opened doors. It has equipped generations of Australians with the skills to strengthen our economy, enrich our community and deepen our democracy. Yet for many young Australians today, that promise feels increasingly fragile. Student debt is rising and opportunity can feel more distant. Around 3 million Australians carry student debt, with the average balance exceeding $27,000. In many disciplines, student contributions have risen sharply over time, leaving graduates with debts that can shape life choices for years, from where they live to whether they start a family or buy a home. Its student experience has also changed very significantly, particularly after COVID. And I know that, having spoken to many students and families in my electorate, that this is of a real concern to students and their families, that the great experiences that many of us had in the 90s and earlier in the 2000s are not being replicated by the current university system. And that connection, particularly that so many of us got from colleagues and classmates in universities, is not being replicated in the current university sector. But there are also issues, more broadly, these issues sort of feed into more broadly issues in terms of productivity and social mobility. They go beyond just education. If we do want a dynamic, innovative and cohesive society, we must ensure that learning and opportunity remains within reach, remains relevant and remains engaging for our young people. The Universities Accord was frank in its diagnosis. It found that tertiary policy had lacked clarity and long-term stewardship. I agree wholeheartedly. Australia needs a more coherent and innovative tertiary system, one that allows students to move easily between vocational education and university, to have prior learning recognised, one that builds strong partnerships with industry to translate research into real-world outcomes, one that partners very strongly with business and employers to make sure that our students are not just learning the foundation skills to enable them to think critically, but also that they are equipped when they join the workforce with some practical skills and the skills that the business community and the wider community are saying in demand. We want a system that harnesses emerging technologies to deliver excellence in teaching and learning, one that innovates to be the best in the world, one that supports Australians to upskill and reskill throughout their lives and recognises that a 3-year degree is no longer a set and a forget approach to education, but that this is an ongoing dialogue. And finally, a system that delivers a rewarding and enriching experience for students, because students still need to be at the heart of our universities, and in many cases students do not feel that, and the evidence is borne out. Establishing an Australian Tertiary Education Commission is an important step towards that coherence and towards accountability. A national steward able to take a long-term view of the system can help ensure that policy is guided by evidence rather than by short-term pressures. But for that promise to be realised, the design of the Commission matters, because if we do establish this Commission, this has to lead to change and has to lead to long-term evidence-based change. And I do have some real significant concerns that the current design of the Commission means that the ability to achieve the changes that Australians want is compromised. Firstly, independence. The Accord envisaged a body capable of providing robust evidence-based advice. Yet under this bill, the Commission can generally only provide advice or publish reports when asked by the Minister. It must also take into account ministerial priorities in performing its functions. If the Commission is to identify emerging risks, warn of when funding settings are failing, and think deeply about the future of tertiary education, it really should have the ability and capacity to initiate work within its remit and publish its findings independently. Secondly, resourcing. On paper, the Commission is independent. In practice, its staff will largely be drawn from the Department of Education. Instead of building new capability, the danger is we risk rebadging existing resources and adding administration without actually adding capacity. And finally, remit. The Accord was highly critical of the Jobs Ready Graduates package and called for a more coherent and equitable student contribution system. Many expected ATEC to play a central role in that reform. If the Commission is to provide meaningful advice on sustainability and fairness of higher education funding, it's got to go beyond just looking at the government funding for higher education and also consider the full picture, which includes the impact of student contributions and debt on access and opportunity. These are not simply minor design questions. They do go to the heart of whether the Commission can do the job it is being asked to do, and the job which I do believe is important. At the same time, the sector has waited a long time for clearer stewardship, and many Accord reforms depend on having a body like this in place. I support the Accord and I support the principle of an ATEC. I support the amendments, however, put forward by Kate Chaney, Monique Ryan and Julian Leeser. They strengthen this bill. They deal with many of the design flaws that I have highlighted in my speech. I think the government should look carefully at these amendments, because I think this is an example where strengthening our democracy is strengthened by broadening the participation in the context of ideas. This bill could be strengthened. I believe this bill should be strengthened, and because we do need a university system that opens doors, not closes them, and a system that fuels ambitions, not burden. And we do need a system that ensures every Australian, regardless of background, can experience a transformative period of discovery, independence and learning that so many of us in the House remember so well. But we have a lot of work to do here, and we need this Commission, if established, to be as strong and robust as possible, and there is more work to be done on this bill.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's future prosperity will be built on education, skills and opportunity. The Albanese government knows this, and it's why we are working to rebuild confidence in the tertiary system after a decade of Liberal neglect, strengthening pathways into learning. The bill before the House today is the latest step in this work. This is a bill to establish the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, the ATEC. The ATEC will focus on making sure universities do their part to deliver on the government's commitment to lift tertiary education attainment to 80% of working-age people by 2050 and raising equity participation and attainment. It will make sure there are enough places at universities to enable more people to access the opportunities that higher education can deliver, particularly in regional areas like mine in Corangamite. This is a central recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord. 3 years ago, the Minister for Education appointed 6 eminent Australians to develop a long-term blueprint to reforming higher education. Professor Mary O'Kane chaired that work, a former Chief Scientist and Engineer of New South Wales and a former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Adelaide. Professor Barney Glover brought his experience as Vice-Chancellor and President of Western Sydney University and now as Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia. Distinguished Professor Larissa Berendt contributed her deep expertise in Indigenous education and research through the Jumbunna Institute at the University of Technology, Sydney. The Honourable Fiona Nash provided insight as the Australian Regional Education Commissioner and a former Minister for Regional Development and Regional Communications. The Honourable Jenny Macklin brought decades of experience in social policy and disability reform as a former Federal Cabinet Minister. And Ms Shamara Wickramanayake contributed a strong understanding of industry, investment and research commercialisation as Chief Executive Officer of Macquarie Group and a former member of University Research Commercialisation Expert Panel. They were asked to examine 7 priority areas: Australia's current and future knowledge and skills needs, access and opportunity, investment and affordability, governance, accountability and community connection, links between vocational education and higher education, the quality and sustainability of providers, and the role of new knowledge, innovation and research in building national capacity. The final report was released last year. And, Deputy Speaker, its message was clear. More jobs will require high levels of skills. And right now, data shows 60% of Australians working today hold a certificate, diploma or degree. But by 2050, the figure will need to rise to around 80%. That's a substantial shift. It means more people at TAFE, more people at university, and more Australians moving between the two over their working lives. The Accord also identified 2 major barriers standing in the way of that ambition. The first is the divide between vocational education and higher education, which too often makes pathways complicated and inflexible. The second is the invisible barrier that prevents too many young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, from outer suburbs and regional communities getting to university at all. Today, 69% of young Australians from high socio-economic families hold a university degree, but only 19% from very poor families do. That gap exists across vocational education as well. 87% of young people from wealthy families hold a TAFE qualification or university degree, while only 59% from poorer families do. That means more than 40% of Australians from disadvantaged backgrounds are missing out on the qualifications that will increasingly be required in the decades ahead. We must change this, Deputy Speaker. And in my electorate of Corangamite, I will work with Deakin University and Gordon TAFE to help implement these reforms and ensure better outcomes for locals and for students at these 2 great educational institutions. The Accord's recommendations will make a difference to people in my region, and it should be noted our government has already acted on the Accord's interim recommendations while implementing the final report. In last year's budget, we adopted 31 of the 47 recommendations, in full or in part. We increased funding for bridging courses that help students prepare for university study. These courses act as a bridge between school and higher education, and they do make a difference for many students. Over the next decade, the government will invest an additional $1 billion so tens of thousands of Australians can undertake them free of charge. We introduced paid prac to support teachers, nurses, midwifery and social work students while they complete compulsory placements. It is means tested and targeted at those who need help most. More than 67,000 students have applied. More than 80% of those applications have been processed and more than 80% have been approved. We've expanded medical Commonwealth supported places to address doctor shortages. Over the past 3 years, more than 350 new commencing places have been announced. 8 new medical schools are being established. When fully rolled out, this will support around 1,790 additional medical students each year. We abolished the unfair 50% pass rule that disproportionately affected Indigenous students, students from low-income families and those from regional communities. We reformed student services and amenities fees, so at least 40% is directed to student-led organisations. We introduced a demand-driven system for Indigenous students nationwide so that wherever they live, if they achieve the marks, they get the place. That change is already delivering results. Indigenous commencements rose 5% last year and a further 3% this year. Over the next decade, that number is expected to double. And we're also working with state governments to deliver fully funding for public schools, something I'm so passionate about as a teacher who has worked in public schools, because a successful tertiary education is built on successful primary and secondary education. We established a national student ombudsman and legislated a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We created an expert council on university governance and are strengthening transparency around remuneration, council decisions, consultants and conflicts of interest. We've taken decisive action on student debt. Indexation was capped at the lower of CPI and WPI, wiping $3 billion from balances. A further $16 billion is being removed through a 20% reduction for borrowers. That is the largest student debt cut, Deputy Speaker, in Australia's history. We promised it, Australians voted for it, and it is being delivered. We reformed repayments so graduates only repay on income above the threshold rather than their full wage. And for someone earning $70,000 a year, that means around $1,300 less in repayments annually. This is real cost of living relief. It is also another recommendation of the Accord. If Australia is to reach the 80% participation target, more university places are required. That expansion begins next year. 9,500 additional commencing places will be allocated this year in 2026. 16,000 more will follow in 2027 and another 16,000 in 2028. Another 16,000 in 2029 and 19,000 more in 2030. Over the next decade, that equates to around 200,000 additional commencing places. It will lift the number of domestic students in Australian universities by around 27%. Those places must be properly funded, and that is where the Australian Tertiary Education Commission comes in. Over the next 12 months, 2 major funding reforms will be legislated. The first is demand-driven equity. Universities will no longer face caps for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. If a student meets entry requirements, they will be able to enrol. The second is needs-based funding. Extra resources will flow to support students from low-income families, from regional areas and from underrepresented groups. The money will follow the student. The most disadvantaged students a university educates, the more support it will receive. These reforms commence in January. It will be the ATEC's role to steer and embed them. This bill establishes that body. It recognises that reform on this scale requires stewardship beyond a single minister or electoral cycle. The ATEC will be independent. It will report to ministers through a statement of expectations. It will publish work plans and research. It will advise government. And it will be reviewed after 2 years and again at 5 years, with those reviews tabled in Parliament. These reviews will be essential to refine the ATEC with input from universities and other stakeholders. It will be led by 3 commissioners, including a full-time Chief Commissioner and a full-time First Nations Commissioner. The Commission will negotiate mission-based compacts with universities. It will assume responsibility for standards advice. It will publish an annual State of the Territory Education System report, and it will help ensure vocational and higher education systems work together as one coherent system. Deputy Speaker, this bill continues a long and proud tradition of reform that began with the Curtin government and was strengthened under the Menzies government. Both sides of politics recognised then, as we do now, that education is nation building. This legislation builds new foundations for the decades ahead. It expands opportunity. It strengthens skills. It ensures the system, importantly, remains fair, accessible and sustainable. And for these reasons, I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can you believe this government? They just try and find every possible way they can, to outsource decision-making to bureaucracy, outsource decision-making to regulators, outsource decision-making to anyone but themselves, because they don't like taking responsibility for making decisions, and especially for making hard decisions. And that's why they want to set up this body, the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. Why can't the minister do the role that the Australian Tertiary Education Commission does? Why can't the minister take the decisions that are needed to make sure that our public university system continues to deliver for Australians? Because he doesn't want to. He wants to hide behind 3 faceless regulators, because in the end he's facing a real dilemma. He knows, because you've wasted so much money, that there's no money that he can get for the system. So he's saying to these people, OK, you're going to have to find me money so I can pursue priorities. And what does that mean? Well, it means he's faced with some very, very difficult choices, because we changed the higher education funding system in 2021. And when we did that, and it was funny because the Minister for Education was out today in question time saying we need to do more when it comes to nurses, we need to do more when it comes to teachers, for engineers, for scientists, and what we need to be doing is making sure we're getting more of those graduates. Well, what did we do under the Job Ready Graduate Package? We cut the cost of all those degrees. In all those areas where we need people to be job ready and go into the workforce, like nurses, like teachers, like scientists, like those in the IT areas, like those in the engineering, we cut the cost of their degrees. Now, this has presented a real dilemma for those on the government side, because you don't know what to do about it now, do you? So what you're going to do is you're going to outsource it to 3 bureaucrats and hope that they can come up with a solution, because the minister will not take responsibility for owning up and making the hard decisions that he needs to. Now, not only did we do that, we increased funding for the sector by more than $2 billion. You don't hear that said much by those opposite, but from 20 to 2021, funding for universities went from $20 billion, went over $20 billion. Now, that was an increase of over $2 billion. You do not hear anything from that side about that. You do not hear about the record investment we made into research. Record investment into research has never ever been done in Australian history. The amount of money we put in to research. You hear nothing from those on that side about that. We also increased the amount of places available for Australian students. 30,000 new places were available. And importantly, and this is real reform, which once again you never hear mentioned from those opposite, 50,000 short course places were funded. So we started to change the nature of higher education so people could look at doing short courses so they could upskill in a very quick way, so you didn't have to spend a fortune when you were at university. These are all the reforms that we did when we were in government. Now, they weren't easy, and those opposite opposed it the whole way. But this was real reform which the government was prepared to take responsibility for. Yet what have we seen from those opposite? We don't want to be involved in real reform. We don't want to take the hard decisions. So we're going to get 3 regulators to do it. In a sector which comes and says all the time we're over-regulated, you're going to put more regulators in place. How does that make sense at all? And it's going to cost $54 million. Now think what that $54 million could do. Just think, for instance, in communities like in Cook, in Imwanan, what $54 million could deliver for communities, whether it be with sporting infrastructure, whether it be with higher education infrastructure, whether it be with looking after aged care, whether it be for looking after our schools. This money, $54 million, could be used to deliver real outcomes on the ground, not to go to set up another commission. What else did we do through those higher ed reforms? We set up the tertiary access payment, which meant that there were payments to enable low socio-economic people be able to go to university. Now, what has happened to that tertiary access payment scheme? They cut it. They cut it. And now the minister's putting in place a similar scheme. But he cut the scheme that was already there, that was already working, the tertiary access payment scheme. Real reform that we put in place so low socio-economic people could access higher education and in particular access those cheaper degrees in the area where we actually need skills and we need people and we need to encourage demand. That's what those tertiary access payments were all about, and it was cut by those opposite. And what we now need to see is the minister actually do something. He's great coming up here at the dispatch box and we all find him slightly amusing with his iterations, and then he tells his sort of fireside chat stories, and we do. We find it sort of quite amusing.
It's a distraction.
But we all do sit there and say, when is he actually going to make a decision? When is he actually going to do something? When is he going to continue proper reform of the higher education system? Because the world is moving and the nature of higher education is moving. We need more short courses. We need to make sure that in areas like AI, that we're enabling people to skill up quickly, to take the advantages of it and develop their career paths in these areas. And yet, how long have they been in government now? Over 4 years or nearly 4 years?
4 years.
And what have we got? We're now trying to set up a commission to do this. So for 4 years, very little has happened. Very little has happened. And it's about time the minister said, I don't need more regulators, I don't need more bureaucrats doing things. I'm going to take responsibility and I'm going to continue to drive our higher education system so we have the best higher education system in the world. That's what we should be aiming for. Money into research and making sure that our teaching standards are impeccable and young Australians know when they get a degree it's value for money and they're going to walk out and they're going to be wanted by employers to make sure so they have a job. But we're not getting that. But I will say this to the minister. If you want to get an idea of what good government policy leads to and what the outcomes you can get from good government policy come down to my electorate. And I had the pleasure a couple of weeks ago of taking the Shadow Health Minister, Anne Ruston, to visit a couple of the universities in my electorate. And what I was able to show her is what good policy leads to. First place I took her was to the Deakin Medical School. And there they have the most wonderful facilities for teaching postgrad medicine and for teaching nursing. Because when we were in government, we understood if we address the shortfalls in doctors and nurses in regional and rural areas, then you had to educate the students in regional and rural areas. And that's exactly what Deakin is doing in Warrnambool. And I say to all those on that side, do yourselves a favour and come down to Warrnambool and have a look. Ian Martin, the Vice-Chancellor, would be happy to take you around and show you these outstanding facilities. They've done a brilliant, brilliant job. And if we can make sure that it continues to get funded, then we will be able to ensure that right through Western Victoria and into south-east to South Australia, we'll have the medical workforce that we need. Because at the moment, we don't. At the moment, we don't. So we've got to keep making sure that we're funding the Warrnambool Deakin campus to provide the doctors and the nurses that we need. The second thing I was able to do was to take the Shadow Minister to Wallora, where there is a wonderful, wonderful aged care facility, but it needs investment. And the state government, and it's one of the few things that I can say about the Victorian State Labor government that is at all positive, but they have put money into redeveloping the Wallora aged care facility, which works incredibly well with the Ararat Hospital and with the Ballarat Hospital. They work in conjunction with each other, and it enables them to make sure the patient flow works very well in that area. The Victorian State Government have funded the Wallora aged care upgrade, but they've funded it at 50%. And one of the things I'm hoping that, given that has happened, that the Albanese Labor government will now match that 50%. And I'll be making representations to the Aged Care Minister and the Health Minister so that that can happen. But we also met with two wonderful, wonderful individuals who were nominated for recipients of Australian of the Year, who have set up One Red Tree. And One Red Tree is about taking people who are studying psychiatry and psychology, and especially at Federation University, and making sure that they've got placements right through Western Victoria. And it's outstanding, outstanding work that One Red Tree are doing. And it's so outstanding now that when we get a headspace for Ararat, and we need headspace for Ararat, and one of the things which is often put is that there is a shortage of making sure you've got the psychologists and psychiatrists to be able to offer the services that Headspace need. Well, we have no issues when it comes to psychologists because of the work that One Red Tree has done. And I was very pleased to be able to show the Shadow Health Minister the work that they've done. And I commend her because she also has made representations to Headspace as a result for the need for Ararat to be able to get a Headspace. It's something the community has been advocating incredibly strongly for. We've got important work that One Red Tree are doing in our schools to help with the mental health of young people in the area, but we need the follow-up to make sure that we can get Headspace into Ararat and those services can go to the next level. So I say to the government, please, and I've made representations to the Minister on behalf of the Ararat community, it's time that Headspace was delivered to Ararat. So, Deputy Speaker, if I could just conclude by saying this. We do not need another bureaucracy in the higher education sector. We do not. The Australian Tertiary Education Commission is just an excuse for the minister who does not want to make a hard decision. Love's been loved,
but does not want to make any hard decisions. Well, Minister, that's what you paid the big bucks for, is to actually make the tough decisions, not to outsource them. And not only that, think about what that $54 million could go to if it didn't get spent on setting up this bureaucracy. Now, as I've said, in the communities of Wannon, and I'm sure it's the same for the communities of Cook, there is real-life outcomes that could be changed with that $54 million.
For sure.
And I mentioned a few, but I'll mention the one in particular that I referred to. That money could fund a new Headspace centre in Ararat. Now, that is a community that needs those mental health resources and needs them desperately. And the community has come together and articulated for them. So it wouldn't require all that $54 million. As a matter of fact, it would only probably require about $3 million. And the community would put resources in as well. So forget about your Australian Tertiary Education Commission. It is not needed. Spend that $54 million on something which will change lives in communities, because that's what this nation needs at the moment. Because the money that is being wasted by this government, which is driving up inflation, driving up interest rates and leaving communities desperate for services, has to stop. It's about time you got your priorities right.
Hear, hear.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this debate goes to the very heart of what kind of country we want to be. It's not just a conversation about universities, about commissions, or indeed about funding models. It is a conversation about opportunity, about fairness, and the future of young people in our communities. For generations, education has been an important driver of social mobility in Australia. It is how children from families across the country become doctors, teachers, engineers, scientists, nurses, social workers and leaders. It strengthens our community, it helps our economy to grow, and it makes sure that we have people working in the industries that we need. Despite its importance, our government is very aware that for too many Australians, higher education does still feel out of reach. Cost of living pressures, rising rents, insecure work, and student debt make university feel like a risk instead of the opportunity that it can be. And that is why these reforms matter. Because Labor understands that tertiary education is not a luxury, it is nation-building infrastructure. Labor understands that investing in skills today is how we secure prosperity tomorrow. Labor understands that education changes lives, not just individual lives, but for whole communities. And so the Universities Accord, which our government developed, is a blueprint for a stronger, fairer Australia. And these bills that we have before us give that blueprint a permanent institutional foundation. They establish the Australian Tertiary Education Commission as a steward of our tertiary system, a body that will ensure our system is fair, coordinated, forward-looking and focused on people, not just providers. Deputy Speaker, as I mentioned, our government commissioned the Universities Accord because we knew that the higher education system really is the bedrock of so much in our country, but that it needed help after a decade of those opposite who really had no plan for higher education, certainly had no plan for how students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds would access higher education. We knew that we needed a systemic look at how this system operated. And so we commissioned and we released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. We need to be very clear that this is not a short-term fix. It's not just political slogans. This is a long-term national plan for the next decade, and indeed for the decade after that. The accord we received tells us something stark and unavoidable, that the jobs of the future will require more skills. It tells us that over the coming decades, around 80% of jobs will require a certificate, diploma or degree. And that means more Australians, not less, will need access to TAFE and to university. It means more people will need the chance to retrain, to reskill and upskill throughout their working lives. And it means if we do nothing, skills shortages will grow, inequality will widen and economic growth will stall. And Deputy Speaker, these are things that I have conversations over and over again with people in my electorate about.
with grandparents and parents who are looking at their children and thinking about what will their future be, who want to see that those young people do have the opportunities that a good education provided them, who want to know that the industries and jobs we need for the future will have the workers that should be there. So these are very important reforms, and it's why our government has not waited. We have implemented 31 of the 47 recommendations of the University Accord in part or in full. We have already doubled the number of university study hubs, with 20 new regional hubs and 14 new suburban hubs. And this brings higher education closer to students who cannot easily relocate or commute. We do have one established in the northern suburbs of Melbourne, in Epping, not far from my electorate. And again, the idea is that we are spreading the benefits of higher education, making it accessible to people who otherwise would not be able to reach these places to study. We've expanded free university bridging courses, opening the door for people who may not have had the chance to go straight from school to university. We have introduced paid prac for the first time for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, so that people are not having to choose between paying rent and completing their degree. And Speaker, again, I have heard in my community how important this reform has been for so many people, particularly women, who often are studying to be part of these caring professions and who in fact find themselves being economically disadvantaged by taking up a profession that all of us rely on. So that has been a very important reform to have paid prac there. We've required higher education providers to direct at least 40% of student services and amenities fees to student-led organisations. We've made demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places available to all First Nations students who meet entry requirements. And we've established the National Student Ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, ensuring campuses are safe and respectful environments. Of course, we have also done a lot of work to make HECS better and fairer. And again, I know this has been felt in my community. We have cut 20% off all student debts, with capping indexation to the lower of CPI or WPI, lifting the minimum repayment threshold and moving to a marginal repayment system. On top of all of these recommendations, we've made free TAFE permanent, ensuring people in our communities can skill up for the jobs of the future. Locally, I've been really pleased to see this being accelerated by our $50 million investment to establish a TAFE Centre of Excellence for Housing Construction at Melbourne Polytechnic in West Heidelberg, supporting local jobs, addressing skills shortages, and in fact helping to deliver the homes our community needs. So my community sees how these reforms are already playing out and are already making a difference, already opening doors for students who once felt left out, locked out of the opportunity of higher education, giving people the confidence to invest in themselves, helping us as a country to make sure that we have the workforce we need for the future, and helping to make sure that we sustain what is so important in our country, that opportunity that comes with education, and the fact that that opportunity should not be linked to how much the family you come from earns. Deputy Speaker, at the heart of the Universities Accord is the idea that Australia does need a national steward of tertiary education. We have had a fragmented system for too long. Our universities, our TAFEs, our regulators have operated in silos. And for the world that I've described, a world where in fact we will need more people with skills, where people will need to upskill throughout their working life, that sort of system no longer serves us well. Students have faced confusing pathways, inconsistent funding, and uneven support. So the Accord recommended the creation of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission to bring strategy, coordination and long-term planning to the system. These bills establish ATEC as an independent statutory authority. To help deliver the future tertiary system Australia needs, one that is equitable, joined up, responsive to skills needs, and focused on student support. It will help us reach the 80% attainment target by encouraging diversity, providing expert evidence-based advice to governments, monitoring skills and equity targets, and, as I said, helping to deliver a joined-up tertiary system that brings higher education and vocational education together. This is a critical service that I think will improve our universities. And locally, I know for universities like La Trobe University in my community, with its strong focus on health, education, regional outreach, and first-in-family students, this will mean recognition of the vital community role it plays. For institutions like the University of Melbourne, with its global research leadership, it will mean support to continue driving innovation, medical breakthroughs and economic growth for the nation. So this is not about forcing universities into a single mould, but it is about building a diverse, collaborative system that does reflect our communities and our workforce needs now and into the future. The ATEC will implement a new funding model that is fairer and more targeted. It will provide demand-driven places for equity students at a system level and needs-based funding based on the number of low SES students, First Nations students and regional campus students. This is how we close participation gaps and how we lift completion rates. It is how we ensure that talent, not background, determines success. And as I said, the ATEC will also provide advice to government on policy settings, on strategic direction, making sure that we're getting that joined up picture. It will publish a State of the Tertiary Education System report, tracking performance, identifying challenges, setting out opportunities for future reform, because I also acknowledge that this is not a one and done situation. There is more work for us to do to make sure that our higher education system is meeting the needs of students, is allowing students to get the skills and qualifications they need now and into the future. Deputy Speaker, the conversations I have about higher education in my community are about learning, about jobs, and about opportunities for the future. People in my community are really aware that higher education is also the pathway to a more secure life. It can help open the doors to home ownership. It can help people feel like they have a stable and prosperous future ahead of them. So I was very proud to see our government cut 20% off all student debt, including for nearly 23,000 people in my electorate of Jagga Jagga. I was proud to see us make free TAFE permanent, making a real difference for students at our local Greensborough and West Heidelberg Polytechnic campuses, and of course right across the country. For students in my community, this is meaning no or lower repayments, less financial stress, and a real chance to save for a home, start a family, or invest in the future. And I have had this conversation, I do hear this time and time again from people in my community at all generations. It is something that parents, that grandparents, and young people are talking to me about. This is a continuing conversation about how we make sure young people in our communities can aspire to a good life, can aspire to the stability and the aspiration of knowing that there are good jobs ahead of them, knowing that they can look at secure home ownership, and knowing that they can play an important part in our communities going forward. So this bill does a lot more than just set up a body to look at our higher education system. This bill makes sure that we are getting the foundations right for young people to have those opportunities, to feel like they have a government that understands and cares how important this is for them, to have that sense of opportunity, that sense of community, and that sense of a government and a community that wants them to have good lives. Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me to say that those opposite do not share this government's view of a future for young people in that way. Their record shows that they did not back our universities. They did not back opportunity. They've said that students should just pay their debts. They've called our plan elitist. They cut funding to education institutions and they undermined equity. It has been clear over the decade that those opposite were in power that they see education as a cost, whereas we on this side, Labor sees education as an investment. They have opposed opportunity, we have defended it, and we are trying to enhance it. Our government will always choose fairness, opportunity, and young people in our community and their future, and that is what these bills are about. These bills are about the future of higher education, about the kind of nation we want to be. They're about backing our students, strengthening our universities, investing in the communities that rely on them. They do recognise that education is not just a personal opportunity, but it is a national asset. one that underpins our economy, our workforce and our social cohesion. We are getting on with the job, establishing the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, implementing the recommendations of the Universities Accord, and placing students back at the centre of our system where they should be, building a system that is fairer, more sustainable and that is fit for the future. Our government's clear message: in Australia, opportunity should be earned by effort, not determined by background, postcode or family income. Young people should not be locked out of higher education because of who they are or where they come from, and this bill helps us to make sure that that is the Australia of the future.
The question is that this amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Calwell.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the University Accord bills that are before the House. The legislation before us gives effect to a central recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord, a serious long-term blueprint for reforming Australia's tertiary education system, and reflects the government's commitment to education as a public good and a national priority. It was the determination of successive Labor governments to open the doors of education to working families, to make university and TAFE attainable for people without wealth, privilege or connections. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's objective to expand access to higher education for the many, not just the privileged few, whether it be vet, TAFE or university, is not only core to our Labor values, but critical for communities like mine, where participation in higher education, like many outer suburban regional areas, isn't a given. I want to acknowledge the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, and the leadership he has shown in this space. I know the Minister works tirelessly to help open up opportunities for people in the outer suburbs right across this country. As the Minister has said, this reform is about building foundations that will last for decades and ensuring that opportunity in this country continues to widen and not narrow. In February of 24, the government released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. The Accord makes clear that in the decades ahead, around 80% of jobs in Australia will require a certificate, diploma or degree. That means more people at TAFE, more people at university and more people moving between the two across their working lives. But the Accord is equally clear that this will not happen by accident. It will only happen if we break down two big barriers. The first is the artificial barrier we have built between vocational education and higher education. The second is the invisible barrier that stops too many young people from poorer families, from the outer suburbs, from the regions and the bush from getting to university at all. The equity gap is stark. 69% of young Australians from wealthy families have a university degree, but only 19% of young Australians from those less fortunate do. And this gap extends beyond university. 87% of young people from wealthy families have either a TAFE qualification or a university degree, as opposed to only 59% of young people from those less well off. That means more than 40% of young Australians from families less well off do not have the qualifications they will need in the decades ahead. This is not a failure of aspiration, it is a failure of access. That is why the Accord recommended the creation of a strong, independent steward of the tertiary education system. And that is why this government committed to establishing the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. As the Minister has observed, and I think it captures the scale of this reform, as someone said to me the other day, the ATEC is the Accord. The Accord is big. It is a blueprint for the decades ahead. This legislation will establish the positions of Chief Commissioner, a First Nations Commissioner and a Third Commissioner. These commissioners will have to report to the Minister for Education and the Minister for Skills and Training to ensure that the two most common streams for higher education are working together to strengthen our tertiary education system. It is about ensuring that decisions made today do not close doors tomorrow. It is about recognising that access alone is not enough, that participation, retention and success matter just as much. That is why the ATEC's role in monitoring equity outcomes, advising on funding settings and publishing an annual State of the Tertiary Education System report is so important. Because without transparency, inequity becomes invisible. And when inequity is invisible, it is easily ignored. This reform puts equity at the centre of system design, not as an afterthought, but as a core responsibility. The ATEC will strengthen quality teaching and learning and internationally competitive research. It will ensure the system has the capacity and capability to meet Australia's current and future student, skills and workforce needs. It will increase equitable access, participation and success. It will promote coordination and collaboration between governments, providers, industry, employers, unions and the public. It will recognise and strengthen the role of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the tertiary education system, and it will improve coordination between higher education and the VET system. This is about planning, coherence and fairness. These reforms are practical. An interim Australian Tertiary Education Commission commenced operations on the 1st of July 25, laying the groundwork for the permanent commission established by this legislation. The work of the Commission has been about lifting the Accord off the page and into practice, testing systems, building capability and preparing the sector for the long-term stewardship role the ATEC is designed to play. We also need to be honest about why this reform is necessary. Because over a decade of Liberal and coalition governments, Australia's tertiary education system was not just neglected, it was actively undermined. In 2017, under a Liberal government, the Commonwealth moved to cut $2.2 billion from universities, predominantly through a 2-year freeze on Commonwealth grant scheme funding for teaching and learning. This freeze did not require legislation. It was announced through the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, after the Senate blocked an earlier package of even deeper cuts and fee increases. While those opposite at the time claimed it was not directly capping student places, the reality was obvious to everyone in the sector. If funding does not grow when enrolment grows, universities are pushed to do one of two things: cap places or cut quality. As Universities Australia said at the time, the freeze amounted to a real cut in funding once inflation was taken into account, and an even deeper cut for universities serving growing outer suburban and regional communities. The Coalition also moved to lower the student loan repayment thresholds, increase repayment rates, and introduce lifetime caps on student borrowing, measures that fell hardest on graduates from modest backgrounds, impacting their ability to establish themselves in the workforce. The Group of 8 described the sector being treated as a, quote, cash cow to be milked for budget cuts, rather than as a national asset critical to productivity and opportunity. And it was students in the outer suburbs, in the regions and working class communities who paid the price, the very Australians who were already least likely to have a degree. This is not ancient history, it's the recent past, and is precisely why this government is rebuilding a system based on access, equity and long-term stewardship, not short-term savings and silent cuts. Since coming to office, the Albanese Labor government has already implemented 31 of the 47 recommendations of the Universities Accord, in full or in part. We have more than doubled the number of university study hubs, not only in the regions and the bush, but for the first time ever in our outer suburbs. These hubs are about breaking down that invisible barrier. In Broadmeadows, I am immensely proud of the establishment of the Northern University Study Hub, powered by La Trobe University, in my electorate. For years, capable students in my community faced a simple but powerful barrier: distance and access, long travel times, high transport costs, work and care responsibility. The University Study Hub in my community is changing that. It allows local students to study close to home, connected to academic support and wraparound services, without hours spent commuting. This is what access looks like when policy meets place. We have expanded free university bridging courses, invested an extra $1 billion over 10 years. We have introduced paid prac for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, targeted, means-tested support for people who need it most. We have expanded medical places and opened new medical schools. We have scrapped the unfair 50% pass rule. We have introduced a demand-driven system for Indigenous students wherever they live, and we are already seeing the impact. We have also delivered the biggest cut to student debt in Australian history. We capped indexation. We wiped billions of student debt. We moved to a marginal repayment system that is fairer and gentler. As Professor Bruce Chapman has said, this is the most important thing that's happened to the system in 35 years. For my community, it has provided much needed debt relief to over 24,000 student loans holders in my electorate. Speaker, this government's commitment to breaking down barriers to accessing higher education goes beyond the university campus. Free TAFE is a model of what the Albanese Labor government stands for, providing real cost of living relief whilst also advancing opportunities for Australians to get the skills they need to enter the workforce, as important, to reskill and upskill. Whether it's a young person leaving school and beginning their journey into higher education towards a career, or someone retrenched in middle age, a difficult experience, but regrettably not an uncommon one in my electorate when those opposite were in charge, who dared our automotive makers to leave, seeing thousands of workers across Melbourne's north held back and left behind. Free TAFE and our TAFE system in general has been the strong driver of economic participation in communities like mine. My electorate of Core has seen major changes to its industrial base with the fall of the automotive industry. We saw Ford and a raft of employers and small businesses across the manufacturing supply chain close down, causing job losses for thousands. The Liberals smoked our industry and smoked to it. So when workers need to reskill, find their feet again in the workforce, to regain the dignity of work and provide for themselves and for families, initiatives like this are a necessity. We value education. We value TAFE and free TAFE. We value skills. We value jobs and industry, and we value opportunity. Unlike the Liberals, who have a motto enshrined in policy, from the top down, in education, health, and right across the board, that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. It's important that we enact reform across both the TAFE and university sectors together. The ATEC will bring all this together. It will craft mission-based compacts with universities. It will provide independent expert advice. It will take responsibility for the higher education standards framework. And every year, it will publish a State of the Tertiary Education System report. Independent, transparent, and accountable. This bill represents the next chapter in a long story of Labor reforms. The first Universities Commission was established in 1943 by the Curtin Labor government. It was strengthened in later decades because leaders understood that education is central to our nation building. We have a similar opportunity before us today. This debate is not just about universities as they exist today. It is about the Australia we are building for the next decade and the one after that. A country that wants to manufacture more of what it needs. A country that wants to train its own teachers, tradies, doctors, nurses, engineers and scientists. A country that wants to compete globally while remaining fair at home. None of that is possible without a strong, accessible and well-planned tertiary education system. And none of it is possible if we allow short-term savings to undermine long-term capability. This legislation rejects that short-termism. It chooses planning over drift, equity over exclusion, and national interest over political convenience. An opportunity to build foundations for the next decade and the one after that, to open the doors of opportunity wider than they are today, and to ensure that people in my community are not locked out of their potential. That is what this legislation does, and I'm proud to support it, and I commend the bills to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In February 2024, the Albanese Labor government released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. This was not a report written in isolation behind closed doors in Canberra. It was the product of deep consultation right across the country. It was built on conversations with students, educators, unions, industries, state and territory governments, and communities like mine. It set out a clear blueprint for higher education reform, not just for the next few years, but for the next decade and the decade after that. And Deputy Speaker, that report told us some hard truths. It told us that the system we have today is not fit for the future we face tomorrow. It told us that in years ahead, the nature of work in Australia is going to change fundamentally. More jobs will require more skills. Over the coming decades, around 80% of our workforce will need a post-school qualification, whether that is a Certificate 3 from TAFE, a diploma or a university degree. In fact, Jobs and Skills Australia tells us that more than 90% of employment growth over the next decade will be in jobs that need post-school qualification. Think about that figure. 9 out of 10 new jobs. That is a massive undertaking for our nation. It means we need more people walking through the doors of our TAFEs. We need more people studying at our universities, and perhaps more importantly, we need those two systems to work together. We need better coordination and clearer pathways, creating a more joined-up tertiary education system that supports Australia's long-term prosperity. We cannot leave this to chance. We need a plan and we need a steward to drive it. The Albanese Labor government has not waited to act. We have already hit the ground running, implementing 31 of the 47 Accord recommendations in full or in part. We are doubling the number of university study hubs by establishing 20 new regional hubs and 14 new suburban hubs. This is about bringing higher education closer to students who cannot always relocate or commute long distances. For students in the outer suburbs, this is the difference between giving up or getting a degree. We are increasing the number of free university bridging courses, opening doors for students who have the potential to succeed but just need extra support to get started. We are introducing paid prac for the first time for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, because we know that placement poverty is real. And students should not have to choose between paying their rent or finishing their placements to become the essential workers our country needs. We have strengthened the student voice by requiring higher education providers to allocate at least 40% of student services and amenities to student-led organisations. We have established a national student ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, because students deserve safety and accountability, and universities must be held to the highest standards. And as we promised, we have made HECS better and fairer by cutting student debt, capping indexation so it never grows faster than wages, and lifting the repayment threshold. This is real cost of living relief for graduates in Holt and across Australia. These reforms are already changing lives, but the Accord was also honest about what has been missing for too long. The panel, led by the Professor Mary O'Kane AC, identified a clear gap in our system. There was no steward. There was no one holding the map, looking at the whole picture and guiding the system towards our national goals. This absence of stewardship was identified as a crucial gap in Australia's ability to plan for future skill needs, improving equity, and to deliver quality outcomes for students and the economy. That is the gap these bills address. The Universities Accord, Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025 establishes the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATAC. Establishing ATAC was a key recommendation of the Accord. It will be an independent statutory body. It will be the steward for the tertiary system. It will play a crucial role in delivering reform. Its mission is clear: to help deliver the future tertiary education system Australia needs. It will support us to move forward to that 80% attainment target by doing 4 crucial things: encouraging diversity among our higher education providers so we don't have a cookie-cutter system, providing expert, evidence-based advice to governments' higher education system settings, monitoring skills and equity targets, and helping to deliver a joined-up system that makes it easier for students to move between TAFE and uni to get skills they need. ATEC will provide advice and reports to governments. It will undertake and coordinate research and data analysis, and crucially, it will publish an annual report strengthening transparency. It will tell us how the system is performing. It will highlight emerging challenges. It will track our progress towards participation and attainment targets. It will assess whether the system is meeting Australia's skills and workforce needs while removing barriers for underrepresented groups. The ATEC will not operate in isolation. It will work closely with Jobs and Skills Australia, with TEXA, with the Australian Research Council, with the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, and with state and territory governments, ensuring its advice is grounded in evidence and informed by real-world needs. One of the most significant reforms in this bill is the introduction of mission-based compacts. These agreements recognise a fundamental reality. Australia's universities are not all the same. They should not be forced into one-size-fits-all model. Different institutions serve different communities. Deputy Speaker, a university in regional Victoria has a different mission to a university in the Melbourne CBD. They have different strengths. They serve different student cohorts. Mission-based compacts will allow universities the flexibility to pursue their specific goals, while ensuring they must contribute to national priorities and meet the needs of their students and communities. ATEC will also be responsible for implementing a new funding framework, including demand-driven places for equity students at a system level and needs-based funding that reflects the number of students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nation students, and students studying at regional campuses. This is about getting students into university and backing them to succeed once they are there. Importantly, the legislation also strikes the right between accountability and independence. It allows ministers to set the framework within which functions are carried out, while making clear that directions cannot relate to the content of ATEC's device, the decisions it makes, or individual providers. That balance protects the integrity of expert, evidence-based advice while maintaining democratic oversight. Since July 1, 2025, an interim ATEC has already been operating. They have been laying the foundations for the Permanent Commission, and the legislation before the House builds on that work. The accompanying bill ensures these reforms are implemented smoothly and responsibly, with the necessary amendments to existing legislation to support continuity and clarity. Deputy Speaker, I must contrast this clear, long-term vision with the approach of those opposite. At the last election, the opposition opposed the creation of ATEC, arguing it was unnecessary. They are currently busy breaking up and making up again. Deputy Speaker, disconnected from the reality of modern Australia, a pattern we have seen from them since the very start of the 48th Parliament. And when they were in government, they treated higher education as a cost to be shifted onto students, not an investment in the nation. They tried to deregulate fees. They neglected TAFE, cutting billions of dollars from the sector. They created uncertainty and failed to plan for the long term. They left us with a system that simply was not working for students. Labor is doing the opposite. We are backing students. We are supporting skills. We are strengthening equity, and we're putting long-term stewardship back at the heart of the system. For my community in Holt, these reforms matter deeply. It matters for the young person who wants to be the first in their family to graduate. It matters for the parent retaining to secure a better future. It matters for the aspiring teacher, nurse, or social worker who wants to serve their community with dignity. And it matters for Australia because a strong, fair, and future-ready tertiary education system is one of the most important investments we can make for our people and for our prosperity. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of a government that takes education seriously. My parents taught me that education is a gift, but in a country like Australia, it shouldn't just be a gift for a lucky few. It should be the right for everyone, regardless of where they live or how much their parents earn. This bill sets us on that path. It builds on the architecture we need for the future. It delivers on the promise of the University Accords. I want to thank the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, for his leadership on this. He has listened to the sector, he has listened to the students, and he has acted. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill establishes the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, the ATEC. And the ATEC was, of course, a key recommendation from the Australian Universities Accord. When the Albanese Labor government first came into power, the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, identified the need for reform of Australia's higher education sector, and he appointed 6 Australians to look at 7 priority areas in the higher education sector. Considering these are priorities, the Accord puts forward a long-term vision for rebuilding Australia's tertiary education system. It argues that many more Australians, an increase in fact to approximately 80% of the workforce, will require post-school qualifications in coming decades. It also noted that our universities and vocational education providers must work closely together to meet our future skills needs. It recommends expanding opportunities for people who are currently underrepresented in higher education, people like the communities that I represent in this chamber, including those from regional communities and from disadvantaged backgrounds, through new learning hubs, additional supported places, and stronger financial and academic support. It also called for reforms to funding and student debt, improvements to governance and accountability, and a renewed focus on quality research, innovation and national capability. Now, the government has implemented 31 of the Accord's 47 recommendations. The Accord is a blueprint for sector reform for the decades ahead. It will take a long-term vision and a long-term commitment to deliver. Now, to ensure its success, it needs a steward to drive and to steer these reforms. And the ATEC will formally take on this role for the tertiary education sector. As the Minister for Education has said, of all the recommendations in the Accord, the establishment of the ATEC may be the most important. The establishment of the ATEC provides a singular opportunity for Australia's future. It provides an opportunity for an independent, expert body to drive real and lasting reform in the higher education sector. It provides an opportunity to uplift the coordination and the administration of the sector. It's an opportunity to coordinate and to align efforts across higher education institutions, as the Minister for Education says, to, quote, get the sector to work more like a system. The ATEC will have its own decision-making powers, and it will take on responsibility for new mission-based compacts with individual universities. The ATEC will provide expert advice to government on policy settings and strategic direction, the cost of teaching and learning in higher education, student demand, and meeting Australia's current and future skills and knowledge demand. Now, the ATEC, by taking a systems approach rather than individual institutions approach, will ensure that Australian universities can deliver the vital sovereign capabilities that Australia will need in the coming decades. And there's nowhere that we need this more than with Australia's engagement with a rapidly changing world. The current external environment is asking more of Australia's leaders and Australia's institutions than ever before. China is seeking to change the regional balance of power. The Trump administration is pursuing a different role for America in the world. Our neighbours in Southeast Asia are seeking to navigate their own way in these changing times. Australia needs to be able to understand and to engage with countries in our own region through our own perspective. And we can't rely on other countries to do this for us. Australia needs our own leaders and our own institutions to have the capabilities necessary to be effective in our region. More than ever before, Australia's security and our prosperity depend on our ability to be effective in our own region. Asia capability, the mix of cultural understanding, language faculties and regional experiences needed to be effective in Asia, underpins all spheres of our national endeavour, our statecraft, our industry, our defence, our civil society. Australia cannot rely on other countries to produce the analysis that we need to share our research priorities or to develop the relationships that we need to serve our interests. We need the sovereign capability to do these things for ourselves in our own region. It's the foundation of everything that we want to do in our region. Now, universities play a vital role in building Australia's Asia capability. It's where students develop expertise in the countries of our region, deepening their focus during honours, masters and PhD programs. I've met countless leaders, Australian ambassadors to countries in our region, business leaders investing and trading in our region, and strategic thinkers aiming to understand our region, who all developed their Asia capability while at university. Currently, we benefit from the deep Asia capability within a small number of individuals at the top of our public service, universities, civil society and private sector. However, the expertise of these individuals is the product of investments made decades ago. Unfortunately, the structures and institutions that educated this generation of leaders increasingly no longer exists at our institutions of higher education. The pipeline of future Asia-capable leaders is breaking down in Australia. The institutions that we need to develop the next generation of leaders with deep Asia expertise are in crisis. That's why, as Chair of the Education Committee of this Parliament, I am leading an inquiry into the development of Australia's Asia capability, looking at the enablers and the barriers to addressing this whole-of-nation challenge. Universities are essential to developing this sovereign capability, this Asia capability for Australia. University language programs and area studies are essential for producing the deep Asia expertise Australia needs to navigate the current circumstances we confront. Unfortunately, there have been a series of closures of Asian language and area studies programs at universities across the country. The decline in university enrolments in Asian languages and area studies is stark. Between 2004 and 2022, university enrolments in Southeast Asian languages declined by 75%. In 1997, there were 6 Australian universities that taught Hindi. Now there are only 2, with only the Australian National University teaching Hindi in person. Only 12 universities now teach Indonesian, down from 22 in the 1990s. Of the more than 1 million Australian domestic students at Australian universities in 2023, barely 500 students were enrolled in a single subject of Bahasa Indonesia nationwide. As Dr Matthew Davies, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor at ANU, confirmed in evidence heard by the committee, the threat to Indonesian studies at Australian universities is existential. Without government intervention, Indonesian studies, study of language, study of Indonesian culture and society, risks going extinct. And as the founder of the Australian Consortium for In-Country Indonesian Studies, Professor David Hill, has said, quote, "Only a handful of highly skilled Indonesia-focused graduates are now being produced by Australian universities." He went on to say that, quote, "The current national decline in enrolments has consequences more severe than at any other time during my professional life." As the University of Sydney wrote in their submission to the inquiry, quote, "The erosion of university-level language and area studies capacity has left government and business without the deep contextual insight needed for long-term strategy." An Australian Academy of Humanities report found that only 17 Australians completed honours in Chinese studies with language between 2017 and 2021. No more than 5 Australians a year. The University of New South Wales shared that student demand for Chinese language courses has fallen by 58% since 2018, and enrolments for Japanese language courses have decreased by 19%. And the number of universities and academics conducting deep research into Asian studies is declining precipitously. Across universities, there is no nationally coordinated prioritisation of resources, of data collection, of leadership, of long-term vision for Asia capability. The ATEC presents an opportunity to coordinate and align efforts across the sector to get the higher education sector working as a system when it comes to building our nation's Asia capability. ATEC will work closely with other agencies and offices, including Jobs and Skills Australia, TEXA, the Australian Research Council, a National Centre for Vocational Education Research, and state and territory governments to ensure its advice and decisions are informed by the best evidence. We've heard that breaking the cycle of program closures around the country in Asian languages and Asia studies requires government intervention on both the supply of programs and teachers teaching these courses and, importantly, to enhance the demand for Asia-capable individuals. We've heard that structural reform with enforceable commitments is required. Collapsing demand from students for the study of Asian languages has flowed through to the supply of Asian language programs. Universities Australia told the inquiry that teaching costs for language courses have also increased. Data from Deloitte indicates that foreign languages had the second largest annual cost increase of 6.2% from 2019 to 2020. And as Universities Australia wrote, quote, "The combination of declining demand and increasing teaching costs has placed significant pressure on universities to offer Asia capability building opportunities at a substantial financial loss." ATEC could help provide guidance on costs of teaching and learning that will support meeting Australia's current and future skills needs. Many Asian language and area studies are kept on the whim of university leaders. As Professor Melissa Crouch has said, quote, "In Australia, Asian studies and the study of Asia across the various disciplines has long relied upon the institutional support of its leaders, vice-chancellors, deputy vice-chancellors, deans, heads of schools and so forth. It's also relied on secure structural foundation, Asian studies degrees, a suite of Asian language offerings, independent research centres and the study of Asia embedded across a range of disciplines from law to business. Yet over the last 2 decades, there's been a noticeable and alarming trend, a decline in the structures, institutions and people who make the teaching and training of our students possible. University leaders who often have limited exposure to or lack of connections with Asia are often unable to see the value of offering Asian languages or Asian studies units and majors for the nation. Often there's limited or no leadership support for saving these programs when they're at risk of cuts for financial reasons. Further, the relatively high cost for universities to offer these courses in the context of a demand-driven model of higher education often causes these programs to be cut. Unfortunately, the threat of cuts makes the teaching of Asian languages and Asian studies precarious and unappealing for academics and lecturers. Now, despite these significant challenges, the research into our region and teaching of Asian languages and area studies is vital for our national interests. Australia needs sovereign Asia capability, and universities need to play a role in developing it. Now, in some cases, universities have attempted to innovate and collaborate to keep language studies alive. For example, people like Professor Greg Hange from the University of Queensland are trying to innovate in these difficult circumstances. Queensland's 3 largest universities established the Brisbane Universities Languages Alliance, which offers 9 languages to students from 3 universities. Another institution providing innovative solutions in these difficult times is ANU's Australian Centre on China in the World. Led by Professor Ben Hillman, the Centre for China on the World has become a nation-leading institution for building risk-informed China capability. Professor Hillman has played an innovative role in building pathways for students to develop their Chinese language capability from high school, university and through to postgraduate study. Now, initiatives like this are commendable, and with leadership and coordination from ATEC, initiatives of this kind could have a system-wide impact. The ATEC is an opportunity to provide oversight and coordination to help address some of these problems. We've seen submissions and witnesses in this inquiry say the same thing over and over again. Professor Hange again has said that, quote, to recognise that we need a coordinated national system is critical. I think we're at an ideal moment with ATEC coming online. This is a body that has stood up to talk about arrangements with universities that extend beyond the life of a single government. In their written submission to the inquiry, the University of Queensland wrote that Asia capability, quote, should be advanced by the Australian Tertiary Education System's university compacts. As the University of Queensland wrote, quote, not only should there be incentives for universities with educational offerings and research capabilities in Asia literacy, but there should also be incentives for these institutions to expand the reach of their offerings to students studying at other universities. To do this, it will be necessary to find innovative solutions that enable students to add the study of Asian languages and cultures to their degree programs. The Australian Academy of Humanities likewise said that ATEC, quote, should acknowledge Asia capability as one of Australia's priority national capabilities, monitor national gaps and opportunities and set benchmarks through mission-based compacts. Professor Michael Wesley from Melbourne University said, quote, ATEC is a real opportunity to have a national approach to Asia capability at our universities, and we need it now. Our region is increasingly dynamic, complex and consequential. Fundamental assumptions about Australian strategic and foreign policy are being challenged. We need the skills and capabilities to make our own way in the region. To be effective in our own region, we need our leaders and our institutions to be Asia capable. Unless we choose to make developing Asia capability a priority as a nation, we are choosing to leave our future security and prosperity to be determined by others. Universities play a critical role in developing the Asia capability we need for our future. We've heard it consistently through the Parliamentary inquiry, and ATEC, with its own decision-making powers and responsibility for new mission-based compacts with individual universities, presents an opportunity to get our universities back on track when it comes to developing Asia capability that Australia needs. I congratulate Professor Mary O'Kane and distinguished Professor Larissa Brent for their work as interim commissioners of ATEC.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Education has the ability to change the trajectory of a person's life forever. Education is one of Labor's deepest values. Its transformative power has the ability to change potential into opportunity. It widens the circle. Where you start out in life should not limit how far you go, and that's what this debate is about. The Australian Universities Accord is not a quick fix. It's a long-term plan for reform over the next decades and the decade after that. The Accord is clear about the future. More jobs will need more skills, and this is about building trust. Trust that you can carry throughout your education, and that the sector and the government wants you to succeed and thrive. Over the coming decades, we must lift the amount of workers with a certificate, diploma or a degree to about 80%. That means more people at TAFE, more people at university, and action is now to make sure that we prepare our tertiary system for Australians' skills needs, not for just for today, but for tomorrow. This is not only an economic task, it's about fairness. We must break the old divide between vocational education and higher education. And I think that that's particularly important because often what we see in workplaces is the best collaboration that happens is through those that have had vocational education backgrounds, often much more practical experiences, as opposed to sometimes university-educated people like myself who are based in a lot of theory. But together, those people can collaborate, and that's where we can see the next level of innovation. It's important that we remove invisible barriers that hold too many young people back, especially in our outer suburbs, regions and the bush. This legislation is about stewardship, a system that is aligned, planned and fair. So I rise to support the University Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill. In February 2024, the government released the final Accord report. It set the path for reform, recognising the need of additional skills and the rising demand. It made clear that to reach this 80% goal, we need more students, not just starting both TAFE and university, but succeeding in them. So we must act now to set up our tertiary system. This government has already implemented 31 of the 47 recommendations in part or in full. Students can already see the change, they can feel it. We are doubling the number of university study hubs with 20 new regional hubs and 14 suburban hubs. This brings higher education closer to students. It cuts the distance and the cost. Particularly as someone who grew up in regional WA, I see that it's important that we lower the barriers as much as possible. And I've seen people drop out of uni from our regional communities or from outer suburban areas because that travel was just too much. We are also increasing free university bridging courses. More people can take the first step with confidence. We also introduced paid prac for the first time for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work. These are fields that are in demand, and placement poverty should not be a barrier to care-based professions. Providers now must allocate at least 40% of the student services amenity fee to student-led organisations because a student voice matters and campus life matters. Often what happens at university, not just in the classroom, but what happens on the campus are the things that help prepare you for the rest of your career. I'm going to say the conversations that I had at the tavern or in the library were just as important. I was lucky enough to be Curtin Student Guild President, and what I'd say about student voices is that the goal is to make your university the best place to study, and that happens to also be the same goal of the Vice-Chancellor, who at the time was Lance Toomey. We worked together and we achieved some amazing things, and I can't wait to see what amazing collaboration happens between the student unions and universities to make sure that our universities are fantastic places. We had such a productive relationship with that Vice-Chancellor that we named a bar after him, the Toomey Bar. In addition, we also have demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places that are now available to all First Nations students when they meet the entry standards. Because equity means real access. People that are wanting to take the step and get access to a tertiary education should not be held back. We have also established a national student ombudsman and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Safety and accountability should not be negotiable. We need to make sure that students feel safe on campus, irrespective of their religious background, their gender or their sexuality. We have also made HECS fairer. There was 20% cut to HECS debts, and we also indexation is capped at the lower end of CPI or WPI. We also have marginal repayments and higher minimum repayment thresholds. This lightens the load so graduates can build their futures. This is a tangible way to help young and new professionals as they start out their careers. Deputy Speaker, these are not abstract changes. These make study more accessible. They make campuses safer. They make the cost of learning fairer. But tangible ambition in education cannot slide backwards. It needs a steward. If we're serious about the Accord, we need an institution that can think long term. It must bring coherence across the vet and the higher education sector. It must monitor progress. It must keep reform moving. This bill establishes that steward, the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, or ATEC. Creating a system steward was a key Accord recommendation. It is essential to build the tertiary system that our future needs. So, what will ATEC do? It will start by encouraging provider diversity, different missions, shared purpose, better choices for students. It will also provide expert advice to government on higher education settings, stable rules, clear signals, evidence-based change. Monitor skills, it will also monitor skills and equity targets, and track what matters. Track what matters and fix what isn't working, and it'll help keep the system honest. It will also join the system so students can get the qualifications they need when they need them. The interim ATEC commenced on the 1st of July 2025. It was initially led by Professor Mary O'Kane, Distinguished Professor Larissa Bendrett and Professor Barney Glover. Professor Tom Calmer and the Honourable Fiona Nash have since been appointed commissioners, replacing Professor O'Kane and Professor Bendrett. Professor Barney Glover is now Acting Chief Commissioner, alongside a role as Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia. Their work has laid the foundation for permanent commission of this bill, which it establishes. The Accord spans more than one budget cycle. It will outlast one ministerial term, and ATEC will give us the capability and continuity to deliver. When directed by government, ATEC will also allocate the number of domestic student places within a system allocation set by government and allocate international places when required. This system uses system-wide levers to meet the national needs. ATEC will be responsible for implementing a new mission-based compacts with universities. This will give universities room to pursue its goals and its missions. They will also drive diversity in the system and deliver on national priorities and respond to students and community needs. ATEC will also implement a new funding system that does two things: provides demand-driven places for equity students at a systems level. Also, delivers demand-driven, needs-based funding that recognises the number of low SES students, First Nations students, and students studying at regional campuses. Access is vital. Participation and completion are vital too. The new settings do both. ATEC will advise government on policy settings and the strategic direction, the cost of teaching and learning, student demand, and how to meet current and future skills and the knowledge needs, and lifting access and participation and outcomes for people who face systemic barriers. ATEC will also advise on how to bring higher education and VET closer together. ATEC will work closely with Jobs and Skills Australia, TESQA, and the Australian Research Council, the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, and, of course, the states and territories. Its advice and decisions will be informed by the best evidence across sectors and jurisdictions. Every year, ATEC will publish a State of the Tertiary Education System report. It will track emerging trends and systems-level challenges and progress on participation and attainment targets, opportunities to better join up VET and higher education, whether we are meeting Australia's skills and knowledge demands, and how well the system is removing barriers for underrepresented groups. ATEC commissioners will also report to the Minister for Education on higher education matters, and to both the Education and the Minister for Skills and Training on the joined-up tertiary system. The Minister cannot direct ATEC on the content of its advice or instruct it to make a particular decision about a provider. Independence matters. Trust matters. Alongside this bill, the University Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. It amends the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Act and the Higher Education Support Act 2003. That enables ATEC to advise on the higher education standards framework and to facilitate mission-based compacts. The governance must line up with the goals. I recall earlier this year taking the Education Minister to Curtin University. He spoke about the Accord's vision. He linked it to Labor's tradition of reform. What Gough Whitlam called for was uplifting the horizons and John Curtin's simple call to look ever forward. He also made time early to sit with student leaders. We went around the circle and students could see in dollars what the HECS changes would mean to them, what that 20% relief meant. And that relief was obvious. It was on their faces. The motivation was real. This has gone some way to building trust in the tertiary education system, and now we are legislating an authority to ensure that that trust is not lost again. The optimism that I heard at Curtin sits alongside a national tradition. After the war, the John Curtin era set a course for a national renewal and stewardship in higher education. Today, with ATEC, we renew that spirit for a more complex age. The mission is the same: keep the doors open, lift horizons, make the future fair. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about trust. Trust that education is not for the lucky few. It is for anyone with talent and drive. When we invest in people, they give back to their communities, to the economy and the nation. The Accord recognises a simple fact: higher education cannot simply drift. It must be guided. We must maintain trust by maintaining consistent principles that aligns with our Australian values. Education must be shaped around students, communities and our country. That's why ATEC matters. It provides a long-term vision and stability. It puts equity at the core of success. It makes skills planning real, coordinated and responsive. And it lets universities focus on what they do best: teaching, research. We must think about the people behind the numbers, the first in family students whose changes a family's story, the regional student who deserves the same chances as anyone in a capital city, the older Australian who needs to reskill and wants to contribute, the young person who won't be limited by their postcode. Labor has always known this. Education is nation-building work. The Australian University Accord carries that tradition forward. This bill gives the governance and the staying power for that success. For these reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wirrawar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the legislation before the House. The electorate that I represent is the home to the outstanding Western Sydney University, with campuses in Liverpool, Campbelltown, Parramatta and Hawkesbury. Western Sydney University is a vital part of the life in my part of Sydney. Of course, the history of WSU goes back to the vision of my predecessor in Wirrawar, Gough Whitlam. It was Gough, through the then Education Minister Kim Beazley Sr., who announced nearly $100,000 in funding to the New South Wales Government for the establishment of a university in Campbelltown. It would seem like a modest sum, but 50 years ago it was the start of something wonderful that would shape our part of the world for the better. Years later, Mr Whitlam cemented his support for WSU when he chose it to be the home of his Prime Ministerial Collection and the Whitlam Institute. Both are well worth a visit. Labor is a party of education. The Albanese Labor government carries the standard now for the current generation. Labor has always believed through education living standards can rise, poverty will be reduced and opportunities created all Australians and for a prosperous Australia. In February 2024, the government released the final report of the Australian Universities Accord. The review was asked to create a long-term plan for reform. As stated in the Accord's final report, higher education is vital to Australia's future. The knowledge, skills and research it produces enables us to be an economically prosperous, socially equitable and environmentally sustainable nation. By encouraging intellectual endeavour, creativity and personal accomplishment, it adds to the quality of all our lives. Pursuing truth through free discussion, it promotes democracy and civic values. One of the astonishing findings of the final report was that in 2050, the number of people in the workforce who need a certificate, diploma or degree will rise to about 80%. This is a challenging and sobering statistic, but it's a challenge that we need to embrace and meet. The Accord made 47 recommendations, and of these, 31 have already been implemented. Those already implemented include increasing the number of free university bridging courses, introducing paid prac for the first time, and cutting 20% off HECS debts and doubling the number of university study hubs. Regarding the last one, Speaker, I'm particularly proud to say that there is now a hub in Macquarie Fields at the TAFE. While no longer in the electorate of Werriwa, I fought hard for the hub, knowing it would make a real difference and lasting change for many. And just before Christmas, the Minister for Education opened the Liverpool Suburban Study Hub in the TAFE building on Moore and Big Streets in Liverpool. The hub will support more than 350 students a week in 60 study places. There are individual and collaborative areas with computer, Wi-Fi, printers and video conferencing. It's a wonderful addition to Liverpool and for the students of South West Sydney. A key recommendation of the Accord was the establishment of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, ATEC. The bill before us now aims to implement this recommendation. An interim ATEC, which started on the 1st of July 2025, has laid the foundations for the establishment of the permanent body. Professor Tom Culmer and the Honourable Fiona Nash have recently been appointed as commissioners, replacing Professor Mary O'Kane and Distinguished Professor Brendrick. They join Professor Barney Glover, who has been appointed as Chief Commissioner, alongside his role as Commissioner of the Jobs and Skills Australia. The role of ATEC is multifaceted and broad. It will be responsible for implementing new mission-based compacts with universities. These compacts will give universities the flexibility they need to pursue goals, while also contributing to the overall diversity within the higher education system, helping to deliver higher education priorities and meeting the needs of students and communities. In addition, the ATEC will be responsible for implementing a new funding system, a system that will provide demand-driven places for equity students at a system level. ATEC will also provide expert advice to the government on a range of education matters, including policy settings, strategic direction, student demand, the cost of teaching and learning in higher education, and improving access and participation. The ATEC Speaker will have 3 commissioners and will report to the Minister for Education on higher education matters, and both the Minister for Education and the Minister for Skills and Training on delivering a more connected tertiary education system. Annually, ATEC will produce the State and Territory Education System report on the tertiary education system. The second bill before us is the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission bill. This bill, Speaker, amends the Tertiary Education Quality Standards Act 2011 and the Higher Education Support Act 2003. The result of this bill is to allow ATEC to advise the Minister on higher education frameworks and facilities the new mission-based compact process. The Australian higher education system is first class. Its role in helping Australians acquire the skills and qualifications they need will only grow with time. For Australia, there's no turning back. We must embrace the challenges identified in the final report of the Australian University Accord. Not only that, but we need to ensure that the overall governance of our tertiary education system makes us is a match for decades to come. The establishment of ATEC will mean that our best and sharpest minds will be devoted to this incredibly important sector. I commend the bills to the House and thank the Minister for his leadership in implementing these reforms in the university sector.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The Minister for Education has the call.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members for their contributions to this debate. This is a bill to establish the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, the ATEC. Establishing the ATEC is a key recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord, and it will be the job of the ATEC to help drive and steer the big reforms in the Accord, like demand-driven equity places and needs-based funding. It will also independently negotiate compacts with individual universities. It will get the sector to work more like a system and build connections between the vocational education and training and the higher education systems. It will provide independent, expert advice, and it will help to drive real and lasting reform. That's what the ATEC is about. I'd like to acknowledge in particular the members of the crossbench who've engaged with me in my office on this bill. I note the amendments circulated by the member for Kooyong and the member for Curtin. I know that tertiary education is an important issue for them and for their stakeholders. Although the government is not in a position to support the amendments offered at this time, I'm grateful for their thoughtful engagement on this and the Universities Accord reforms more broadly. And I can indicate publicly, as I have privately, that I'll consider these amendments alongside the report of the Senate Education and Employment Committee when we receive that report in just over 2 weeks' time, and note that their inquiry is currently underway. With that, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barrow has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Barara has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The House is dealing that this amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 41, noes 95. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division, where is... Order. The division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Where's Alec? Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 95, noes 39. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. We shall move to the consideration in detail on this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail and understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move amendments 1 to 7 and 9 to 24 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Minister for Education.
Leave is granted.
The leave is granted. The member may proceed.
Having consulted with universities and considered the 62 submissions to the committee inquiry, I've drafted these amendments to achieve 3 key outcomes. The first outcome would be to provide ATEC with autonomy and independence, as recommended by the Universities Accord final report and a wide range of stakeholders. ATEC should have the ability to initiate and publish advice and recommendations on its own initiative, rather than solely at the request of the Minister, which is how it's currently drafted. Without this independence and autonomy, ATEC won't be able to provide long-term, well-evidenced policy advice. Much of the most important policy reforms may not be politically palatable, like reforming the failed job-ready graduate scheme. Without this independence and autonomy, ATEC will not have the opportunity to regularly advise on these issues. As drafted, it appears that ATEC will effectively be an extension of the department, providing advice on the request of the Minister. ATEC only has one opportunity a year to provide advice that's not requested by the Minister in the State of the Tertiary Education System report, and that's not enough. So my amendments would allow ATEC to initiate its own research and advisory functions, allow ATEC to publish reports with ministerial consultation rather than ministerial agreement, and clarify that the State of the Tertiary Education System report can be prepared and published without the request of the Minister. Further, ATEC should have some level of control and certainty over staffing arrangements. As drafted, staffing would be almost exclusively controlled by the department. This means that the department could, if it so wished, limit ATEC's staff and effectively drain it of resources. So one of these amendments requires ATEC and the department to enter into an enforceable agreement that will specify minimum staffing levels and standards, providing a level of certainty to ATEC. The second outcome I'm trying to achieve with my amendments is to increase the number of commissioners. As drafted, there's significant concern that 3 commissioners will be insufficient to provide expertise across a diverse range of fields and areas, such as higher education, VET, tertiary education, governance and administration, stakeholder consultation and engagement, regional Australia, research and research training, equity and access, and learning and teaching. The Universities Accord final report, for example, recommended 7 commissioners. My amendments increase the number of commissioners from 3 to 5, remedying this issue. The third aim of these amendments is to make explicit the role of ATEC as a steward of the research sector. This too was recommended by the final report of the Universities Accord and a number of key stakeholders. Research is essential to Australia's long-term productivity, economic strength and international competitiveness, and the higher education sector plays a major role in Australia's research output. My amendments would allow ATEC to prepare reports and advice in relation to research and research training, and ensure that the commissioners collectively possess experience in research and research training. I'll also be supporting an amendment moved by the member for Kooyong in relation to student contributions. One of ATEC's functions is to provide advice on the efficient cost and value of higher education courses and programs. However, as drafted, ATEC could only consider Commonwealth contributions, not student contributions. In other words, when assessing how much courses cost, ATEC wouldn't even be considering how much students are paying. Both Commonwealth and student contributions must be considered in analysing the cost, value and efficiency of higher education courses and programs, and the member for Kooyong's amendment would ensure student contributions will be considered as well.
I understand from the government that it will not support these amendments because it doesn't want to preempt the outcomes of a committee inquiry. Well, we in the House also do not want to preempt the inquiry, but unfortunately the government gives us no choice, as it would prefer to push the bill through the House before the committee reports. Now, while I do not believe this bill should pass as drafted, I think there's an opportunity to introduce amendments to build an impactful and effective ATEC. I want to acknowledge the genuine engagement of the Minister with my office and with the sector more broadly, and his passion for implementing the Universities Accord and building a flourishing higher education sector. I thank the Minister for his comments in the House and for saying that he'll consider my amendments alongside the Senate inquiry report. I will not divide the House on these amendments. If the bill comes back to the House in an improved form in line with the Accord recommendations and taking these amendments into account, I'll reconsider supporting it at that stage. So I commend these amendments to the House.
I've just asked the member to formally move the amendments 1 to 24 as circulated in her name.
Sorry. I move amendments 1 to 7 and 9 to 24 as circulated in my name together.
The question before the House is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Curtin for her engagement on this bill and for her amendments. I acknowledge, like she has generously done, her sincere interest in this area of public policy, and particularly her desire to make sure that this commission that we're seeking to establish, the ATEC, is strong and independent and has the scope and capacity to do this important work. I share that intent. Therefore, can I give you the undertaking publicly, as I did in my concluding remarks in the debate, and as I've said privately, that I'll consider these amendments alongside the Senate report. We're expecting to receive that report, I think, on the 27th of February or thereabouts, and there's a Senate hearing that will take place later this week, which will provide an opportunity for many of the people that you've mentioned to provide evidence to that. And I do sincerely look forward to seeing that report as well. Therefore, as I've said, the government is not in a position now to support these amendments, but I do look forward to working closely with you and with other members as debate proceeds in the Senate.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Now we'll move to the member for Berowra, and I give the call to the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. Mr Speaker, as I said in my contribution on the second reading debate, if we're going to have a legislated objective for tertiary education in Australia, it can't be the version that's currently in the legislation. And it's worth revisiting what that objective actually does, because it has to be said that it will be an iron rod that gives guidance to the new regulator. So what does the objective say? Well, the legislation says this: the National Tertiary Education Objective is the objective for tertiary education in Australia to promote a strong, equitable and resilient democracy and to drive national economic and social development and environmental sustainability. Then if that wasn't clear enough, the legislation goes on: in performing functions or exercising powers, the ATEC and the ATEC commissioners must have regard to the National Tertiary Education Objective. It's explicit. This is a requirement of this new legislation. And it guarantees that in circumstances where there would otherwise be irrelevant, the ATEC must be thinking about social development, whatever that means, and environmental sustainability. Let me just digress for a minute to explain why this is the case, because as the Minister knows, and as I know and everyone else in this place knows, it's a basic principle of administrative law that in making a decision, a body like ATEC must have regard to relevant considerations and must not have regard to irrelevant considerations. Failing to do this means your decision is liable to be overturned on judicial review. If you're a regulator making the decision, it's a matter that's relevant. You must take it into account. And if it's not relevant, you must not take it into account. That's common sense, and it's also the current law. So when you pass a provision like Section 13 as it's currently drafted, you make sure that deeply political but otherwise irrelevant considerations like social development and environmental sustainability must affect every decision ATEC makes. You're opening yourself up to every green lawfare activist who wants to challenge a decision about a provider in the courts because it doesn't adequately deal with climate change or the latest progressive social trend. You can imagine how when ATEC goes to enter into a mission-based compact with the University of Sydney or Melbourne University, an interested issue-motivated protest group might be interested in challenging it. Well, this objective is their green light. It guarantees that those considerations will be taken into account where they are otherwise irrelevant, and it makes it just that little bit easier to challenge an ATEC decision on activist grounds. And if that's not bad enough, and that in of itself is bad enough, but worse than that, I think the objective misses the obvious. It fails to set things that are and should be relevant to decisions about tertiary education in this country. Things like teaching, learning, research, scholarship, productivity, positive student experiences, competition and innovation across the sector, Australian values, efficiency, value for money both for the taxpayer and the student, the reduction of regulatory burdens. Those are the things that the regulator should be taking into account when making every decision about our tertiary sector. Those are the things that you'd expect and hope to see. As I said before, it's not just me saying this, Deputy Speaker, it's not just the Liberal Party. Even bodies like the NTEU, no great ally of the Liberal Party, have said this. They say, the NTEU believes that this objective does not adequately address the character, nature and purpose of higher education. It makes no reference, for example, to the importance of critical inquiry, academic discovery and discourse, institutional independence or even to academic freedom. Instead, the objectives seek to define tertiary education as part of a broader government policy and could apply to virtually any sector. It's very strange, Deputy Speaker, when the Coalition and the NTEU find agreement on something, but when they do, I think it should be a red flag that says perhaps the objective is not right as it is. And it's not an excuse to say that this objective was the recommendation of the Universities Accord. That shouldn't bind governments. It's for governments to consider the recommendation, to weigh up the justifications, pros and cons and the implications. In deciding to write it into legislation, this is an active policy decision by the government. Once it's in the legislation, it's there, they own it. As I've said, the National Tertiary Education Objective, as drafted, is not fit to proceed. Amending it should be a necessary but not sufficient consideration for legislating anything like an ATEC. So this amendment changes it. It's a simple and straightforward amendment, and I'd like to think it's uncontroversial. It says that the objective of tertiary education in Australia is exactly what you'd expect it to be: teaching, learning, research, scholarship, productivity, positive student experiences, competition, innovation, efficiency, value for money and support for Australian values. And I want to acknowledge the contribution of the member for Wentworth, who has improved this by the addition of what now reads as paragraph D in the amendment that we've put forward, and I thank her for the contribution that she's made. If the government does not support this amendment, they'll be sending a very clear message. They'll be prioritising misplaced pride over substance. They'll be voting against teaching, against learning, against research and against support for Australian values. And instead, what we would like to see them do, Deputy Speaker, I seek the call again, instead what we would like to see them do is to support the amendment. I noted in the Minister's comments that he wasn't going to support the amendments of the crossbench, but perhaps he will support the very fine amendments here proposed by the opposition with the assistance of the member for Wentworth. We want to see a national tertiary education objective, if it is to be legislated, one that Australians would readily recognise as being an appropriate national tertiary education objective, and that's what these amendments are designed to do, and I commend the amendments to the House.
I thank the member for Barara. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to support the amendment put forward by the member for Barara in relation to this piece of legislation. I think the point that the member just made is a fair one, that the objectives of the act, or sorry, of the body should reflect what ordinary people see the role of universities, and I think they are pretty well reflected in ways that I think most people would understand. And so I thought that that is sort of appropriate. I don't think it's in conflict with anything that the government is seeking to achieve, but I think it is adding to it in a useful and constructive piece. A point that I added, and I'm grateful for the member for being open to the addition, was particularly around the linkages between business and industry and universities. And I think that this is a part of the sort of tertiary sector more broadly that can be much, much better. And I think particularly the two aspects of that is, one is better preparing our young people for work by better connecting them, by driving that connection between business and universities and the working world, not just business, but also the non-market sector as well, because we do want our students, when they go into the world of work, which is increasingly competitive, and where we are seeing young people struggling to get their first rung on the ladder, we need to do the best we possibly can that they are well prepared, and that I think supports that connection. The other part that I think is really critical of deepening those connections, it also talks to ensuring that the wonderful research of in tertiary institutions, which is in many cases is absolutely world leading, does then translate into productivity and sort of innovation outcomes in the industry and in the wider economy. And again, I think doing this better, seeing how other countries in the world do this and doing this much more effectively are ways that this can be strengthened. And I think that should be objectives more clearly of the sector to really drive those connections. Thank you.
I thank the member for Wentworth. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to disappoint the member for Barara and the member for Wentworth, two individuals in this chamber that I hold in very high regard, and I thank you for your thoughtful contributions in this debate. The national tertiary education objective in the bill was recommended, as the Shadow Minister pointed out, by the Universities Accord panel. It's actually recommendation 1 of the Accord to set a clear vision for the tertiary education system. And it's an objective for the whole system and the role that it must play to support Australia's resilience, fairness and prosperity. The changes proposed in this amendment appear to set an objective for the ATEC itself rather than for the system, and the government is not in a position to support this amendment.
Thank the Minister. The question, therefore, is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Is a division required? In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until the first opportunity the next sitting day. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Now, I might just... Now, I call now the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the Amendment 1 circulated in my name.
Call the member for... I call the member for Kooyong.
Did you want to have the question as to whether or not the amendment was agreed to? No. Okay. All right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move Amendment 1.
You now speak, and then we ask for.
Okay. I move Amendment 1 as circulated in my name. This amendment to the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill is about one thing. It's about ensuring fairness for students in our higher education system. Today, for many young Australians, university education has become a narrow and expensive pathway. Students are being burdened with rising fees, growing debts and a funding structure that fails to reflect the realities that they face. My amendment takes steps towards recognising those issues. The government says that it wants a tertiary education commission able to drive long-term reform. But the bill before the House creates a commission that cannot speak for or investigate the plight of students unless it's politically convenient to the government of the day. Under this bill, the Commission is empowered to examine what the Commonwealth contributes to higher education, but it's prevented from looking at what students themselves are charged. It's extraordinary that the government has drafted a bill that gives the future steward of Australia's tertiary education sector the power to review and advise on what comes out of the Commonwealth purse, but pays no mind to the financial burden on students. The government's omission is not accidental, it's deliberate, and that omission significantly weakens the Commission's ability to provide the honest and robust advice that the government needs to hear. Many submissions on this bill from higher education experts and from within the university sector have raised the alarm that the legislation fails in this respect. And I know that the Minister has heard these calls, but he continues to ignore them. After years of expensive university degrees, it's irresponsible, in my view, to legislate a new national steward that is deliberately blind to the significant policy failure of the Job Ready Graduate Scheme. The reality is that because of this scheme, students are paying more than $17,000 a year for studies in disciplines like arts, the law and business. That's over $50,000 for a basic 3-year degree and upwards of $80,000 for combined programs like arts law. This is a pricing system with no coherent policy background or logic. It's neither fair nor efficient, it is simply punitive. The Universities Accord reported that student contributions need to be fixed urgently. That was 2024. We're now in 2026 and nothing has changed. In fact, the maximum student contribution for Cluster 1 degrees, including law, accounting, economics and business, are almost 7% higher in 2026 than they were in 2024. If the government were to tackle this issue today, it could consider reforming Division 9310 of the Higher Education Support Act of 2003. This division sets the maximum student contributions price per place for disciplines, as well as their indexation under the Act. But the government has declined to consider this simple reform for over 2 years. And all we have now before us is an act to establish a commission that cannot address this issue. My amendment to this legislation is a simple one. It's only 2 words. 2 words which mean a huge amount to the students whose lives it would transform. The amendment seeks to remedy the ongoing and worsening burden of student debt by expanding the Commission's remit to consider student contributions. 2 words. The sector wants it. Australian students deserve it, and our Parliament should insist upon it.
I thank the member for Kooyong and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and 2 words for the member for Kooyong. Thank you. Thank you for your engagement on this bill, your sincere and genuine commitment to this area of public policy. Thank you for bringing this amendment forward. And thank you for the work that you have done in this area for as long as you've been a Member of Parliament. As you were speaking, I was reflecting on the campaign that you led and the work that you did around the changes to indexation for HECS. You know, that helped to create the environment for reform that we passed through this Parliament now a couple of years ago that lowered student debt by about $3 billion and helped to address the unfairness that existed with the way in which inflation interacted with student debt. And so thank you. Thank you for the work that you led there. And thank you for this amendment. As I've said to you in private conversations, I'm very, very happy to say in the chamber here today that I will consider this amendment in the context of the debate which we will have in the Senate once we've seen the report of the Senate committee. It's the Senate Education and Employment Committee. There are inquiries up and running right now. This is one of those areas where I'm expecting them to present recommendations to us amongst a range of others, including perhaps some of the areas that the member for Curtin flagged in her amendments. They've got their public hearing on Friday and we're expecting their report before Parliament returns in March. And therefore, whilst I'm not in a position to insert those 2 words into the bill as we debate it here in the House of Representatives, I do look forward to continuing to work with you as that debate occurs in the Senate next month.
So the Minister is moving.
I'm indicating that the government will not support this amendment that is about to be put.
Okay. Well, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Before we proceed in legislation, the member for Macquarie is seeking leave to make a personal explanation. Call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to make a personal explanation.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In speaking after me on my private member's motion earlier today about Medicare, unfortunately, the member for Forrest claimed I had spoken about, quote, struggles in accessing quality healthcare for my family, end quote. Now, that was a particularly low reframing of my words and misrepresents entirely what I said, and nothing could be further from the truth. I shared with the Parliament the life-threatening health challenges that my husband and mother each experienced last year and spoke of the amazing efforts of their surgeons, doctors, nurses, physios and rehab specialists who got them to good health, and the primary care practitioners who now support them. Mr Deputy Speaker, both my husband and mother are alive and thriving thanks to speedy, accessible health care in our world-class system. And I would ask the member for Forrest to think twice before he maligns our health professionals or misrepresents others in this chamber.
I thank the member for Macquarie. Now, the member for Kooyong is seeking leave to make a personal explanation as well. Is leave granted? Is leave granted?
My apologies. Leave is granted.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to correct the record. In my remarks made to the House during debate on a motion moved by the member for Curtin on February the 3rd, 2026, I said, 5 months after this act of violence, we're still waiting on investigations to be completed and charges to be issued. While it is true that an investigation into the attack by a group of neo-Nazis on Camp Sovereignty continues in Victoria, it is incorrect to state that charges have not been laid. I was made aware after I completed my speech that people have in fact been charged for offences relating to that incident, and I therefore wish to correct the record in that respect. Thank you for the opportunity to do so.
I thank the member for Kooyong. I call the clerk. Sorry, call the minister.
I move that the order of the day number 3, government business, be called on immediately.
And I call... The question is that... the original question was that this bill be now read a second... The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Sorry, now I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
Thanks. Now, the original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025, a bill that the government says will strengthen consumer protection and ensure Australians can rely on their mobile phones when it matters most. This bill, in terms of the stated obligations presented by the government, should be long overdue. And I speak from experience in my electorate of Monash, particularly the broader South Gippsland region, where residents live daily with frustrations caused by poor connectivity, unreliable reception and black spots that put lives at risk. In Coronella, Waratah Bay and Walkerville, residents often go months without reliable phone access. And I have constituents contact me every couple of days about a new example. Brian from Coronella recently contacted my office saying, and I quote, "Mary, if this keeps going this way, someone in this town will die because they cannot call an ambulance." These are not isolated incidents, Mr Deputy Speaker. They are the reality for many Australians living in regional and remote areas. That's right. Wendy from my electorate recently wrote to me as well. Mary, can you look into the black spot of mobile reception along the South Gippsland Highway at the Grassy Spur? This part of the highway is notorious for car accidents, yet there is no reception to call for help. Prior to 3G being turned off, there was only a small section of a couple of 100 metres where you had no reception. It's from the bottom of the hill to the top of Foster North on the Leongatha side and kilometres long. This is the reality for residents in my electorate of Monash and residents who live in regional communities right across our country. This is the reality of regional communications under this federal Labor government. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're in Labor's no-care zone when it comes to digital connectivity. During the election, Susan Lee joined me in Currumborough to announce support for addressing mobile black spots across South Gippsland, West Gippsland and Bass Coast, which is a key issue for our region. I was pleased to be able to announce a $3 million commitment to address specific mobile black spot eradication across the Monash electorate that the Coalition would support. And I commit myself to working every day in this place to be able to deliver on mobile black spot eradication and better regional connectivity for all Australians. The focus of this funding that was announced was on improving connectivity in areas like Currumborough, where we have frequent service dropouts, particularly on the road to Leongatha. And I want to give a shout out to the local florist in Currumborough who spoke with Susan Lee and myself about some of the issues that she had servicing customers and making sure there were secure and reliable phone connections in her business. I've consistently raised this issue because under this current Albanese Labor government, we are not seeing digital connectivity and mobile phone reception addressed significantly. In fact, we're seeing a widening of the gap in digital infrastructure between metropolitan and regional areas. I was pleased that that initiative aimed to support local businesses and farmers, such as those in Currumborough, who struggle with unreliable phone and internet coverage, which really does impact on their day-to-day operations. These challenges go just beyond my community. The 2024 Regional Telecommunications Review and data as well from the Regional Australia Institute shows that regional, rural and remote communities are falling behind in digital connectivity, with the digital divide widening as technology advances. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll repeat that. The gap is actually widening between those who live in our cities and metropolitan areas and those who I represent in regional communities, where their access to adequate technology and services is getting worse, not better. Some of these deficiencies include, while urban areas are being able to access high-speed, reliable and affordable internet, regional and remote communities are struggling with service quality, reliability and affordability. And I'll quote from a 2024 OECD report that confirmed, in fact, connectivity gaps between urban and rural areas are increasing. There was the absolute chaos that ensued after the 3D shutdown in 2024, of course, where we had many regional users of the 3G network significantly impacted, where some of those communities were left without coverage or forced to rely on expensive and often unreliable alternatives. We've also seen, according to a number of reports, an increasing trend of complaints. For example, between 2021 and 2024, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman received over 51,000 complaints from regional consumers regarding poor service, outages and unreliable connections. There's also been an increased gap for remote and rural communities. A 2022 Digital Inclusion Index found a 12-point gap in digital inclusion between major cities and very remote areas, with the gap in access being as high as 18.2 points. There's an infrastructure strain as well, Mr Deputy Speaker. The sea and tree change migration trend that we've seen through COVID to many regional and peri-urban communities like mine has put additional pressure on existing, already weak regional infrastructure. And whether it's telecommunications or housing, we see this a lot where state Labor governments are asking regional communities, peri-urban communities to host additional infrastructure, but they are not supporting those communities with increased investment in infrastructure. That infrastructure is not keeping pace with new population and additional demand. In the last 7 months, I've had nearly 50 people contact me about mobile black spots and connectivity issues. These are local residents, small businesses and emergency service providers, and they all tell me the same thing. We've got to improve connectivity to regional communities. Peter from my electorate reached out regarding his 2 elderly parents who were among 24 residents in Buffalo left without a landline for over a month. I'll repeat that. Peter's 2 elderly parents in Buffalo were left without a landline for over a month. That is not good enough. That is not acceptable, but that is the reality under the Albanese federal Labor government. They're real people in real communities facing real risks, particularly in an emergency or an accident, because of the gaps in our telecommunications infrastructure. And this is getting worse. It is not improving. I'm proud to represent a region that grows, makes and manufactures things the rest of Australia relies on. When our region succeeds, the rest of Victoria does very well, and Australia looks to us to provide those first-class products. And so I looked at an analysis of digital intensity requirements for our food and fibre sector right across the Gippsland region, because that sector will rely increasingly on digital services over the next 3 to 5 years as their technology advances and changes, as they tap into new markets, as they adopt different ways of doing things. They need affordable, reliable and modern technology infrastructure. They've got to be able to do that to provide those products to the rest of our state and across Australia. But we are, of course, a net exporter of everything that we grow, make and manufacture in this country. And so to be able to remain competitive across the globe, to be able to keep living up to that great reputation Australia has as a maker and a grower and a producer of very fine things, farmers, small businesses, manufacturers in my electorate of Monash desperately need better digital connectivity. And so I looked at a couple of things that will form part of the key primary production drivers in the region over the next couple of years, and already it's a pretty stark finding. 100% have a major supply shortfall in fixed access broadband services for business users. 60% have intermediate supply shortfall for LP1 supported services. For these reasons, Committee for Gippsland, which I used to very proudly serve as its CEO, has done some excellent work on digital connectivity across the region. I want to commend the Gippsland Local Government Network, those individual local government organisations like Baw Baw Shire, City of Latrobe, South Gippsland Shire, Bass Coast Shire, who have worked very hard to map and plan and prioritise those digital connectivity needs. And they've been able to prioritise a number of those areas for the next rounds of the Mobile Black Spot program, the Regional Connectivity program and the Connecting Victoria program. This bill, along with the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguard Bill 2025, seeks to provide critical reforms that will help prevent situations where consumers are put at risk or are not able to access the services that they need and should be able to rely on. The bill says that it will create a register of all carriage service providers, giving ACMA full visibility of operators in the Australian market. It says it will make compliance with industry codes mandatory and enforceable without the delays of the current two-step warning process. This is a good thing because while it's always, if you can have light-handed industry-led regulation, That's a great outcome, Mr Deputy Speaker, but not in all cases is that achievable, and so making that a mandatory and enforceable industry code is a step in the right direction. Requiring providers to report cybersecurity incidents and take swift remedial action is, I think, an important reform, particularly in the age that we live in, where a growing number of cybersecurity-related breaches and threats posed to consumers, to small businesses, and of course lots of companies across the board that deal with sensitive consumer data is important. This bill says it will seek to increase penalties for breaches from $250,000 to $10 million, with the possibility of even higher fines based on the provider's turnover or benefit obtained from the breach. These measures are important because for too long, compliance with industry codes has been seen as voluntary, a bit optional, even where those breaches affect people's safety. And a good example is the emergency call database rules. These require providers to maintain accurate telephone numbers and addresses so that when a person calls 000, and we've seen multiple failures in that area under this government, emergency services arrive at the correct location the first time. You can't take a set and forget approach. In 2024, ACMA issued 7 notices for the breach of these rules, but under the two-step system, no financial penalties were applied immediately. People's lives literally depend on these rules being enforced and adhered to, and it's good to see tougher compliance being presented. Another example is phone scams. In 2024 alone, Australians lost over $107 million to scam calls and messages. ACMA issued 10 directions to comply with the reducing scam calls and SMS code, but the two-step process delayed enforcement. This bill removes that delay, enabling ACMA to take immediate action to protect consumers. The bill also strengthens ACMA's powers to monitor and enforce compliance across the sector, similar to how the energy sector regulates its operators. Providers who pose a risk to consumers can now have their registration cancelled. Telecommunications companies will be required to report those cybersecurity incidents and to swiftly mitigate them. But one of the most important things I want to see prioritised under this federal government is better, more secure access by consumers in regional and rural communities for digital connectivity. They've been ignored for too long. They deserve far better, and I'll continue to fight for their access to improved digital connectivity and mobile black spot eradication.
I thank the member for Monash. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Morton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In 2025, Optus agreed to a fine of $100 million for engaging in unconscionable conduct with consumers. Conduct that included selling telecommunications goods and services that consumers did not want, that consumers did not need, that consumers could not use, that consumers could not afford. In some cases, this included selling products where there was no Optus coverage. And Deputy Speaker, if we've learnt one thing, if we know one thing to be true, it is that in this country, when you pick up the phone, there is an expectation, a reasonable one, that you can get through. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission originally brought the court action against Optus. The ACCC indicated that many of the consumers were vulnerable, were experiencing disadvantage, were financially dependent or unemployed, didn't have English as a first language, or were First Nations people from regional and remote areas. In short, many of those most heavily impacted were the most vulnerable Australians in our nation. These tactics are fundamentally unethical, targeting individuals who are already vulnerable whether due to financial hardship or language barriers or unemployment or geographic isolation, indicates a calculated exploitation of those least equipped to advocate for themselves. In a fair, in a just, and in a decent place, these practices have no place. Deputy Speaker, the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 is another important step forward in this government's ongoing commitment to ensuring that every Australian, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of their postcode, can stay connected and rely on a telecommunications system that is equitable, held responsible, and fundamentally is built on trust. This bill was first introduced in February 2025 and passed the House without amendment. It was considered by the Senate Scrutiny of Bills Committee but lapsed when the 47th Parliament was prorogued. It is an important bill because telecommunications connectivity is central to our lives, to everything we do. It's something that we all hold in common, no matter whether you live in regional Queensland, whether you live in the cities, wherever you live, telecommunications are important. And this infrastructure powers how we live, how we work, how we connect to each other on a daily basis. And I'm talking about instantaneous personal connections via mobile calls, text messaging, video chats, through to sharing the important moments of our lives with our friends with snaps online. Today's workplace looks very different to when I first started working. Now, we have high-speed internet enabling us to work from home, hold virtual meetings and collaborate in the cloud, and the same technology makes telehealth appointments possible. It sends us alerts during emergencies and has transformed our classroom. As technology drives forward and makes what we previously thought was impossible a reality, we need to make sure that there are safeguards so that all Australians can enjoy that tech in a way that is accessible. Telecommunications are no longer that luxury that we thought of them as many years ago. They are a necessity which underpins our economy. In rural and remote communities, they are simply a lifeline. In urban centres, they are the backbone of innovation and they help drive productivity. And for vulnerable Australians, they are often the only means of accessing critical support services. And that connection plays such a vital role in preventing social isolation. Yet despite their importance, too many Australians have experienced poor service, misleading practices and a lack of accountability from telecommunications providers. The reforms in this bill will change that. This bill empowers the telecommunications industry regulator, ACMA, with the tools it needs to protect consumers and to hold providers to account. Currently, civil penalties for breaches of industry codes and standards are capped at $250,000. That figure is woefully inadequate, and something needs to be done about it. It does not reflect the scale of harm that can be caused by non-compliance, nor does it serve as a meaningful deterrent. That's why this bill amends the Telecommunications Act of 1997 to increase the civil penalty by 40 times to nearly $10 million. This approach aligns telecommunications penalties with those in other sectors, such as energy and banking, and it ensures that penalties are proportionate to the impact of the offence. The civil penalties framework will be revised so fines for regulatory breaches can be either $10 million or 3 times the benefit gained for the regulatory breach, or 30% of organisational turnover. It's a big stick, and sometimes we need a big stick to protect Australians. The bill also expands the authority of the Minister for Communications, allowing for the increase of infringement notice penalties that ACMA can issue for breaches of industry codes, industry standards, and service provider determinations. ACMA will also be able to directly enforce telecommunications industry codes, which will incentivise industry compliance and also enable a swift response in the event of consumer harm. The bill establishes a carriage service provider registration scheme. A CSP is any entity that uses carrier facilities to supply communication services like the phone or internet to consumers. There is currently no comprehensive list of CSPs operating in the market. And this lack of visibility hampers ACMA's ability to educate providers. It hampers their ability to monitor compliance, and it hampers their ability to respond to consumer complaints. The new registration scheme will change that. It will increase transparency and it will increase accountability and give ACMA those powers to exclude dodgy providers who pose unacceptable risks to consumers. Ultimately, it will provide consumers with greater confidence in the providers that they choose. Under the amendments to the Telecommunications Act, CSPs who pose an unacceptable risk for consumers or cause major consumer harm can be stopped from operating by ACMA, can be shut down. This power will be used as a measure of last resorts with safeguards in place to ensure fairness, review rights and continuity of service for affected customers. And this reform mirrors successful models in other sectors, such as the energy market, where regulators have used exclusion powers to prevent consumer harm. It will be a deterrent to providers and have the great benefit of increasing consumer trust, of increasing trust in everyday Australians and sending that clear message that if providers do the wrong thing, there will be serious consequences. There will be a crackdown. And that is what the Australian people, that is what consumers deserve. Another crucial reform in this bill is the move to make telecommunications industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA. Under current law, compliance with these codes is technically voluntary. ACMA can issue a direction to comply, but stronger enforcement only follows if that direction is ignored. This two-step process delays action and weakens the accountability that we talked about that is so important. And this bill removes that loophole. It makes compliance mandatory from the outset, allowing ACMA to take swift action and to address consumer harm. This change will incentivise better behaviour across the industry and ensure that consumers are protected from the moment the breach occurs. This bill builds on a series of reforms already rolled out by the Albanese Labor government. We have delivered a new industry standard requiring telecommunications companies to provide support to customers experiencing financial hardship. Another new industry standard requires these companies to support and assist consumers who are experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence. And this came into effect on the 1st of July. And earlier this year, the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 was amended to place obligations on the telecommunications, banking and digital platform sectors to prevent, detect and disrupt scam activity. And of course, Deputy Speaker, in October last year, the government passed a very important reform, the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment. Labor brought this bill and the 000 custodian and emergency calling powers to this House as a matter of urgency after an outage in the Optus network in September, which affected the 000 system. The cause was a network firewall upgrade, and the result was that emergency services calls for customers in South Australia, in Western Australia, the Northern Territory and parts of New South Wales did not connect. I can only imagine the emotions and the extreme distress you would go through in the midst of an emergency if your call to 000 did not connect. Yet this is what happened, and with tragic consequences. During the 13 hours the system was offline, approximately 600 calls to 000 failed. It is devastating that these failed calls were linked to at least 3 deaths. Deputy Speaker, Labor's reforms boil down to a simple premise, and one which we all agree on. When there is an emergency, you need to be able to rely on your 000 call connecting. Not sometimes, not often, but always. The custodian framework is now enshrined into law and formally establishes a statutory role responsible for overseeing the end-to-end operation of Australia's emergency call service. This reinforced a key recommendation of the review into the Optus outage in November 2023. It strengthened the oversight that the obligations being placed on telecommunications providers are being met. The legislation has reduced the possibility of outages with tragic consequences as there is greater accountability and government scrutiny. The Albanese Labor government is utterly serious about telecommunications companies, providers, taking responsibility for their services. This legislation also implemented a new civil penalty regime. It established enforceable obligations with meaningful sanctions in the event of a service provider failing to provide information or failing to act. And crucially, there are now also new requirements for providers to ensure their 000 network is backed up by other networks. And there will also be a mandatory improvement plan after an outage that affects 000. Deputy Speaker, in line with these reforms are also substantial investments to deliver a more connected Australia. The Albanese government will deliver $55 million for round 8 of the Mobile Black Spot program, as well as $50 million for the Regional Roads Australia mobile pilot programs. And these programs will road test innovative solutions to improve mobile communications coverage on major regional roads. And a further $115 million is being directed to 74 projects as part of the Regional Connectivity Program. And over $30 million in rebates is available through the on-farm connectivity program. These investments are improving coverage, boosting economic opportunities and enhancing social outcomes in regional, rural and remote communities. This bill has been shaped by extensive consultation with key stakeholders, including ACMA, the Australian Telecommunications Environments, the ACCC, and the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman. And stakeholders have consistently expressed strong support for the bill's objectives, recognising the urgent need for reform and the benefits that it will bring. This bill empowers the regulator to do what we need it to do, to ensure that in the face of unfairness, that every Australian is protected.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the previous government speaker for their contribution, but I must say we are not comparing apples with apples. It's well and good to put rules and regulations around existing services, but what happens when those services are getting worse or that service doesn't exist at all? And that is a reality faced by too many rural, regional and remote Australians. Speaker, let me be clear from the outset. The Coalition supports this bill. We support it because, and frankly, it is overdue. It introduces common sense changes to an act that has been lagging behind a rapidly evolving market. And Speaker, common sense is not a word I would typically use to describe this Labor government, which is unfortunate for the Australian people and for the Aussie butler. Now, this bill, Speaker, is about visibility, accountability and, importantly, protection. For too long, the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, has been expected to police the playground wearing a blindfold. There are over 1,500 providers currently operating in Australia. ACMA needs to know who they are and what they are doing. The core of this bill is the creation of a formal registration process. If you want to provide telecommunications services in this country, you must apply to ACMA, much like in the energy sector. If a provider poses a risk to the public or fails to meet their obligations, the regulator will finally have the power to pull the plug on their licence. We're also seeing a much-needed hike in penalties. For the big players, a small fine is just the cost of doing business. By raising the maximum fines to $10 million, or basing them on a percentage of turnover, we are finally giving the regulator a set of teeth. In the electorate of Grey, which covers over 92% of South Australia, these rules matter, Speaker. In regional areas, telecommunications aren't a luxury for scrolling through Instagram. They're an essential service. They are the difference between a business surviving or folding. Sometimes they are the difference between life and death. And Speaker, why is this? I'll give you some recent examples. The previous coalition government, in the electorate of Grey, 54 mobile cell phone towers were built and installed. Guess how many were installed in the last 4 years? 0, nada, nothing. And access to telco is getting worse and worse. Now, Speaker, while the coalition supports these safeguards, I cannot stand here and just blindly congratulate this Albanese Labor government. It is one thing to tinker with the fine print in a comfortable office. It is quite another to actually provide service to the people in the Mid-North, the West Coast, the Outback, and of course the Yorke Peninsula, who are having significant issues right now. Watching the Labor Party manage a telecommunications rollout is a bit like watching a toddler baking a cake. There's a lot of huffing and puffing, but usually they just end up making a mess and expecting someone else to clean it up. They talk a big game about consumer protection in the bill, yet they've overseen the most botched, chaotic and disastrous transition in our history, the 3G shutdown across rural and regional Australia. The Minister promised equivalent coverage. Well, I invite the Minister to come to Atolta, come to Halbury, come to the black spot areas of my electorate and tell farmers that the silence on their handsets is equivalent. While Labor pat themselves on the back for increasing fines, my constituents are paying. Surprise, surprise, another Labor tax. But this time the tax isn't coming from the ATO. It is a tax because the 4G rollout wasn't finished before 3G was pulled. This means families are forced to fork out thousands for Starlink or expensive boosters just to get the basic signal they used to have for free. This is a tax based on postcode. Yet our PM said he would govern for all Australians. They talk a big game on regional, rural and remote Australia, but their actions are the absolute opposite. The amount of money ripped out of rural and outback roads, particularly in outback South Australia, the lack of access to GP services, childcare, aged care in regional SA is terrible. We have the worst health outcomes in the state. We have the lowest access to childcare in the state. If you're ageing, well, you can't age in your local aged care home. You've got to move hours away. And of course, telcos. 54 towers in 9 years versus 0 in 4 years. The numbers speak for themselves, Speaker. Take Craig, a farmer on the Eyre Peninsula. Craig is trying to run a livestock business. He told me he had to give up ordering transport to move loads of sheep because he simply cannot get a signal. Now imagine trying to run a farming business in 2026 where you can't even call a truckie to pick up your stock. That's Labor's Connected Australia for you. Then there's my good friend Louis Bagshaw, or Lucas Bagshaw for Hansard. Lucas faced every country person's nightmare, a fire on his property this past harvest. He grabbed his phone to call for help. Nothing, no signal. He knew better than to rely on 000 because, in regional SA, it is a roll of the dice. Lucas went through 3,000 litres of water before his neighbours, who only saw the smoke by luck, arrived to help. They lost a header, and headers these days cost about $1.8 million. They lost a baler and kilometres of fencing. Now, if that signal had been there, the CFS could have been there sooner. They might not have lost the header, the baler and the fencing. I also think of Keith, a farmer from the mid-north, who recently crashed his quad bike. He laid there for hours. He wasn't saved by 4G or a government safeguard. He was saved because he used a UHF radio and someone heard his call for help. Now, Speaker, I don't think anyone from Labor or the Greens still even know what a UHF is. Yet it is a lifesaver for me and my family on our farm and so many others in rural, regional and remote South Australia. And then there are seniors. In Orroroo, I spoke with David. His wife was forced to buy a new phone because their two-year-old Samsung. And then there are seniors. In Orroroo, I spoke with David, whose wife was forced to buy a new phone because a 2-year-old Samsung. Sorry, Speaker, I made a mistake here. I'm just going to keep reading. Can no longer access 000 after the shutdown. They are pensioners. They can't just nip out and drop $1,000 on a new phone. In Streaky Bay, Rebecca has been calling because during a severe heat wave with fire warnings, the internet and mobile coverage for the whole town just dropped out for 3 days. Imagine if the internet dropped out here in Parliament House for 3 days. Think about that, a heat wave, a fire threat and a total communications blackout. Then there is Tarkawi in the mid-north of my electorate, a productive farming district where the silence of the phone lines is deafening and where the lack of connectivity is no longer just an inconvenience. It is a genuine threat to livelihoods. Now, this issue is so significant, Speaker, that the Stock Journal has written an entire story, an expose on this town and its troubling communication issues. Now, the residents of Tarkawi are not in the outback. They're in a vital agricultural corridor. Yet as a local farmer, Noreen Arthur puts, quote, "We're not in the outback, but you wouldn't know it by the phone service," end quote. Speaker, the situation in Tarkawi is dire. In 2024 alone, 3 residents died while working or living alone in the district. Now, in these tragic circumstances, the limited mobile reception was cited as a major concern for emergency response. A major concern for emergency response. This is the brutal reality of the digital divide. When seconds count, Tarkawi residents are left searching for a signal. Now, residents are forced to walk outside in all weather or travel to the local golf club, one of the few spots with a booster, just to make a simple phone call. This is undignified and it is unsafe and is frankly not acceptable. What makes the situation truly bitter for the community is the presence of what I can only describe as a ghost tower. So there is a Telstra facility standing just 5 kilometres out of town, installed nearly 2 years ago. Residents watched it go up, believing help was on the way, yet the transmitter has never been switched on. Telstra now claims that this structure is merely a network facility for a tower 9 kilometres away in Pekina. Speaker, you cannot explain technicalities to a community that can see the infrastructure with their own eyes but cannot make a call. The botched 3G switch-off has only compounded the misery. Residents report that since the transition to 4G and 5G, coverage has deteriorated. Calls are garbled, families are forced to rely on Wi-Fi calls, making calls within their own homes. This incompetence is strangling local enterprise. Take Tarkawi Transport, run by Joe and his partner Taylor. Joe moves around 100 loads in a season. He needs to coordinate with clients and contractors constantly. Yet in most paddocks, there is no service. If you break down, you're stranded. Or you still got that UHF radio. Speaker, when the signal drops, productivity stops.
Order. The member will be allowed to speak in continuation at a later date. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about the important issue of regional funding. And Australian governments have a fine tradition of investing in the regions, often partnering with state and local governments to deliver, and that's the way it works best. And the Coalition did it when last in government. I saw it because I've been a member for that community for a long time. A couple of examples: the Shepparton Regional Rail Project, $320 million from the then Coalition government, and a top-up of $11 million after that to help get stages 1, 2 and 3 of the regional rail revival. And what that does is that it gets us from just 4 return services between Melbourne and Shepparton to 9 return services between Melbourne and Shepparton. It's a great partnership between the Victorian government and the federal government, and the federal government coming to the tune of stage 3 with 80% of the funding, $320 million. The only problem is the Victorian government promised to complete it by the end of 2023. I believe we're at the start of 2026 and we're still waiting to see it, but I'm hoping. The Shepparton Food Share. Now, Shepparton Food Share is a great organisation. It's a secure base to distribute around 390,000 kilograms of food each year to more than 100 registered emergency relief agencies, schools and other organisations. There's great contribution from the Victorian government and $600 million from the Coalition government. The Echuca-Moama Bridge has changed lives and changed the economy in that cross-border town of Echuca-Moama. It's a $323 million project jointly funded by the Australian, Victorian and New South Wales government, and the Australian government contribution was $125 million. Joint funding is critical to getting projects built, but tragically the Albanese government is letting regional Australia down. The projects that need their support keep piling up, and I'll give you an example of some of them. The Kilmore Bypass and Link Road upgrades desperately needs funding. The Shepparton Sports Stadium, I made a commitment of $20 million to that before the last election. The community desperately needs it. It's the missing link in the Shepparton Sports Precinct and the tourism and visitor economy strategy, but there's been no money forthcoming from the Albanese government. And the Yarrawonga-Mulwala Bridge, and there's many more, big and small. The problem we have when we're looking for funding for these critical regional projects is that, Deputy Speaker, the cupboard seems to be bare. Labor has scrapped important regional programs established by the Coalition. So I'm disappointed that that's happened, but they established their own programs. Okay, well, that's good, but you've got to keep putting money into them. Labor said that the Growing Regions Fund and others would meet the needs of regional Australia, but Growing Regions has been left with no money in the pot after the last budget. In fact, Labor's 4th federal budget had no funding for the Stronger Communities program, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, the Regional Precincts and Partnerships program, or the Growing Regions program. Those opposite like to crow about having lots of regional members in this place, but why aren't they standing up for regional Australia? It's one thing to announce a great-sounding program like Growing Regions or Stronger Communities, but someone's got to get up in budget time and actually put some money, put some guidelines together and say, here is a place regional communities can apply to have their critical infrastructure funded. As I said, Deputy Speaker, the cupboard is bare and it's just not fair. The cupboard is bare and it's just not fair for regional communities that deserve their regional funding. And I'm so pleased that just as I've got going with this, that the member for Riverina walked in to the chamber, because that Shepparton Rail project, critical for the people of Shepparton and their ability to commute between Melbourne and Shepparton, that was unfunded. It was a dream for the people of Shepparton until the member for Riverina, when he was the Deputy Prime Minister, stood over there and said, here is 80% of that funding, $320 million to make that a reality. Now, the Victorian government being the Victorian government, it's taken 3 years longer than they said it would, and they needed a bit of a top-up, but it is coming, Deputy Speaker, and that's what governments that care about regions can do. They make sure that what happens in this place is fair for everyone, not just metropolitan communities, not just large cities outside regional community, outside metropolitan cities such as Geelong, Wollongong, great places, but those of us who live out in the regions. The Albanese government needs to look after them. Be fair. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Nichols, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise today following Australia Day to acknowledge and honour Australians whose service, integrity and commitment reflect the very best of our nation. The Australia Day honours are not about status or ceremony alone. They are about recognising lives of service, often quiet, often difficult and often carried out without expectation of recognition. They remind us that Australia is strengthened every day by people who step forward for others, who stand up for justice and who dedicate themselves to their communities. Today, I'm proud to place on the parliamentary record the extraordinary contributions of several Australians from Patterson who were recognised in this year's Australia Day honours list. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge Robert Bob O'Toole, OAM, from Rayworth. Bob's recognition with the Order of Australia Medal is deeply significant. It honours decades of unwavering advocacy on behalf of survivors of institutional sexual abuse, advocacy that required courage, resilience and an unshakable belief in justice. As the founder of the Clergy Abuse Network, Bob played a pivotal role in supporting survivors to find their voice and in shining a light on the wrongdoing that had been ignored for far too long. His efforts were instrumental in the calls that ultimately led to the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. It was announced under Prime Minister Gillard, and also it is something that I take deep pride in as a member of the Labor Party, a turning point in our nation's history. Bob's work was never abstract or distant. He walked alongside survivors through some of the most challenging moments of their lives, through disclosure, through the Royal Commission process and well beyond. His advocacy was grounded in compassion, respect and an unwavering commitment to dignity. I want to acknowledge the words of Kathleen Marriott, who nominated Bob for this honour and who has worked closely with him for many years. She describes Bob as a guiding force, someone who not only provided vital knowledge and connections, but genuine care. She notes that this recognition 4 years after the nomination feels like a victory, not just for Bob, but for the entire survivor community. Bob O'Toole's OAM is a powerful acknowledgement of work that has changed lives and helped change our country for the better. I also rise to honour Bruce Townsend, OAM, from Raymond Terrace, a man whose name is synonymous with service in our local community. Bruce has dedicated many years to supporting others through his involvement with the Raymond Terrace Lions Club, St Vincent de Paul, Health One, Raymond Terrace Community Preschool and St Bridget's Church. His contributions span generations and reflect a lifetime of generosity. Many in the community will also fondly remember Bruce as the proprietor of the Townsend Pharmacy, where he served local families with care, professionalism and kindness. For Bruce, service was not limited to volunteer roles, it was embedded in everyday interactions and genuine human connection, his life's work nonetheless. The Raymond Terrace Lions Club expressed how proud they are to call Bruce one of their own, and that pride is shared widely across our towns and electorate. His OAM recognises a life devoted to community wellbeing and quiet leadership. Andrew Harris AM has been recognised for exceptional service to the Royal Australian Air Force, particularly through his leadership in the enhancement and employment of air combat capabilities, encompassing platforms, people and procedures. Thank you for your service, Andrew. Nigel Ward, CSM, has been recognised for his meritorious devotion to duty in providing outstanding support to Army personnel, units, formations and commands through his role as the Pay and Administrative Liaison Officer at the Centre in New South Wales. Their honours remind us of the extraordinary contribution made by members of our Defence Force and veterans whose service, often under immense pressure and sacrifice, helps keep our nation safe. Together, these Australia Day honour recipients remind us that service takes many forms: advocacy, community leadership, compassion, duty to country. Each matters, each strengthens our national fabric. Thank you.
Thank the member for Patterson. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 3,000 police, snipers on the roof, a ring of steel around the central business district of Sydney. Workers, visitors, residents told to stay either at home or away. What is going on in this country? How has it gotten to this? The visit by Israeli President Isaac Herzog has been greeted with remarkable scenes, not just in Sydney, not just in Melbourne, Wagga Wagga, Benalla. This has to stop. It simply must stop. I'm not quite sure, indeed, what these people are still protesting about. I've nothing against peaceful demonstrations. It's part and parcel of living in a democracy. But the Australian government's adherence to a Palestinian statehood was announced on the 11th of August last year, formally recognised on the 21st of September last year. I disagreed with it, but this is what the United Nations and this is what our nation did and followed through on. And yet, still we're seeing protests week after week, day after day, in our capital cities, in our country cities. And for what? I just don't understand it. And some of them are saying, well, they're peaceful demonstrations. No, they're not. Because if you talk to the officers who are engaged with babysitting these people, they will tell you that these people throw things at them, anything they can lay their hands on. They spit at them. Where have we got to as a country? Why is this happening? They would be far better off volunteering their time at a soup kitchen, attending a cancer hospice, doing anything but what they're doing. I spoke to the Labor New South Wales Police and Counter-Terrorism Minister, Yasmin Catley, on Friday night. She's doing a good job, under tremendous pressure. So too, I have to say, is Premier Chris Minns. He has shown leadership against all of this. And thank goodness we have Mal Lanyon in as the Police Commissioner, because he has requested, and rightly so, extensions to prohibitions on these protests. And then, of course, we've got the Teachers Federation and others involved in teaching our children using, I should say abusing, Bluey, a much-loved children's character, to promote their propaganda, their river to the sea. I don't get it. I'm sorry, I just don't. I do not understand how and why these people think it's right that they can use Australian icons, Bluey, the Opera House, Sydney Harbour Bridge, to promote their hatred, their spite, particularly after what went on the 14th of December, when 15 beautiful, innocent lives were taken. And there is a correlation. Make no mistake, there is a correlation. I mean, it might be all right for some commentators on the ABC to see that there might, or to argue that there might not be, but there is. And I would urge and encourage people to read the op-ed in the Daily Telegraph today by Paul Nicolau, who is a leading advocate in the Sydney business community, because he, like so many in Melbourne, have had a gutful of the protests which have such an impact on those small businesses in the CBDs of those two cities. And in Melbourne, they've had more than 100 protests, week after week after week. And for what? For what? Holding that city at ransom and those businesses which take risks, which invest. Those people, those protesters, would be far better off doing something good for a change and keeping their hate to themselves. They don't need it all. Australia's better than this.
The question is the House to now adjourn to give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In March, South Australians will choose who governs the state for the next 4 years. It will be a choice between an experienced, disciplined and competent Peter Malinauskas Labor government or a mix of untested non-Labor candidates. The South Australian Liberal Party, previously seen as the natural alternative to Labor, is paralysed by disunity, scandal and inexperience. 4 years ago, when Peter Malinauskas was elected Premier, he outlined a vision to transform South Australia, tackle the issues that mattered and make South Australia a leader, not a follower. Today, the widely held view is that he has delivered on his vision and has turned South Australia around. Whilst the following is by no means a comprehensive list, it provides some noteworthy achievements of the Malinauskas Labor government. Since 2022, South Australia has had the strongest 4 years for international trade on record, with $21 billion worth of goods being sold to the world. Unemployment is at 3.9% and is the equal lowest of all Australian states. On dwelling stats, construction work, jobs growth and economic growth, South Australia is now leading or amongst the highest ranking of the Australian states. Over 15,000 homes were approved in South Australia in 2025, more than any other year in history and a 22% increase over 2024. In the health sector, whilst there is still so much more to do, South Australia now has over 1,460 more nurses, 640 more doctors, 380 more allied health professionals and 300 paramedics and ambulance officers. 13 new or rebuilt ambulance stations have been opened and 4 24/7 pharmacies are now operating. If re-elected, a fifth is planned for the Adelaide Hills. Serving the Macon electorate region, we now have 80 more hospital beds at the Lowell McEwen Hospital and 72 more at the Modbury Hospital. The events calendar in South Australia is packed, including with BP Adelaide Grand Final, formerly known as the Adelaide 500, secured until 2034, while the Live Golf Tournament and the AFL Gather Round draw tens of thousands of people to South Australia. School funding is at a record high. 5 new technical colleges have opened, including the Heights Technical College in the Macon electorate. And if re-elected, an additional 3 technical colleges will be built throughout the state. On energy, South Australia now has the equal lowest wholesale electricity prices. Stronger standards for retirement villages are now in place, including caps on some fees and better transparency in contracts. A re-elected Malinauskas government has also announced that 3 new mental health assessment units would be constructed next to the Royal Adelaide, Noarlunga and Lowell McEwen Hospital emergency departments, whilst the Old Women's and Children's Hospital will be transformed into a dedicated aged care precinct. Working together, the Malinauskas and Albanese governments have stepped in to save Bedford from collapse and protect the futures of 1,250 supported workers, 300 employees and clients with disabilities. Likewise, the South Australian and Albanese governments are providing support for the Whyalla Steelworks. The Marshall Liberal government's privatisations of our train and tram services has been reversed, with both now back in public hands. Through investments in police recruitment and tackling crime, SAPOL now has the second highest rate of operational staff per 100,000 people, and South Australia now has the lowest reoffending rate in Australia. For 15 consecutive months, overall crime in South Australia has fallen. Last year's state budget saw massive investments in infrastructure projects, including the North-South Corridor, jointly funded with the federal government, the new Women's and Children's Hospital, the High Productivity Vehicle Network, the Curtis Road level crossing removal and safety upgrades on Main South Road between Maiponga and Yankalilla. In the Macon area alone, over $14 million was committed for much-needed sports club facilities, and the decades-old septic tank community wastewater management system in the Tea Tree Gully Council area is being replaced with direct home connections to SA water mains. In recent years, I've worked closely with the state MPs in the Macon electorate, Blair Boyer, Rhiannon Pearce, Olivia Savas, Michael Brown and John Fallbrook. They are all committed and hard-working representatives for the areas and deserve to be re-elected. At a time that so much local and international uncertainty, the South Australian Malinowskis Labor government has the stability and credibility to deal with the difficult matters whilst not ignoring the daily issues facing South Australian businesses and households, and I will be doing all I can to ensure that it is re-elected.
The question is the House to now agenda. Give the call to the member Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And there are a number of times in this chamber that you have to give speeches that you don't want to give. And today, unfortunately, is one of those cases. As you may recall, Deputy Speaker, in November 2024, there was a tragic death of two young Australians in Laos, Bianca Jones and Holly Morton-Bowles. And, Speaker, the tragedy of these deaths of two young girls going on a holiday to Laos and with four others having methanol poisoning at the prime of their lives, when they've just invested and finished school and gone on for a holiday to be able to celebrate the fresh chapter in their lives. And it ended in tragedy through methanol poisoning. And as difficult as, of course, it was at that time for the families, tragically, I have to say, their trauma lives on. Their trauma lives on because of the consequences of the failure of injustice that we have seen and we are experiencing. And for the families, Samantha Morton and Sean Bowles, we send our love, and to Mark and Michelle Jones, we send our love. Because unfortunately today there have been media reports that the families have since found out justice has not been delivered at all. Instead, secret court cases have been held in Laos, which has led on the 29th of January this year, 10 people receiving a pittance and an utterly irrelevant $185 fine equivalent in Australian dollars for this death. As the family has rightly outlined, this is insulting. Even worse than that, it's made an unbearable grief even worse. And for this family or these families to have already lived such a tragic loss and to have to continue to fight for basic justice for their families and for their lost loved ones is so difficult. But I say, without any sense of partisanship, but extreme disappointment, that the families found out about these secret court cases through a British family because they were not kept informed by the Australian government. Let's be very clear about this, Speaker. This is a failure of the Australian government not to keep these families informed of the path for justice. We know a reasonable expectation they had, not just to bring those who perpetuated this crime to justice, but more importantly, because it's also about protecting other young Australians and other young lives to ensure the situation is not repeated. And secret court cases and $185 fines for the loss of 6 lives at such a young and tender age is nothing short of disgraceful. But it's also disgraceful that our government has not lived up to its obligations and kept the families informed, and that they have had to find out through other routes. So I'm simply requesting of the Foreign Minister and of the government that they tell the Australian people and the Parliament what their diplomatic efforts have been with the Laotian government, including the requests to any foreign authorities and the avenues they've pursued, that they ensure appropriate communication with the Laotian government for justice, because this should not be the end, that we ensure someone is charged with Bianca Jones and Holly Morton-Bowles' death, as it should be, and the families receive all the support they need including being kept informed by the Australian government, as we should all expect. This is not an unreasonable request from the families, and this afternoon or this evening I spoke to Mark Jones about raising this matter in Parliament because I was so disappointed and so saddened as the family is with the consequences of the decisions of the secret court cases, and that now is a time that the families rightly expect to be kept informed by the Australian government and to be kept informed not just of what has been done, but more importantly, what steps are now going to be taken through consular and diplomatic efforts to provide a sense of closure to the matter for justice, but also for the families. And in that context, Speaker, I seek leave to table the letter I have sent to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Penny Wong.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. It is an immense honour to stand here in this Parliament, in this building representing the people of Melbourne. Every time I come to Canberra, I feel it. I walk toward Parliament House, and as the flagpole comes into view, something catches in my chest. The goosebumps come, the weight of history presses in. I feel the grandeur of the building before I even step inside it, the scale, the symbolism, the privilege of what it represents. All of us in this chamber remember our first day here, some of us more recently than others, but that feeling of responsibility, the sense of awe, of being entrusted with something far greater than ourselves, it never truly fades. And I can only imagine, or begin to imagine, what that moment must have been like nearly 125 years ago, when the first Australian Parliament assembled in the Royal Exhibition Buildings in the electorate of Melbourne. Stepping into a new nation carrying hope, uncertainty, and the enormous task of shaping a future not yet written. Beneath that historic dome, Australia stopped being an idea and became a reality. In 2024, the Royal Exhibition Building and surrounds became Australia's first cultural site listed on UNESCO's World Heritage List, recognised as a rare and intact survivor of the 19th century international expo movement, a place built to project confidence, ambition and a belief in the future. But Speaker, World Heritage listing is not a prize to admire, it's an obligation to honour. This year marks the 125th anniversary of Federation, and in May the Royal Exhibition Building will again stand at the centre of our nation's story. There are few places in Australia where the history of our Commonwealth can be experienced so directly, where people can stand in the exact space where our democracy life began. In recent years, however, deterioration has become impossible to ignore. Damage to the dome interior, falling plaster and decorative walls, structural elements requiring urgent repairs. Impact from water ingress, storms and extreme weather. These are not abstract concerns. They affect safety, they affect access, they affect whether this building can continue to serve the public at all. I recently met with Museum Victoria to discuss the work already underway and the support still required to secure the building's future. That conversation was honest, detailed and forward-looking. There are strong and exciting plans to open the Royal Exhibition all year round from mid-2027, expanding public access with protecting its heritage values. That vision is grounded in simple truth. A heritage building survives when it is open, understood and actively used by the community it belongs to. Important conservation works are already beginning to deliver repair to the dome and facades, safety upgrades, new World Heritage management plans that guide every decision about conservation, use and renewal. The plans bring discipline, clarity and accountability to how the site is cared for, but the task ahead remains significant. The Royal Exhibition Building requires sustained long-term investment to protect its fabric, address climate risk and ensure it can continue functioning as both a heritage site and a civic venue. Delay does not reduce cost, it compounds risk. It narrows options and it brings us closer to partial or full closure to the public. And closure would not protect this place, it would diminish it. I have heard clearly from local residents, heritage experts and community advocates who care deeply about this site. They are not calling for symbolism or short-term fixes, they are calling for serious stewardship and resolve. Speaker, as we mark 125 years since Federation, this is a moment to recommit to the places that anchored our national story. The Royal Exhibition Building is not just part of Melbourne's history, it is a central part of the history of our great country. 125 years ago, Australia took its first step as a nation under that dome. If that moment matters to us, if our Commonwealth matters to us, then the place where it began must matter too. I will continue to be a strong and constructive advocate for the Royal Exhibition Building, for its protection, for its funding and for its future as a living public place, not just as a monument to our past, but as a working reminder of who we are and what we are prepared to stand for. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.